Some obsessions whisper before they scream, and sometimes, by the time you realize you've stepped into the darkness, there's no easy way back. John Fowles. The Collector draws you into a chilling psychological game where loneliness, control, and obsession slowly tighten their grip. Inspired by Fowles' fascination with the hidden struggles of the human mind and the unsettling gap between ordinary appearances and disturbing desires, the novel became one of the defining psychological thrillers of its era. First published in 1963, it has gone on to sell millions of copies around the world, firmly establishing Fowles as one of Britain's most celebrated novelists, alongside acclaimed works like The Magus and The French Lieutenant's Woman. Haunting story also reached the screen in the acclaimed 1965 film adaptation. This is not a word-for-word reading of the original novel, but a third-person retelling created to let you experience its unforgettable journey in a fresh way. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. As you follow this unsettling tale, you'll also discover fascinating facts about the novel, its adaptation, and the remarkable story behind its creation. The story begins. From his cramped office in the town hall annex, he watched her almost every day when she was home from boarding school. Her family's house stood directly opposite, and he often saw her coming and going with her younger sister, frequently accompanied by young men, a sight that stirred a quiet, possessive irritation in him. Whenever he could steal a moment from his ledgers and files, he would drift to the window, gazing down across the frosted glass at the street below, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. At night, he recorded these sightings in his diary, first with an X, and later, once he learned her name, with a simple. He encountered her outside the office too. Once, he stood directly behind her in a queue at the Crossfield Street Public Library. She never once turned to look at him, but he studied the back of her head with an intensity that bordered on reverence. Her hair, a pale silky blonde, fell in a single long pigtail nearly to her waist, sometimes swinging in front, sometimes trailing behind, and occasionally pinned up. Only once, before she became his guest, had he seen it loose, and the sight had stolen his breath. She seemed almost otherworldly, like a mermaid. Another Saturday, returning from the Natural History Museum, he found himself on the same train as her. She sat 3 seats away, angled sideways, absorbed in a book, and he had 35 uninterrupted minutes to watch her. The feeling it gave him was like approaching a rare specimen in the field, a pale, clouded yellow perhaps, with that same thrill of caution, the heart racing as he closed in. He thought of her, in entomological terms, elusive, sporadic, refined. Not like other girls, not even the pretty ones. She was something for the true connoisseur. In those early years, he didn't know her identity, only that her father was Dr. Gray. He overheard gossip at a bug section meeting about the mother's drinking once he heard her speak in a shop, her voice affected and superior, and he could tell from her manner, the overdone makeup, the brittle tone, that the gossip was true. Then came a local newspaper article about a scholarship she'd won, her academic brilliance, and her name Miranda, as beautiful as she was. The revelation that she was studying art in London changed everything. The article made her feel closer, more intimate, even though they had never properly met. From the very first moment he saw her, he knew she was the only one. He wasn't deluded, he understood it was a fantasy, one that would have remained forever out of reach if not for the money. He spun elaborate daydreams, chance encounters, heroic moments where she admired him. Marriage, nothing crude or dark that came later. In his fantasies, she loved both him and his collection, drawing and coloring his specimens while they worked together in a modern house with vast glass windows. The bug section would meet there, and instead of his usual silent, self-conscious presence, they would be the popular hosts. She radiant with her pale hair and gray eyes, the other men green with envy. The only times his dreams turned sour were when he saw her with a particular young man, a loud public school type with a flashy sports car. He'd stood beside him once at Barclays, overhearing the man's performative request for the check in fivers, a joke about an amount of £10. Seeing her climb into that car, or walking through town with him, left Frederick short-tempered with his colleagues. He would skip marking his observation diary those evenings. Those were the days he let his mind wander into darker fantasies, her crying, kneeling, or once inspired by a scene in a television play, himself striking her across the face. Perhaps that was where the real trouble began. His father had died in a car crash when he was 2, in 1937, killed while driving drunk. His Aunt Annie always blamed his mother for driving him to drink, though no one ever told him the full story. His mother left soon after, abandoning him to his aunt's care. His cousin Mabel once claimed during a childhood quarrel that she had been a street woman who ran off with a foreigner. He'd naively confronted Aunt Annie, who naturally covered things up. Now he didn't care whether his mother was alive or dead. He had no desire to meet her. Aunt Annie always said good riddance, and he agreed. He was raised by Aunt Annie and Uncle Dick alongside their daughter Mabel. Uncle Dick died when Frederick was 15, during a fishing trip to Tring Reservoir. As usual, Frederick had wandered off with his net, and when he returned hungry, he found a crowd gathered where he'd left his uncle. For a moment he thought Uncle Dick had caught something enormous, but it was a stroke. They got him home, but he never spoke again, never recognized any of them. Those fishing trips, though they seldom spent the days together, Frederick collecting while Uncle Dick sat by his rods, were the best times of Frederick's life. Aunt Annie and Mabel had always dismissed his butterfly collection, but Uncle Dick championed it, admiring a well-set specimen as much as Frederick did. He would watch a new imago emerge, sitting quietly as the wings stretched and dried, the fragile creature testing its new limbs. He even let Frederick keep his caterpillar jars in his shed. When Frederick won a prize for a case of fritillaries, Uncle Dick gave him £1 on condition he didn't tell Aunt Annie. He was as good as a father to Frederick. When he finally held the pool's check in his hands, Uncle Dick was the first person he thought of, after Miranda. He would have bought him the finest rods and tackle, but it was not to be. He'd been doing the pool since he turned 21, submitting the same 5-shilling permutation every week. Old Tom and Crutchley from the rates office clubbed together with some of the girls for a big entry, always pressuring him to join, but he preferred to remain the lone wolf. He disliked both of them. Tom was a sycophant obsessed with local government, always buttering up the borough treasurer. Crutchley had a filthy mind and a sadistic streak, never missing a chance to mock Frederick's hobby, especially in front of women. His jokes were cheap and cruel. Fred's looking tired after a weekend with a cabbage white, or who was that painted lady he was seen with? Old Tom would snigger, and Crutchley's girl from sanitation, Jane, would giggle. She was everything Miranda wasn't. He'd always despised vulgar women, especially girls, so he did his own entry. The check came to over £73,000. As soon as the pool's people confirmed it the following Tuesday, he rang Mr. Williams. Though the treasurer offered polite congratulations, even suggested he invest in the council's 5% loan, Frederick could tell he was angry about his resignation. The man's carefully pleasant tone couldn't hide it. Some people at the town hall simply lost all sense of proportion. He followed the pool's company's advice, moving immediately to London with Aunt Annie and Mabel, until the publicity died down. He sent old Tom £500 to share with Crutchley and the others, but when their thank you letters arrived, he didn't respond. He could tell they thought he was mean. The only problem was Miranda. She was home on holiday from art school at the time of his win, and he saw her just once on the Saturday morning of the great day. While they were spending in London, he oscillated between despair at losing sight of her, hope that his wealth made him a viable husband, and a sinking recognition that girls like Miranda married for love, not money. There were even moments when he thought he might forget her. But forgetting isn't a choice, it happens to you, and it didn't happen to him. He supposed a grasping, immoral person could have a good time with sudden wealth. But he had never been like that. He'd never even been punished at school. Aunt Annie was a nonconformist, and though she never forced him to attend chapel, the atmosphere was always there. even if Uncle Dick sometimes slipped to the pub quietly. She eventually allowed him to smoke after he left the army, but only after many rows, and she never liked it. Even with all that money, she kept insisting that spending it went against her principles. Mabel worked on her behind the scenes, but he made his position clear. It was his money and his conscience. She could take what she wanted or nothing at all, and there was nothing in nonconformism against accepting gifts. He got drunk a few times in the Pay Corps, especially in Germany, but he'd never had anything to do with women. He barely thought about them before Miranda. He knew he lacked whatever girls looked for men like Crutchley. Coarse as they seemed to him, got on well with them, some of the girls in the annex giving him disgustingly obvious looks. It was some crude animal quality he'd been born without, and he was glad of it. If more people were like him, the world would be better. Before money, he'd imagined everything would change. He didn't want more than his due. Nothing excessive. But at the hotel, the surface respect was a thin mask. They really despised his family for having money and not knowing what to do with it. They still treated him, behind the scenes, as a clerk. Money couldn't buy class. The moment they spoke or acted, they gave themselves away. You could see the looks. Don't kid us. We know what you are. Why don't you go back where you came from? One night, after a miserable meal at a posh restaurant recommended by the Pools Company, he barely tasted the food. He was too aware of the way people looked at them, the contempt of the foreign waiters, the way everything in the room seemed to look down on them for not having been raised their way. He'd read an article recently about class disappearing, but he could tell them a thing or two about that. London, the wealthy London of the West End, at least was arranged for people who could act like public schoolboys. You got nowhere without the right voice and the right manner. Later that evening, depressed, he told Aunt Annie he was going for a walk. He walked aimlessly until a sudden urge came over him, a desire to have a woman, to know he'd had one. He rang a number a man at the check-giving ceremony had given him. A woman answered, said she was engaged, but gave him 2 other numbers. He took a taxi to the second address. He didn't elaborate on what happened, except to admit he was useless, too nervous, too obvious in his inexperience. The woman saw through him at once. She was old and horrible, her behavior filthy, her appearance worn and common, like a specimen you'd turn away from in the field. He thought of Miranda seeing him there and felt the full weight of shame. He'd tried, but it was no good. He'd never been the crude, pushy sort, always had higher aspirations. Crutchley used to say you had to push these days to get anywhere, pointing to old Tom as a case study in sycophancy. Yet Crutchley himself knew when to be slimy when it paid with Mr. Williams, for instance. He could still remember the borough treasurer telling him on inquiries that he needed more life, that the public liked a smile or a small joke. Not everyone was born with a gift like Crutchley, but they could try. That remark had stung. He was sick to death of the annex he was going to leave anyway. He could prove he wasn't so different from other men, his growing interest in the books sold in Soho shops, the ones with stark images of women. He could hide magazines, but he couldn't risk Aunt Annie finding any of the books he wanted. Photography had always appealed to him. He bought a Leica immediately, the best, with a telephoto lens and everything. His main intention was to photograph butterflies in the wild, like the famous Mr. S. Beaufoy. But he'd also stumbled upon things out collecting couples in places they should have known better than to be, and he'd thought about that too. The business with the prostitute upset him, on top of everything else. Aunt Annie had set her heart on a sea cruise to Australia to visit her son and her brother's family, and she wanted him to come. But he didn't want any more time with her and Mabel. It wasn't hatred, you could see at once what they were, small people who'd never left home, always expecting him to accompany them and report his every move when he wasn't. The day after the incident with the woman, he told them flatly he wasn't going. They took it not too badly. They'd likely reckoned by then that it was his money after all. He first went looking for Miranda a few days after he saw Aunt Annie and Mabel off at Southampton. He was back in London with no real plan. He'd told them he might go abroad, but he didn't know. Aunt Annie had been frightened the night before she left. She'd had a solemn talk, warning him not to marry without her meeting the bride. She'd wrapped it in talk of generosity and his money and his life. But he could see she was terrified. He'd marry some girl and they'd lose all the money they pretended to be ashamed of anyway. He didn't blame her. It was natural, especially with a crippled daughter. He thought people like Mabel should be put out painlessly, but that was beside the point. Having already equipped himself with the finest gear money could buy, he'd imagined his future as a series of collecting expeditions tracking rare species and aberrations across the country, staying as long as he pleased. He'd taken driving lessons and bought a van, outfitting the back with a fold-down camp bed meant for his travels. The swallowtail, the black hair streak, the large blue, the Heath and Glanville fritillary species most collectors glimpsed only once in a lifetime. Moths, too. The plan had felt solid, purposeful. But Miranda changed everything. Once Aunt Annie and Mabel were safely aboard their ship, he indulged in the books he'd always wanted, some of which shocked him so deeply that he found himself disgusted, stuck in a hotel room with material far removed from the gentle dreams he'd woven around her. Suddenly, he realized he'd deluded himself into thinking she was gone from his life, as if London weren't just a few miles away. A simple directory lookup gave him the Slade School's address, and soon he was waiting outside in his van. The first morning brought nothing. The second, she appeared emerging with a cluster of students, mostly young men. His heart hammered, nausea rising as he fumbled with his camera, too afraid to raise it. She walked with that same lightness he remembered, flat heels sparing her the mincing gait of other girls, moving among the men as if unaware of them, bird-like. She crossed the street with a dark-haired, artistic-looking young man, and he followed them into a coffee bar, drawn by something he couldn't name. The place was crowded with students and artists, many with that beatnik look, the walls decorated with strange faces and African-inspired designs. He perched on a stool at the counter, watching the back room where she sat with her companion, barely daring to glance. Then suddenly, she was beside him, so close he could have touched her. He pretended to read a newspaper, his face burning, unable to focus on the words. She wore a blue and white check dress, her arms brown and bare, her hair loose down her back. She asked the girl behind the counter for cigarettes, her tone easy and unassuming, educated, yes, but not affected, not demanding, just natural. The exchange lasted seconds, and she was gone, back to her table, but hearing her voice had transformed her from a distant dream into a real person. He fled back to his hotel room, shaken. The fact that she had to borrow cigarettes while he had thousands ready to lay at her feet felt like a cruel joke. He stuffed 5 notes into an envelope addressed to her, but he never posted it, though he would have given anything to see her face if he had. That was the day his fantasy took a darker turn. He dreamed of rescuing her from an attacker, then somehow becoming that attacker himself, not harming her, but capturing her, taking her to a remote house, keeping her captive in a gentle way. Gradually, she would come to know him, love him, and the vision grew into a future, a modern house, marriage, children. The dream consumed him, keeping him awake at night, distracting him during the day. He lingered at the Cremorne, the fantasy hardening into something he pretended was going to happen. He began planning the arrangements, the logistics. He knew he could never get to know her in the ordinary way, but if she were with him, she would see his good points. She would understand. He held on to that certainty. To prepare, he started reading the highbrow newspapers, visiting galleries, trying to absorb the culture she inhabited, though it felt as alien to him as the foreign cabinets at the Natural History Museum. He could see the beauty, but he didn't truly know it, not like he knew his British specimens. Still, he forced himself, hoping to speak her language and conceal his ignorance. Then in one Sunday paper, an advertisement caught his eye, far from the madding crowd. The description promised an old cottage with a secluded setting, a large garden, an hour from London, 2 miles from the nearest village. The next morning, he was driving to Sussex, map in hand. The ease of it, the absence of obstacles, was the real luxury of money. The cottage was old, with black beams and white exterior, stone tiles, standing entirely isolated. The estate agent, a public school type his own age, full of silly, condescending remarks, was off-puttingly inquisitive, but he looked around anyway. Inside, the rooms were modest but well appointed with modern conveniences. A retired admiral had owned it, died, and the next buyer had also died unexpectedly. It was back on the market. He told himself he hadn't come with a specific purpose, that he didn't know what he intended. What you do blurs over what you did before. The agent pressed for details. Was it for himself? He claimed it was for an aunt, a surprise for when she returned from Australia. To squash the man's curiosity, he announced he'd come into money. Then the agent mentioned the cellars. They went out through the back, retrieved a key from under a flower pot, and descended stone steps into a damp, cold space. Someone had whitewashed the walls long ago, but the plaster had flaked, leaving a mottled surface. The main cellar ran the length of the house beyond it. Through a doorway lay another chamber, 4 steps lower, with a low arched ceiling like a crypt. The agent, with his facetious humor, suggested it was just the thing for orgies. A smuggling den, perhaps, or a secret Roman Catholic chapel. Back upstairs, as the agent locked up and replaced the key, Frederick felt the cellar recede into another world, 2 worlds, one on top of the other. He announced his interest, then his decision to buy, surprising himself. He'd always wanted something modern, contemporary, not an old place stuck away in the country, but he could see the potential. The agent left to fetch another interested party, and Frederick stayed in the garden surveying the land. It was pleasant, a field of lucerne, perfect for butterflies, rising to a hill woods to the east, open fields to the west. A farmhouse 3/4 of a mile down the hill. The south view was blocked by hedges and trees, but there was a good garage. He returned to the cellars alone, venturing down into the inner chamber, 5 or 6 feet under the earth. The walls were damp, like wet wood, and he could only see by his lighter. It was a little frightening, but he wasn't superstitious. He knew some would call him lucky to find the place first go, but he would have found somewhere eventually. He had the money, the will, what Crutchley called push. He hadn't pushed at the annex, but he'd like to see Crutchley organize what he was about to organize. It was no small thing. A line he'd read in the paper struck him. What water is to the body, purpose is to the mind. When Miranda became his purpose, he was at least as good as the next man. He ended up paying $500 more than the asking price. Everyone fleeced him, but money was no object. He hired surveyors, builders, decorators, furniture people, writing back to Aunt Annie with figures half what he'd actually paid. Electricians ran power to the cellar. Plumbers installed water in a sink. He claimed it would be a workshop for carpentry and photography. Not entirely a lie, there was carpentry to do, and he'd been taking photographs he couldn't have developed in a shop. Nothing nasty, just couples. By the end of August, workmen were gone and he moved in. At first it felt like a dream, but that wore off quickly. He wasn't left alone as much as he'd expected. A gardener, the vicar, tradesmen with their vans all had to be rebuffed, dismissed, rudely sent away. He disconnected the telephone, locked the front gate, and soon the locals got the point. Now he could work. For a month or more he planned. Being friendless was lucky. He didn't miss the annex people, and they didn't miss him. Uncle Dick had taught him carpentry, and he'd always been handy. He dried out the inner cellar, layered it with insulating felt, laid a bright orange carpet, whitewashed the walls, a bed, chest of drawers, table, armchair. He screened off a corner for a wash table and a camper's lavatory, making it almost like a separate room. He added cases, art books, novels, making it homely, though he avoided pictures, knowing she might have advanced taste. The door was the greatest challenge. The old oak frame lacked a door, so he built one, 2 inches of seasoned wood, sheet metal on the inside, reinforced with 10-inch bolts outside. It weighed a ton, but he hung it himself. Then he built a false bookcase to conceal it, wooden latches making it look like an old recess fitted with shelves. It also muffled sound. He fitted a lock on the inner side and a simple burglar alarm for the nights. In the outer cellar, he installed a small cooker and other facilities, so he wouldn't have to carry trays up and down. The house was well hidden, fields and woods on 2 sides, a wall on two others, the hedge impenetrable, nearly ideal. All this time, he insisted to himself it wasn't serious. This was only pretending. He wouldn't have pretended even like this without the time and money, the power that corrupts, as his teacher had said. Money is power. He also bought clothes for her, a whole wardrobe. He found an assistant in a London store who matched her size, gave the colors she wore, and bought everything a girl could need. He spun a story about a girlfriend from the north who'd had her luggage stolen a good sale, nearly £90. He thought constantly about precautions. What could she do to escape? He wore rubber heels, checked every switch before touching it, bought a special incinerator for her rubbish. Nothing of hers must leave the house, no laundry, no paper. There could always be something. At last, he returned to London and began watching again. He saw her emerge from the tube, followed her to Hampstead, found her address. A few days later, he was ready. The van, the straps, the chloroform mixed with carbon tetrachloride. He knew the streets, the escape routes. Everything was prepared. When the chance came, it felt almost inevitable, like the way you see a rare specimen on a flower right in front of you, handed to you on a plate. A thunderstorm, her ducking into a cinema, the timing perfect. He waited, watched her emerge, followed her into a dark, quiet stretch of road. He stopped her with a story about a dog he'd run over, his heart pounding, his hands steady. She came to the back of the van, concerned, and he was ready. The chloroform worked fast. She went limp in his arms. He rolled her onto the camp bed, gagged her, strapped her down, all in less than a minute. Then he drove away, slow and quiet, to a spot on Hampstead Heath, where he could secure her properly. Later, near Redhill, he checked on her. Her eyes were open, wide and proud, refusing to show fear, even as she lay bound in the darkness. He assured her he meant her no harm, but when he removed the gag, she was sick from the fumes. He had to put it back, for her own good. By 10:30, they were at the cottage. He carried her down to the prepared room, her body light, her struggles weak. He left her there, bolted in, and lay awake upstairs, thrilled and exhausted. He thought about the two women who had passed him on the street, whether the van could be traced, but mostly he thought of her lying below, awake too. He had done it. She was his guest at last. He had caught the Mazarine Blue, the Queen of Spain, something you dream about more than you ever expect to see come true. The door was the hardest part. The oak frame stood solid and ready, but there was no door to fill it, so he built one himself, 2 inches of seasoned wood faced with sheet metal on the inside, heavy enough that even a strong man couldn't break it down, let alone someone as slight as her. He'd botched the first attempt, but the second hung true, reinforced with 10-inch bolts on the outside. Then came his cleverest touch, a false bookcase fitted with wooden latches, designed to sit in the doorway and look like nothing more than an old recess filled with shelves. Lifted out, it revealed the door beneath, and it muffled sound perfectly. He added a bolt on the inner side and a simple burglar alarm for the nights. The outer cellar became a miniature kitchen, a cooker, and all the facilities he'd need. He didn't know yet that there would be no snoopers, but he wanted to avoid the suspicion of carrying trays up and down. The house's position made him feel secure, fields and woods behind, a wall on 2 sides, an impenetrable hedge on the rest. Nearly ideal. He'd considered building an interior stair, but the cost and the risk of workmen's questions, they always wanted to know everything, made him abandon it. Even as he worked, he insisted to himself it wasn't serious. He would say it aloud, "This is only pretending." But the money and the time had loosened something in him. Power corrupts, his teacher had said, and money is power. He believed many people, given the same resources, would give in to the same impulses they now pretended to resist. He bought clothes for her in London, finding a shop assistant who matched her size and choosing the colors he'd always seen her wear. He spun a story about a northern girlfriend whose luggage had been stolen, a surprise gift. The assistant may not have believed him, but it was a good sale, nearly £90 that morning. He thought constantly about precautions. sitting in her prepared room and imagining every escape attempt. She might know about electricity girls these days, you never knew so. He wore rubber heels and checked every switch. He installed an incinerator for her rubbish. Nothing of hers must ever leave the house, no laundry. There could always be something. Back in London, he watched for her without success. He waited outside the Slade, revisited the coffee bar, spent hours pretending to read. Then one day, getting off the Underground at Warren Street, he saw her on the opposite platform, emerging from a train from the north. He followed her to the college, then began watching the tube station, learning her patterns. When she crossed the road and entered the station one afternoon, he followed her train to Hampstead, traced her walk through winding streets to her door, noted the number, the road name, a good day's work. He booked out of the Cremorne, moving each night to a new hotel to avoid being traced. In the van, he kept everything ready: the camp bed, straps, scarves, chloroform from a contact in public analysis, reinforced with carbon tetrachloride CTC, available anywhere. He drove the Hampstead streets until he knew every turn, every escape route. Everything was prepared. He felt like a secret agent, a detective, thinking of everything. 10 days later, the chance came, as these things sometimes do with butterflies. You search a spot for a rarity and find nothing. Then, when you least expect it, the specimen appears before you, handed to you on a plate. He was outside the tube station, the van parked up a side street. The day had been close and fine, but now thunder rumbled, and rain began to sheet down. He saw her emerge from the station steps, unprotected in just a jumper, and run for shelter. She ducked into a telephone box, then came out and headed along a different street. He followed, confused, until she turned into a side road and entered a cinema. She'd phoned home, he realized, to say she was waiting out the rain. He checked the program 2 hours. He took a risk, perhaps wanting to give fate a chance to stop him. He had supper in a cafe, then parked where he could watch the cinema entrance. She came out alone. Exactly 2 hours later, the rain mostly stopped, the sky overcast and almost dark. He watched her walk uphill toward home, then drove past her to a spot he knew she'd pass a curve in the road where trees and bushes crowded one side, a large, seemingly empty house on the other. The first part of her walk was well lit, but here, in this one place, there was shadow. He had a plastic bag sewn into his Mac pocket, containing the chloroform pad. The flap kept down to trap the fumes until the moment he needed it. 2 old women with umbrellas appeared, talking loudly, and he bent down until they passed. Cars were parked everywhere. A minute passed, then another. He got out, opened the back of the van. Then she was there, rounding the corner only 20 yards away, walking quickly, singing softly to herself. The gusty wind in the trees masked any sound. No one behind her. He stepped forward, his voice steady, playing his part. He asked if she knew anything about dogs. He'd just run one over. Awful thing, it dashed out, not dead. What should he do? She paused, concerned, and moved toward the open back of the van to look. He stood back, letting her peer in. In a flash, a glance down the road clear, and he had her. The pad went across her mouth and nose. She was so surprised. She made no sound at first, just a muffled gurgle. He could smell the fumes, feel her struggling, but she was lighter than he thought. He was ready to bolt if he had to, ready to hurt her if it came to that, and then she went limp. He got her half into the van, pulled her the rest of the way, shut the doors quietly. He gagged her, strapped her down, not in a panic but with the calm precision he'd rehearsed. It took less than a minute. Then he was in the driver's seat, moving off slowly, quietly, to a spot on Hampstead Heath, where he could secure her properly. She was still unconscious when he finished the work, her breathing audible, congested sounding. He knew she was alive. Near Redhill, he pulled off the main road and checked on her. She was awake, her eyes wide and proud, refusing to show fear. He assured her he wouldn't hurt her, but she couldn't speak. Her gaze fixed on him with a defiant stillness. When he removed the gag to ask if she was all right, she was sick, the chloroform and the motion overwhelming her. He put the gag back, ignoring her muffled protests. It was for the best, he told himself. They arrived just after 10:30. He drove into the garage, checked the house, went down to her room. Everything was ready, the air fresh, the bed made, tea things laid out. It looked snug and cozy. He carried her down. She fought a little at the door, but there wasn't much she could do. He put her on the bed and left her, bolting the door behind him, the false bookcase sliding into place. He stayed an hour in the outer cellar, listening, but she was quiet. Then he went upstairs to his own bed, his guest at last. He lay awake, thinking of her below, of the two old women who'd passed, of the van. But mostly he thought of the girl he'd dreamed of, now real, and his. Excited, he let himself drift into nice dreams, dreams of comforting her until sleep came. The moment had finally arrived. He went to the garage and opened the back of the van, everything proceeding according to plan. He freed her from the straps, making her sit up while keeping her legs and feet bound. She struggled briefly, kicking out, until he warned her, showing the chloroform pad, that he would use it again if she didn't cooperate. That settled her. He lifted her, surprised by how light she was, and carried her down without much difficulty, though she put up a brief fight at the door to her room. He set her on the bed. It was done. Her face was pale, her navy jumper stained with sick, a wretched sight, but her eyes held no fear. She simply stared at him, waiting. He told her this was her room, that she wouldn't be hurt if she obeyed, that shouting was useless because no one could hear her. He pointed out the biscuits and sandwiches he'd bought, the means to make tea or cocoa. He would come back in the morning, he said. She wanted the gag off, but he refused. He freed her arms and quickly retreated, bolting the door behind him. He heard her muffled cry come back, then quieter, then a banging against the door with something hard, probably the hairbrush. He slid the false bookcase into place, knowing no sound would escape. He stayed an hour in the outer cellar just in case, but there was nothing in her room she could use to break down the door, all plastic cups and saucers, an aluminium teapot, safe cutlery. Eventually, he went upstairs to bed. She was his guest at last, and that was all that mattered. He lay awake a long time, thinking. He worried a little about the van being traced, but there were hundreds like it. The only real risk were the two old women who'd passed, but mostly he thought of her below, lying awake too. He let himself drift into pleasant dreams, dreams of going down to comfort her, of his love being worthy of her. He was excited, perhaps a little carried away, but not really worried. Then he slept. She would later tell him what a bad thing he'd done, how he ought to realize it more, but that evening, he'd been happy. It felt like doing something daring, like climbing Everest, like a mission behind enemy lines. His intentions were of the best, something she never understood. That night was the best thing he'd ever done, after winning the pools, like catching the Mazarine blue again, or a Queen of Spain fritillary. Something you dream about more than you ever expect to see come true. He didn't need the alarm, he was up before it. He went down, locking the cellar door behind him. He'd planned everything. He knocked on her door, told her to get up, waited 10 minutes, then drew the bolts, and entered. He had her bag with him, already searched, its contents reduced to harmless items, her nail file and razor blade cutter removed. The light was on. She stood by the armchair, fully dressed, staring at him with that same bold, unafraid look. Up close, she didn't look quite as he'd always remembered her. He asked if she'd slept well, but she responded coldly, demanding to know where this was, who he was, why she'd been brought here. He couldn't tell her. She demanded release, called it monstrous. They stood staring at each other. She tried to leave, walking straight toward him, toward the door. He didn't move. She stopped close to him, her voice sharp, ordering him to get out of the way. He refused, asking her not to force him to use violence again. She gave him a fierce look, then turned away, saying if he thought she was some rich man's daughter worth a ransom, he'd be disappointed. He told her he knew who she was, that this wasn't about money. A strange pause. Then she spoke slowly, recognizing him. Town Hall Annex. He denied it, but she pressed the mustache, The photograph in the paper. He went red, caught off guard. He'd never planned for this. His mind scrambled for a way out. He claimed he was only obeying orders. Whose orders? Mr. Singleton's orders, the bank manager. He invented a story. Singleton had forced him into this, holding a theft over his head. But she saw through it immediately. She knew Mr. Singleton, knew his daughter. The story was mad. He threw in a tale about a missing girl in Penhurst Road, but she questioned him relentlessly, her clear eyes reading him like a book. She asked for a cigarette, and he fumbled to give her one. She knew he was lying. If Singleton was a sex maniac who kidnapped girls, why did Frederick help him? He blustered about being in Singleton's power. But she pointed out the pool win. Why hadn't he paid back the money? He was flustered, caught in a web of his own making. She asked what Singleton would do to her. He claimed not to know. Where was Singleton now? He'd be coming, he expected. She paused, then mentioned Suffolk, but he foolishly agreed, only for her to know Singleton had no house there. He felt feeble, cornered, desperate to change the subject. He asked what she wanted for breakfast. She refused, calling the room horrid, demanding to know what anesthetic he'd used. He claimed he hadn't known it would make her sick. Mr. Singleton should have told him, she said, her sarcasm cutting. He hurriedly offered tea or coffee. She chose coffee, insisting he drink first. Before he left, she caught him. He'd forgotten his lighter. He claimed to have another, a lie, and she almost smiled. He made the Nescafé, drank some in front of her, and she drank too. All the while she asked questions: how long she had to stay, why he was being kind, each one a trap, probing for weakness. He answered as best he could, but they sounded feeble. Finally, he said he was going shopping and would buy her anything she wanted. Anything, she said, with a pointed edge. In reason, he replied. Mr. Singleton told you to? No, he said. This is from me. She asked only to be set free, and then fell silent, refusing to speak further, a horrible, sudden withdrawal that forced him to leave her. At lunch, he cooked in the outer cellar and brought the food in, but she barely touched it. She tried bluffing her way out again, cold as ice, but he wouldn't be swayed. That evening, after she'd eaten almost nothing, he sat by the door while she smoked with her eyes shut, as if the sight of him tired her. Then she spoke, her voice flat, analytical. The Singleton story was a lie. She'd worked it out. He wasn't the sort of man, and if he were, he wouldn't have Frederick working for him, wouldn't have made such elaborate preparations. She'd added up the cost of the clothes and art books, £43. She was a prisoner, but he wanted her to be a happy one. So there were two possibilities: ransom, or she was being held for sex. Neither fit. He denied both, insisting he meant her no harm, that he would show proper respect. Then you must be mad, she said, in a nice, kind way, of course. She pressed him on the Singleton story, and he admitted he'd wanted to break it gently. Break what? She asked. Rape? Murder? He protested, but she always put him on the defensive. In his dreams, it was always the other way around. Why am I here? She demanded. Because I want you to be my guest, he said. She stood, removing her jumper, and leaned against the back of the chair in a dark green tartan dress, her hair swept back, her face brave and beautiful. He imagined her on his knees, her soft blonde hair loose under his hand. I love you, he said suddenly. It's driven me mad. She responded with a grave, quiet acknowledgement and looked away. He hadn't meant to say it. Nobby from the Pay Corps had always warned against it, said you should joke about love to keep women chasing you. But with her there, his head spun, and he said things he didn't plan. He told her about the annex, about watching her, about the money and the loneliness. She sat on the bed, staring at the carpet, and the silence stretched between them, broken only by the fan. She asked if he thought keeping her prisoner would make her love him. He wanted her to get to know him. As long as she was here, she said, he'd be just a kidnapper. He stood to leave, but she followed, offering a promise: let her go. She'd tell no one. They could be friends. She could help him. Her look was kind, her smile small and eager. It's not too late, she said. But he couldn't speak. He left without saying good night. He knew others would misunderstand, would think he was after the obvious. Before she came, he'd had those thoughts, those books, those fantasies, but having her real made all that seem disgusting. She was so nice that you had to be nice too, she expected it, somehow. Real respect meant being careful. He barely slept that night, shaken by how the day had gone, by how she'd made him feel foolish. He almost thought of taking her back to London, of going abroad, but her face, her pigtail, her clear eyes, he couldn't do it. The next morning, she ate a little cereal, drank coffee, but they didn't speak. The bed was made differently, so she must have slept. As he was leaving, she stopped him. She wanted to talk. He sat. She said it was mad if he truly loved her. He couldn't want to keep her prisoner. The air was stifling. She couldn't breathe at night. She'd wake with headaches. She would die if he kept her long. He promised it wouldn't be very long. She asked his name. Clegg, he said. Her first name? Ferdinand. She looked at him sharply, suspecting a lie, and he showed his wallet with the gold initials. F stood for Frederick, but he'd always preferred Ferdinand Foreign, distinguished. Uncle Dick used to call him that joking Lord Ferdinand Clegg, Marquis of Bugs. It was just a coincidence, he said. She said she didn't know what he saw in her, couldn't understand why he was in love with her. Perhaps somewhere else she could fall in love with him. She did like gentle, kind men, but not here, not in this room, not ever. He said he just wanted to get to know her. But you can't kidnap people just to get to know them, she insisted. He said he wouldn't have a chance in London. He wasn't clever, not her class. She wouldn't be seen dead with him. She denied being a snob, her words emphatic, almost violent. Some of her best friends were working class in origin. He mentioned Peter Catesby, the young man with a sports car, and she dismissed him, a middle-class suburban oaf. Frederick remembered seeing her climb into the flashy MG and didn't know whether to trust her. She supposed it was all in the papers. He said he hadn't looked. She warned he might go to prison for years, and he said it would be worth it, worth going for life. She promised, swore she'd tell no one, would arrange to meet him as often as he liked. He said he couldn't. Not now felt like a cruel king, her appealing to him so. She said if he let her go, she'd admire him, think of him as chivalrous, a gentleman. He told her not to ask, pleaded. She sat there, watching, saying someone like that must be worth knowing. He had to go, he said, and left so quickly he stumbled over the top step. She stood in the doorway, looking up with a strange expression. Please, she said, gently, nicely. It was hard to resist. It was like catching a specimen with his fingers, coming up slowly behind, but instead of a killing bottle, he had to nip the thorax. And with her, it was twice as difficult. He didn't want to kill her. That was the last thing he wanted. She often spoke against class distinction, but he saw through it. It wasn't what she said, but how she spoke, her dainty ways. She wasn't la-di-da like some, but it was there in her sarcasm, her impatience when he couldn't explain himself or did things wrong. Stop thinking about class, she'd say, like a rich man telling a poor man to stop thinking about money. He didn't hold it against her. She probably did shocking things to prove she wasn't refined, but she was. When angry, she could get right up on her high horse. There was always class between them. That morning he went into Lewis and bought every newspaper. All of them carried something, some with quite a lot, 2 with photographs. Reading the reports, he learned things he hadn't known. Long-haired blonde art student Miranda Gray, 20, who'd won a major scholarship, was missing. She lived with her aunt in Hampstead, had phoned after class to say she was going to a cinema and would be home soon after 8. That was the last time she was seen. There was a big photo with the caption, "Have you seen this girl?" Another paper made him laugh. Hampstead residents worried about prowling wolves in cars. A fellow student, Piers Broughton, had spoken in the coffee bar, saying Miranda seemed perfectly happy on the day she disappeared, had arranged to go to an exhibition with him. A Slade spokesman called her one of their most promising students. Sure, there was some harmless explanation. The police asked for anyone who'd seen or heard anything suspicious in the Hampstead area to come forward. One paper mentioned the police dragging the pawns on Hampstead Heath. Another talked about Piers Broughton as though they were unofficially engaged. He wondered if Piers was the beatnik he'd seen her with. They all said she was pretty, printed photos. If she'd been ugly, it would have been 2 lines on the back page. He sat in the van on the verge, reading every paper cover to cover, and a strange feeling of power settled over him, all those people searching, and he alone knew the answer. He decided then that he would say nothing to her. When he returned, she immediately asked about the newspapers. He claimed he hadn't looked, wasn't going to look, dismissed the press as tripe. She didn't press. He never let her see papers, never allowed her radio or television. He'd read Secrets of the Gestapo before she came, learning how prisoners were cut off from the outside world, not knowing anything, not even able to talk to each other. It broke them down. He didn't want to break her down like the Gestapo, but he thought if she were cut off, she'd have to think about him more. Despite her repeated requests, he refused. In those early days, he told himself it was kindness. She didn't need to read about the police searching. That night, he cooked frozen peas and chicken in white sauce, and she ate, seeming to enjoy it. He asked if he could stay a while, and she agreed, curling on the bed with a blanket at her back, feet folded under her, smoking and looking through an art book. She asked if he knew anything about art, and he admitted he didn't. She said she knew he wouldn't imprison an innocent person if he did. She asked about his free time. He told her he collected butterflies. She remembered the newspaper article, said now he'd collected her. He tried to brush it off, but she pressed no. Literally, he'd pinned her in this little room and could come and gloat. He denied it. She announced she was a Buddhist, hated taking life, even insects. He pointed out she'd eaten the chicken, catching her, but she turned it around. She despised herself, would be a vegetarian if she were a better person. He said he'd stop collecting if she asked, would do anything she asked, except let her fly away, she said. He changed the subject. She said she couldn't respect anyone who did things just to please her. They had to believe they were right. He fell silent. How long would she be here? He didn't know. It depends, he said. On what? She pressed. On her falling in love with him? It was like nagging. Because if it does, she said, I shall be here until I die. He didn't answer. She told him to go away and think it over. The next morning she made her first escape attempt. She told him her bed was loose the far back leg, and he went to help, like a fool. She pushed him off balance and ran up the steps like lightning. He'd allowed for this. A safety hook held the door open, and a wedge blocked it. She tried to kick it away, screamed for help, banged at the locked outer door. He caught her, dragged her back, hating it but knowing action was necessary. She fought, but she was too small. He wasn't Atlas, but he wasn't weak either. She went limp, then suddenly slapped him across the face. It didn't hurt much, but the shock was nasty. She slammed into her room. He bolted the door, put up the false bookcase. Then she wouldn't talk. At lunch, when he tried to let bygones be bygones, she gave him a look of contempt. In the evening she handed him the tray and turned away, making it plain she didn't want him there. He thought she'd get over it, but the next day she wouldn't eat, wouldn't speak, wouldn't look at him. She wore the same white blouse and green tartan tunic, refusing the clothes he'd bought. He grew worried. How long could people go without food? She sat against the wall, miserable, her back turned. The next day, he brought coffee, toast, cereal, marmalade, letting it wait so she could smell it. He said he didn't expect her to understand him or love him, just to try and understand and like him a little if she could. She didn't move. He offered a bargain. He'd tell her when she could go away on certain conditions. He knew, really, he could never let her go. But sometimes, he thought he might. She turned and stared at him. The first sign of life in 3 days. He listed his conditions. Eat, talk, don't try to escape. She refused the last. He said he'd take the first 2. She asked when. 6 weeks, he said. She turned away. 5 weeks, he offered. She insisted on a week. No more. He couldn't agree. She started crying, her shoulders shaking. He approached the bed, but she turned sharply, as if afraid he'd attack. Her eyes were full of tears, her cheeks wet. It upset him. He pleaded with her to be reasonable. She cried, "I hate you." He promised when the time was up, she could go as soon as she liked. She wouldn't have it. Then she dried her eyes, lit a cigarette, and offered 2 weeks. He countered with 5, then agreed to a month, November the 14th. She pointed out 4 weeks was November the 11th. He revised to 28 days, giving her 3 extra. She thanked him, sarcastic. She had conditions: 2 fresh air, light, baths, drawing materials, a radio or record player, things from the chemist, fresh fruit and salads, exercise. He said if he let her outside, she'd escape. She offered parole, her word of honor. He said he'd think about it. She threatened another hunger strike. He agreed to the materials, records, books, food, fresh air. Too dangerous. In the end, he gave in, perhaps at night, but she'd be tied. She wanted a proper bath upstairs. He said he'd see. She wrote out a long list: art supplies, chemist items, food. He bought everything, careful never to visit the same shop twice, worried people would guess he lived alone. He bought a gramophone and a Mozart record, which pleased her. She even cried one day while listening, saying Mozart was dying when he wrote it. To him it just sounded like music. The next day she pushed about the bath and fresh air again. He went upstairs, thought it through, boarded the bathroom window with 3-inch screws so she couldn't signal or climb out. Then he walked through the house, pretending she was with him, identifying danger spots. The downstairs rooms had wooden inside shutters. He drew them across and locked them, later adding padlocks. In the kitchen, he removed all knives. He thought of everything she could do, and in the end, felt safe. After supper, she pressed him again about the bath, and he let her work up a sulk before relenting. He'd take the risk, he said, but if she broke her promise, she'd stay here. She swore she never broke promises, gave her word of honor not to escape or signal. He said he'd tie her up, which she found insulting, but he explained he wouldn't blame her if she broke her word. She shrugged and turned, holding her hands behind her back. He bound her wrists with a scarf to cushion the cord, tight but not painful, and gathered her wash things, noticing with relief that she'd chosen some of the clothes he'd bought. He carried her things, leading the way up the cellar steps, waiting while she unlocked the outer door. He listened first, ensuring no one was about. Outside, it was very dark but clear, stars visible. He gripped her arm tightly and let her stand there for 5 minutes, hearing her breathe deeply. Romantic. He thought her head just reaching his shoulder. He pointed out that you could tell it was a long way from anywhere. When the time was up, he pulled her back inside, through the kitchen and dining room, up the stairs to the bathroom. He warned her the door had no lock and couldn't even shut. He'd nailed a block in place, but he would respect her privacy as long as she kept her word. He'd be on the landing outside. He removed the hand cords on condition she keep the gag on, and she nodded. The bath went without incident. He heard splashing, natural sounds, but when she came out, he was shocked she'd removed the gag, and she looked transformed in the new clothes, her hair wet and loose on her shoulders, softer, younger. He must have looked foolish, trying to be angry about the gag while stunned by how lovely she was. She explained it had hurt, gave her word again, and offered to let him put it back. He couldn't. He tied her hands behind her back instead. He apologized for his suspicion, saying she was all he had that made life worth living the wrong moment, but having her there like that was too much. If she went, he said, he'd do himself in. She said he needed a doctor. He insisted he wasn't mad, just alone. There'd never been anyone but her. She called it the worst kind of illness, then said she felt sorry for him. She asked about washing, wanted to hang things out, or send them to a laundry. He said he'd dry them in the kitchen. She couldn't send anything out. Then she looked around, mischief in her eyes, and asked if he wasn't going to show her his house. Her first real smile, and he couldn't help but smile back. He said it was late, but she pressed on, asking its age 1621, carved over the door. She criticized the carpet, the pictures, and he found himself showing her the rooms. The one for Aunt Annie, Mabel's if they ever came, his own. She examined each closely, the curtains drawn, and he watched her carefully. She praised his neatness, admired the old butterfly pictures he'd bought, called them the only decent things here. He was pleased. She noted the quiet, said she'd been listening for cars, guessed North Essex a test, and he pretended she'd guessed right. Then she said something strange. She should be shivering with fear, but she felt safe with him. He promised he'd never hurt her unless she forced him. It was as he'd always hoped. They were getting to know each other. She was beginning to see him for who he really was. Downstairs, she asked to see the lounge. He let her, the shutters drawn, curtains closed, and she toured the room with her hands behind her back, criticizing the shoddy furniture, the terrible lamps, the china wild ducks. She asked him to retie her hands in front, and he obliged. Then she grabbed the ducks and smashed them on the hearth. He thanked her sarcastically, but she insisted a house as old as this had a soul, that you couldn't fill it with such muck. He admitted he had no experience in furnishing. She moved to the dining room where his cabinet stood and asked to see her fellow victims. He proudly showed her his collection, all caught and bred by him, beautifully arranged. She called them beautiful but sad, accusing him of killing living beauty, hoarding it like a miser. He was disappointed by her reaction. What difference did a dozen specimens make to a species? She said she hated scientists, people who collected and classified and forgot like art critics putting painters in drawers, but she admitted they were beautifully arranged. He showed her his photographs, landscapes, seascapes, and she dismissed them as dead, unlike drawings which lived, but she conceded they were good as photographs go. He said he'd like to take some pictures of her. She was photogenic. She agreed. For tomorrow. It was time to take her down. She didn't object much, let him tie the gag. Below, she wanted tea special china she'd made him buy. He removed the gag, and she came into the outer cellar, hands still bound, looking at his setup. The kettle boiled, the silence comfortable. He said, "Shall I be mother?" And she recoiled, horrid expression, like the wild ducks, suburban, stale, dead. He suggested she be mother instead. She smiled, then stopped, went into her room. He followed with the tray. She poured, but something had made her angry. She wouldn't look at him. He apologized, but she thought of her family, not laughing over tea this evening. He reminded her of the 4 weeks, and she snapped at him. She called him loathsome, and herself too. Then she said something that shocked him. He didn't like words like that. Disgusting, and she screamed it at him again. He couldn't follow her moods. The next morning she was all right, though she didn't apologize. The 2 vases in her room were broken on the steps. She was up, waiting for her breakfast, and immediately asked about daylight. He said it was raining. She wanted to walk in the outer cellar for exercise. They argued, and he set rules. Daytime walks required the gag. Though the gates were locked, he couldn't risk anyone passing, but at night, just the hands would do. He wouldn't promise more than 1 bath a week, and nothing about daylight. She seemed to accept, having learned that sulks got her nowhere. He knew he erred on the strict side, but he had to be careful. Weekends brought more traffic. Fine Sundays saw cars passing every 5 minutes, some slowing to gawk at Foster's, others reversing for a better look, a few cheeky enough to push cameras through the front gate. So on weekends, she never left her room. One day, driving out toward Lewis, a man in a car stopped him. Cultured type, plum in the throat voice, the sort who acted like he owned the place. He wanted to look around and take photographs for a magazine article, especially the priest's chapel. Frederick denied there was a chapel, then claimed the cellar room was blocked up, bricked in. The man pressed, citing county history, threatened him with an order to view from the ancient monuments people. Frederick brushed him off, insisting he was in a hurry. The man drove off, all bluff, but it was the kind of thing he had to think about. That evening he took photographs of her sitting and reading. Ordinary shots. They came out well. She drew him in return. making him sit in a chair and stare at a corner. Half an hour in, she tore the drawing up before he could stop her. She often tore things up, artistic temperament. He would have liked it, but she simply told him not to move. From time to time, she made personal remarks. He was difficult to capture, she said, featureless, nondescript. She was thinking of him as an object, not a person. Later, she said he wasn't ugly, but his face had ugly habits. His underlip was worst. It betrayed him. He checked in the mirror later, but couldn't see what she meant. She asked, out of the blue, if he believed in God. Not much, he answered. She insisted it must be yes or no. He didn't think about it, didn't see that it mattered. She told him he was the one imprisoned in a cellar. He asked if she believed. Of course she did. She said she was a human being. Then she told him to stop talking. She complained about the artificial light, said she could never draw by it, that it lied. He knew what she was getting at, and kept his mouth shut. Another day, she said he was lucky not to have parents. Hers had only stayed together because of her sister, and her mother was a bitch, nasty and ambitious, a drinker. He said he'd heard that. She said she could never have friends to stay. He apologized, but she gave him a sharp look. He hadn't been sarcastic. He told her about his father drinking, his mother leaving. She spoke of her father, weak but much loved, saying he once told her he didn't know how two such bad parents produced two such good daughters, though he was really thinking of her sister, the truly clever one. Frederick argued she was the clever one with her scholarship. She said she was a good draftsman, might become a clever artist, but never a great one. She wasn't egocentric enough. She was a woman, had to lean on something. Then she asked if he was queer. He blushed, denied it. She said it was nothing to be ashamed of. Lots of good men were. She told him he wanted to lean on her. He was looking for his mother. He dismissed it. They'd never be any good together. She said they both wanted to lean. He offered financial support. She countered that he would lean on her for everything else. She held out the drawing, surprisingly good, a flattering likeness, more dignified than he really was. He offered to buy it. She named 200 guineas. He agreed. She gave him a sharp look, then tore it half across. He pleaded, but she insisted it was bad, then threw it at him, put it in a drawer with the butterflies. He bought more Mozart records next time he was in Lewis. She drew a bowl of fruit a dozen times, pinned them up, asked him to choose the best. He picked one. She said it was the worst, a clever little art student's picture. One was good, worth all the rest 100 times over. He could have it for nothing if he guessed it in 3 tries. He guessed wrong. The good one looked half-finished to him, lopsided, barely recognizable. She showed him a Cézanne plate of apples, explaining the artist was saying everything about apples, about all form and color. He took her word for it. All her pictures were nice, he said. She looked at him and said they should have called him Caliban. A few days after her first bath, she grew restless, walking the outer cellar, sitting, getting up. She asked for a walk on parole. She was going mad cooped up. He said it was wet and cold the second week in October. She came close, held out her wrists. He agreed. They went out into a strange night, the moon behind moving clouds, little wind below. She breathed deeply, and he took her arm respectfully, leading her up the path past the wall and lawn, through the privet hedge into the vegetable garden with its fruit trees. In the darkness, feeling her arm through her sleeve, he trembled with a desire to take her in his arms. He forced himself to speak, to stay in control. He told her she wouldn't believe how happy he was, that she thought he felt nothing, but he had deep feelings he couldn't express. He asked her to understand how much he loved her, how much he needed her. He wanted her to consider what other men might have done in his position. A car passed on the lane. He gripped her tighter. At the cellar door, he asked if she wanted another round. She shook her head. Back inside, he made tea, and she spoke. He'd wanted to kiss her out there, hadn't he? He apologized. She thanked him for not doing so, said she knew she was at his mercy, lucky he was decent. He said it wouldn't happen again. She said if it did, and worse, she wouldn't struggle, would let him do what he liked, but she would never respect him, never speak to him again. He shook her hand, red-faced, and stumbled out. The days fell into a rhythm. He came down between 8 and 9, made breakfast, emptied the buckets, sometimes talked. She gave him shopping lists. He went out most days. After lunch, they sat together, or she played records or drew. She made her own tea. They'd agreed not to be together then. Supper. Then more talk. Sometimes a walk in the outer cellar. Sometimes she sent him away. He took photos whenever she let him, posed her in many ways, but wanted her in special clothes and didn't dare ask. She wondered why he needed photos when he could see her every day. And so they passed those evenings together, and it felt like they were the only two people in the world. He knew she'd say he was the only one happy, but he believed there were times she didn't mind. He could watch her for hours, the shape of her head, the graceful curve of her hair, like a swallowtail, like silk strands loose over her shoulders. He wanted words to describe her, a poet's words, but he had none. Every movement was delicate, turning a page, standing, sitting, drinking, smoking, even yawning and stretching seemed pretty. She couldn't do ugly things. She was too beautiful, and always clean. She never smelled anything but sweet and fresh, hating dirt as he did, though she laughed at him for it, saying it was a sign of madness. If that was so, they both must have been mad. It wasn't all peace. Several times she tried to escape, but he was always on the lookout. She nearly fooled him. When he entered, she was retching, a mess of sickness on the floor, and she lay there in apparent agony, murmuring about appendicitis, claiming she'd nearly died in the night. He asked how she knew, but she just turned her face to the wall and groaned. He almost believed her. Aunt Annie's voice echoed in his memory. The boy next door waited too long. A wonder he didn't die. But then he steadied himself. It might be a game. She was cunning. He knew that. She doubled up in a spasm, then sat up, promising anything if he'd get a doctor or take her to hospital. He said it would be the end for him. She'd tell them. She swore she wouldn't, so convincingly he had to admire her acting. He said he'd make tea, needing time to think, but she doubled over again, the sick on the floor, her pale face. He had to do something. He said he'd run down the lane to a house with a telephone. She begged to be taken to hospital, said it would be safer for him. He played his own part, despairing, saying goodbye, then rushed out as if in distress, leaving both doors open. He waited. A minute later, she appeared no more ill than he was. She gave him a look and went back down. He gave her a nasty look to scare her. She changed moods so quickly. He often got left behind. She liked to keep him stumbling after her, sometimes calling him Caliban, sometimes Ferdinand. She could be cutting, sneering, mimicking, asking questions he couldn't answer. Then other times she was sympathetic, making him feel understood as no one had since Uncle Dick. He remembered little things. One day she sat on the bed cushions and a rug laid out showing him the secrets of paintings, the hidden proportions and harmonies. They sat close but not touching. He was careful after the garden. She told him not to be so stiff. She wouldn't kill him if their sleeves touched. He didn't move, but she shifted so their arms and shoulders touched, all while continuing her lecture. Then she suddenly stopped, accusing him of not listening, of thinking about touching her. He denied it, but she told him to relax. She stood, her blue skirt and black jumper suiting her perfectly, and beat her fist against the wall. She had a friend who kissed everyone meaninglessly. She said he was the opposite, having no contact at all, both equally sick. He smiled defensively, and she told him not to. He said she was always right. She demanded. He tell her she was wrong. He couldn't. She cried out his name, mocked his suffering, and he had to laugh. But then she grew serious, telling him it was terrible he couldn't treat her as a friend, to forget her sex and relax. He said he'd try, but she wouldn't sit near him again. Another day she screamed blood-curdlingly while he was fixing her painting to the wall. He jumped, dropped the tape, and she just laughed. She felt like a good scream, she said. Unpredictable. She criticized his way of speaking constantly. One day she said he blotted color out of the English language every time he opened his mouth, like rain washing color out of everything. She worked on him about her parents, sick with worry, how mean he was not letting them know. He insisted he couldn't risk it. She proposed a method gloves, Woolworth's paper and envelopes, a dictated letter, posting from a big town untraceable. After days of nagging, he bought the supplies. That evening, he dictated, "I am safe and not in danger." She wrote it, calling his English filthy. He continued, "Do not try to find me. It is impossible." She was cheeky, saying nothing's impossible. He added that she was being well looked after by a friend, then told her to sign her name. She suggested, adding, "Mr. Clegg sends his regards." He told her she was very funny. She wrote something and handed it over. "See you soon, love, Nanda." Her baby name, she said. He preferred Miranda. He put the sheet in the envelope, then luckily checked inside. There, a tiny slip of paper smaller than half a cigarette paper with her smallest handwriting, a message revealing everything. Kidnapped by a madman, F. Clegg, clerk from the annex who won the pools, prisoner in a cellar in a lonely timbered cottage with a date of 1621, hilly country 2 hours from London. So far safe, frightened. She'd prepared it, and slipped it in. He was angry, shocked. He asked if she was frightened. She nodded. "What have I done?" he demanded. "Nothing." She said that's why she was frightened. She was waiting for him to do something. He promised again, but she knew he'd broken his word. He felt used. He put the note in his pocket. She stood before him, placed her hands on his shoulders, made him look into her eyes. When she was sincere, she could draw the soul out of him. He was wax in her hands. She accused him of behaving like a little boy, forgetting he was keeping her by force, gentle force, but frightening. He said, as long as she kept her word, he'd keep his. She pointed out she'd never given her word not to try to escape. He accused her of living only for the day she'd see the last of him. She said she wanted to see the last of the house, not of him. He grew angry, defending himself. If he were mad, he'd have killed her already. There'd be a lot more of this if more people had the money and time the police knew. The figures were too big to release. She stared at him, as if he were a stranger. She said she feared something in him he didn't know was there lurking, waiting to spring. In a way, she said, they were on the same side against it. He dismissed it as talk. She said being decent was accepting you couldn't have everything. He said people took what they could get, especially if they'd had little most of their lives. She smiled, older than him, and said he needed psychiatric treatment. He said the only treatment he needed was her friendship. She insisted she was his friend. No, he said. She asked if he felt this had gone on long enough. No. Would he let her go? No. She could be gagged and tied and driven back to London, she said, and she'd never tell. No, there must be something he wanted to do with her, she pressed. He said he just wanted to be with her, all the time. In bed? She asked. He said no, but you want to. He refused to speak about it. She called him extraordinary. He thanked her. She said if he let her go, she'd want to see him to try to understand him. Like going to the zoo? He asked. She said he'd never do that. He liked the mystery man side of their talk, showing her she didn't know everything. She knelt before him, hands up, playing the oriental slave, asking if the mysterious master would accept apologies. He said he'd think about it. She made a joke about her unkind letter, and he laughed. She could act anything. She stayed kneeling, more serious, and gave him a look. Will you send a letter? He made her ask again, then gave in. It was nearly the big mistake of his life. The next day, he drove to London, foolishly telling her. She gave him a long list: foreign cheese, German sausages from Soho, records, clothes, pictures by a specific artist. He was happy, no clouds in sight. He thought she'd forgotten about the 4 weeks, or at least accepted he'd want more. Talk about a dream world. He didn't get back until tea time. He went straight down but knew at once something was wrong. She didn't look pleased, barely glanced at the things he'd bought, The moment he descended the steps, he knew. Dirt scattered across the stone floor, and when he looked up he saw the damaged 4 stones pried loose from the wall, their edges raw, the beginning of a tunnel she had tried to dig. He worked one free easily, but behind it was only more stone. Solid. Hopeless. She sat on the bed, refusing to look at him, and he understood everything at once. The special sausages, the request for particular pictures, all of it had been a gambit, a way to keep him busy and give her time. He accused her of trying to escape, and she snapped back at him, sharp and furious, telling him to shut up. As he searched for whatever tool she had used, something small and metal flew past his head and clattered against the floor, a rusty 6-inch nail. He had no idea where she'd found it. He warned her that he would never leave her alone that long again, that she had destroyed any trust he'd tried to give her. She turned away, refusing to speak, and he felt a cold spike of fear that she would retreat into another hunger strike. So he backed down, left her alone, and returned later with supper. She said nothing, and he left again. The next day she seemed calmer, though she barely spoke to him. She never mentioned the escape attempt again, but he noticed a raw scratch across her wrist, and when she tried to hold a pencil to draw, she winced. He had never posted the letter to her parents. He knew how cunning the police could be. One of his former colleagues had a brother at Scotland Yard, and he had heard stories. A speck of dust could betray a location. When she asked about the letter, his face burned, but he offered a half-truth, saying he'd held back because he felt her distrust of him. She seemed to accept the excuse, but he knew it was cruel to her family. Still, she had told him her parents weren't much, and he couldn't worry about everyone. He had done the same with the check for the nuclear disarmament campaign. He had written it out, shown it to her, but never sent it. When she pressed for proof, he claimed he'd sent it anonymously. He saw no point in funding causes he didn't believe in. Rich people, in his view, only gave to see their names in print or to dodge taxes. Each time she wanted a bath, he had to rescrew the boards across the window. One late night, a gale howling outside, he let her go without the gag. Afterward, she wanted to sit in the sitting room correcting him when he called it the lounge, her hands bound. He saw no harm, and turned on the electric fire, though she mocked the imitation logs and insisted he should have real ones, which he eventually did. She sat on the carpet, drying her freshly washed hair, and he watched her. She wore black slacks he had bought, a small red scarf the only color, her hair loose and spread around her shoulders, his favorite way to see it. Earlier that day, she had worn it in 2 pigtails, and he had taken pleasure in noting the daily changes. But soon she grew restless, pacing the room, repeating the word bored, like a mantra against the howling wind outside. She stopped in front of him and demanded entertainment. He offered to take photographs, but she refused. She wanted him to sing or dance, but he admitted he couldn't. She asked for funny stories, and he confessed he knew none. When she pressed further about dirty jokes, he said he wouldn't tell one, even if he knew, because they were for men. She claimed women knew just as many, and he admitted he wouldn't be surprised. She called him slippery, impossible to pin down. Then without warning, she snatched a cushion and kicked it at him. He stood up, startled, as she did the same with another, then a third that missed, and sent a copper kettle clattering off the side table. He told her to calm down, but she only quoted something he thought it was literary, and then grabbed a jug from the mantelpiece, hurling it at him. He failed to catch it, and it shattered against the wall. He warned her again, but another jug flew, and she was laughing. Not vicious, just wild, like a child. Then she took a pretty green plate from the wall and smashed it. He had always liked that plate, and he shouted at her to stop. She only put her thumb to her nose, stuck out her tongue, and taunted him. He told her she should know better, and she mocked him in return, then asked him to move aside so she could reach more plates on the other side of the room. He refused, and when she darted past him, he caught her arm. Suddenly, the mood shifted. She went quiet and demanded he let go. He hesitated, thinking it was another joke, but her tone turned sharp, and he released her immediately. She walked back to the fire and sat down. After a moment, she asked for a broom, insisting she wanted to clear the broken pieces herself. He said he would do it tomorrow, but she insisted. She blamed him for the mess, and he agreed. Then she launched into an attack on everything he was: petit bourgeois, square, obsessed with propriety. She accused him of despising the upper classes for their snobbish ways, while offering nothing in their place except a fearful refusal to embrace anything unpleasant or messy. She claimed that every great work of art and everything beautiful in life was born from what he would call nasty passion, love, hatred, truth. He told her he didn't understand what she was talking about. She pressed on, questioning why he clung to words like nasty, nice, proper, and right, why he was so afraid of life's messiness, why he killed all the beauty. He answered that he had never had her advantages. She argued that he could change. He was young, he had money, he could learn. But instead, she said, he had indulged in a childish dream and buried himself in being nice to her, so he wouldn't have to face the ugliness of what he had done. She stopped herself, frustrated, saying she was wasting her breath. He admitted he wasn't educated. She almost shouted that he was perverse, that he had the resources to become whatever he wanted, but refused to shake off his past. She leaned toward him, urging him to become a new human being, to kill off his aunt and his old life. He replied that it seemed hopeless. She insisted he could collect pictures instead of butterflies, that she could teach him what to look for, introduce him to people, help struggling artists. He countered that clever people collected butterflies. She asked what the use of cleverness was if it didn't make someone human. He didn't understand the question, and she said he wouldn't if he had to ask. She ended by saying she always ended up talking down to him, and she hated it. He always squirmed one step lower than she could go. It hurt at the time, but he forgave her. He knew she was asking for someone he could never be. That night, he dreamed of collecting pictures, of owning a grand house filled with famous paintings, with Miranda there too. But he knew it was fantasy. Pictures meant nothing to him. He would never want them for himself. She would never see that. She did several more drawings of him, capturing what she called his inner character, rather than a flattering likeness. He didn't like the results, the pointed nose, the thin, unpleasant mouth. He knew he wasn't handsome, but the portrait stung. He avoided thinking about the 4-week deadline. He had no plan, only a vague hope that he could talk her into staying longer, that he still had some power over her. He waited, day by day, half expecting the police to find him. One night, he dreamed they came, and he had to kill her before they entered the room. He used a cushion, striking her over and over, but she only laughed. He jumped on her, smothered her, and she finally lay still. But when he lifted the cushion, she was still laughing, only pretending to die. He woke in a sweat. It was the first time he had dreamed of killing anyone. In the days before the deadline, she began talking about leaving, swearing she would never tell anyone. He pretended to believe her, but he knew that even if she meant it, the police or her family would get the truth out of her. She kept promising to be his friend, to help him choose pictures, to introduce him to people. She was kind to him in those final days, and though he knew she had her reasons, he appreciated it. The fateful day arrived November 10th. The first thing she asked for over coffee was a celebration party. He made a joke about inviting guests, but she wanted just the two of them, to mark how far they had come. She wanted it upstairs, in the dining room. He had no choice but to agree. She gave him a list of things to buy from the fancy grocer in Louis Sherry, Champagne. He had never seen her so excited, and despite everything, he caught some of her energy. He joked about evening dress, and she wished aloud she had something nice to wear. He offered to buy her a dress, telling her to describe the color and style, and she laughed at him. He had been so careful, and yet he had just given away that he was shopping in Louis. But she didn't seem to mind. She mixed paints to show him the exact shade she wanted, sketching the simple knee-length design. He always loved watching her draw. She was so quick and fluttery, eager to capture whatever idea came to her. His own thoughts, however, were grim. He still had no plan. He didn't even know if he intended to keep his promise. A forced promise, he reasoned, was no promise at all. He drove to Brighton and found the dress in a small shop. It was elegant, clearly good quality, and the shopkeeper hesitated to sell it without a fitting, but it was the right size. On his way back to the van, he passed a jeweler's window and stopped. A sapphire and diamond necklace lay on black velvet, arranged in a heart shape. £300. He almost walked away, but something pulled him back, his more generous nature, he told himself. He had the money. The saleswoman tried it on for him, and it was beautiful, delicate, Victorian. Miranda had once mentioned liking Victorian things, and that sealed it. The shop had trouble accepting his check, but a call to his bank quickly changed their attitude. He reflected bitterly that if he had spoken with a posh accent, they wouldn't have questioned him. One idea led to another. While buying the necklace, he saw rings. He thought of a plan. He could ask her to marry him. If she said yes, perhaps it would solve everything. If she said no, it would give him a reason to keep her. He knew she would refuse. He bought a ring cheap, just for show. Back at the house, he washed the necklace thoroughly. He couldn't bear the thought of it having touched another woman's skin and hid it away, waiting for the right moment. Then he set about preparing everything. She had asked for flowers on the table, bottles arranged, the room laid out like a grand hotel. He took all his usual precautions, of course. They had agreed he would fetch her at 7, and after delivering the parcels, he was not to see her again until then. It felt like the hours before a wedding. He made a decision for this one night. He would let her come up without the gag or bindings. It was a risk, but he would watch her like a hawk, and he kept the chloroform and carbon tetrachloride close at hand, ready to act if anything went wrong. If someone knocked at the door, he could have her subdued and hidden in the kitchen within seconds. At 7, he put on his best suit, a fresh shirt, and a new tie, and went down to get her. Rain pattered against the windows good. That would keep anyone away. She made him wait nearly 10 minutes, and when she finally emerged, he was stunned. For a moment, he didn't recognize her. She wore the creamy dress, simple and elegant, her arms and neck bare, and she had applied the French perfume he had given her, along with makeup for the first time since her capture. Her hair was pinned up in a sophisticated style empire, she called it, and dark lines around her eyes gave her a look he could only describe as model-like, the kind of woman he had seen in magazines. She was no longer a girl, she was a woman, and the transformation left him clumsy and awkward. He felt the same way he did watching a butterfly emerge from its chrysalis, that confusion of beauty and the knowledge of what came next. She turned, showing off the dress, and asked what he thought. He managed to say, "Very nice," and she teased him for such a lukewarm response. He corrected himself, calling her beautiful, but he couldn't say more. He wanted to look at her constantly, and yet he couldn't bring himself to do it. There was also fear. She seemed further away than ever, and he knew with growing certainty that he could never let her go. He asked if she was ready to go up, and she noted the absence of cords and gag. He told her that was all over now, and she said that what he was doing tonight and tomorrow would be one of the best things that ever happened to him. He couldn't help adding that it was one of the saddest, but she insisted it was the beginning of a new life, a new him. She took his hand and led him up the steps. The rain was pouring, and she only paused to breathe once before stepping into the kitchen and through to the lounge. She pronounced it nice, and he reminded her that she had said that word meant nothing. She acknowledged that some things were indeed nice and asked for sherry. He poured them each a glass, and they stood together. She made him laugh by pretending the room was full of people, waving at invisible guests and narrating their reactions to his new life. She put on soft music, and with the scent of her perfume filling the room, the warmth of the real log fire, and the sherry loosening his nerves, he almost forgot what he had to do later. He even told a few silly jokes, and she laughed. After a second glass of sherry, she noticed the gift he had left for her in the other room. She opened the dark blue leather case and stared at the necklace, speechless. When she asked if the stones were real, he confirmed they were small but high quality. She called them fantastic. then held the box out to him, saying she couldn't accept them, that she understood the meaning behind such a gift, but couldn't take it. He insisted she keep them, and she said she would wear them for now, pretending they were hers. He told her they were hers. She came around the table and asked him to put the necklace on her as was proper when giving jewelry. She stood close, watching him, and he fumbled with the clasp, his hands trembling. It was the first time he had touched her skin since that initial handshake. She smelled so wonderful he could have stayed like that all evening, like a scene from a perfume advertisement. When she turned to face him, she asked if they were nice, and he nodded, unable to speak. She asked if he wanted a kiss on the cheek, and without waiting for an answer she pressed her lips to his cheek. His face burned, red enough to start a fire. They had cold chicken and champagne, and he was surprised by how pleasant it was, so easy to drink. He wished he had bought another bottle. She was witty, continuing her imaginary conversations with absent friends, and they laughed a lot. After supper they made coffee together in the kitchen. He kept a careful watch on her, then returned to the lounge, where she put on some of the jazz records he had bought her. They sat together on the sofa. They played charades. She acted out syllables and words, and he had to guess them. He was hopeless at both the acting and the guessing. She kept miming butterfly over and over, and he guessed everything from aeroplane to every bird he could think of, until she collapsed in a chair, declaring him hopeless. Then she tried to teach him to dance jive and samba, but touching her made him too confused, and he could never get the rhythm right. She must have thought him painfully slow. Eventually, she needed to use the bathroom. He didn't like letting her out of his sight, but he couldn't expect her to go down to the cellar. He stood on the stairs where he could watch for any trick with the lights. He had slipped up and left the boards off the window. The window was high, and he knew he would hear if she tried anything. It was a long drop. She came out and saw him on the stairs, asking sharply if he couldn't trust her. He said it wasn't that. Back in the lounge, she pressed him on what it was. He admitted that if she escaped now, she would still say he had imprisoned her, but if he took her home, he could claim he had released her. He knew it sounded foolish. He was acting, trying to navigate a difficult situation. She looked at him, and then asked him to sit beside her so they could talk. She asked what he would do when she was gone. He said he didn't think about it. She asked if he would want to keep seeing her, and he said of course. She spoke of making him into something modern, someone interesting to meet, and he protested that she would be ashamed of him. She insisted she had friends of all sorts and was never ashamed of them. She knew people more strange than him, including an immoral but brilliant painter. She promised to help him shed his shame if he would try. It seemed like the right moment. He couldn't stand it any longer. He asked her to marry him, producing the ring from his pocket. There was silence. He promised her everything he owned and asked for nothing in return. She could study art, do what she wanted, even have her own bedroom, and lock it every night. She called the arrangement horrible and inhuman, saying they would never understand each other, that they didn't share the same kind of heart. He insisted he had a heart. She argued that she thought only in terms of beauty and ugliness, not good and bad, and that many nice things were ugly, while many nasty things were beautiful. He accused her of playing with words, but she only smiled, stood by the fire, and withdrew into herself. He tried to jolt her by mentioning Piers Broughton, and she was visibly surprised. She dismissed Piers as the last person she would marry, saying she would rather marry him. He asked why it couldn't be him then. She explained that she could only marry a man to whom she felt she belonged in every way, mind, heart, body, and that he didn't belong to her because she couldn't accept what he offered. He said he didn't want much, and she countered that he wanted the things she gave anyway: her appearance, her voice, her movements, but not the deeper things, which she couldn't give him because she didn't love him. He stood up, head throbbing, and said that changed everything. She knew what he meant but pretended not to. When she offered to marry him as soon as he liked, he laughed bitterly, saying he didn't trust her. She asked what she could do to prove her friendship, and he told her to shut up. Then she acted. He had been expecting something, but what he hadn't expected was the sound of a car pulling up outside. She kicked a burning log from the fireplace onto the carpet, screaming as she did, and bolted for the window. Finding it padlocked, she turned toward the door. He caught her before she could reach it. The chloroform was in a drawer, and speed was everything. She scratched and clawed, biting and kicking, but panic gave him the edge. He subdued her, grabbed the pad, and pressed it over her face. She struggled, twisting her head, but he held firm. All the while he listened for the car and watched the smoldering log filling the room with smoke. Once she was unconscious, he let her go, poured water from a vase over the fire, and carried her down to her cell, laying her on the bed. He went back upstairs to check that the fire was out and that no one was outside. He opened the front door casually. No one there. Everything was fine. He returned to her. She was still unconscious on the bed, the dress slipping off one shoulder. The sight stirred something in him, a new kind of excitement, ideas he hadn't allowed himself before. Seeing her lying there, helpless, made him feel like the master. The dress was off her shoulder, and he could see the top of her stocking. He remembered an American film, or perhaps it was a magazine about a man who took a drunk girl home and undressed her, nothing nasty, just putting her to bed in his pajamas. So he did something similar. He removed her dress and stockings, leaving her brassiere and other undergarments on, not going the whole way. She looked like she was wearing a bikini, just strips of nothing, as his aunt would have said. It was the chance he had been waiting for. He fetched his camera and took photographs. He would have taken more, but she began to stir, so he packed up and left quickly. He developed and printed the photos that night. They came out very nicely. Not artistic, but interesting. He didn't sleep at all that night. His mind churned, feverish with impulses he barely recognized. More than once he considered going back down, giving her the pad again, taking more photographs. The champagne and the strain of the evening had unsettled him, and her words had burrowed under his skin. It was, he told himself, a culmination, a perfect storm of circumstances that had pushed him to the edge. He knew, looking back, that nothing would ever be the same. The events of that night had drawn a line between them that could never be crossed. She would never understand him, and he supposed she would say the same of him, that he had never truly understood her, or could have anyway. When he reflected on what he had done, undressing her, he convinced himself it wasn't so bad. Most men in his position, he reasoned, would have lost control entirely. He had only taken photographs. That was almost a point in his favor. He decided a letter would be the best approach. He wrote it carefully, an apology for the previous night, a reminder that he had only used force because she had forced him to, an explanation that he had taken off her dress because he thought she might be ill again. He stressed that he had shown every respect possible under the circumstances and asked her to credit him for not going further. He ended by saying he would have to keep her a little longer. He didn't know how to address her. Dear Miranda seemed too familiar, so he left it blank. The next morning he took down her breakfast. She was sitting in her chair, staring at him. He said good morning, then asked if she wanted cereal. No reply. He left the tray with a letter on it and waited outside. When he returned, nothing had been touched. The letter was still unopened, and she was still staring. For several days, she refused everything. As far as he could tell, she drank only water. He brought food she had liked before, continental chocolate, caviar, the best he could find in Lewis, but she wouldn't touch any of it. He tried arguing, begging, acting gentle and then bitter. Nothing worked. She sat with her back to him, ignoring his presence. He brought the letter again, and this time she tore it up, so at least she had touched it. He was beginning to worry when, one morning, she was standing by her bed, her back to him. She turned as he entered, and said good morning in a tone thick with spite. He replied that it was nice to hear her voice again, and she warned him it wouldn't be he would wish he had never heard it. She said she was going to kill him, that he had let her starve. He pointed out that he had brought her food every day. She couldn't answer that, but she said he was no longer keeping her prisoner. He was keeping death prisoner. He urged her to eat something. From then on she ate normally, but it was not like before. She barely spoke, and when she did, it was sharp and sarcastic. She was so bad-tempered that he couldn't stay with her for more than a minute without being told to get out. One day, she hurled a plate of baked beans at him. He felt like striking her, but held back. He was growing tired of the whole situation, but she refused to let go of what had happened that evening. They had reached a dead end. Then one night she asked for something. He had gotten into the habit of leaving quickly after supper, but she stopped him. She wanted a bath. He said it wasn't convenient, but agreed to the next night if she gave her parole. She agreed, though her voice was hard. He knew what her parole was worth. She also wanted to walk in the cellar. She pushed her hands forward for him to tie, and he did the first time he had touched her in days. She walked up and down in her peculiar way while he sat on the steps. The wind howled above them, and for a long time she said nothing. Then she asked if he was enjoying life. He said not much. She walked a few more laps and began to hum. He complimented the tune, but when he said he liked it, she declared she didn't anymore. She asked him to talk about butterflies, why he collected them, where he found them. He talked for half an hour until she told him to stop. She went back inside, and when he removed her cords, she sat on the bed with her back to him. He asked if she wanted tea, but she didn't answer. Then he realized she was crying. He couldn't bear to see her so unhappy. He went closer and offered to buy her anything she wanted, but she turned on him, eyes blazing, screaming at him to get out. The next day, she was quiet. He prepared the bathroom and, after her silent walk, took her upstairs. She had her bath, then came out with her hands out to be tied and the gag in place. As they left the kitchen, she stumbled, and her bath things scattered on the path. She seemed innocent enough, bending to rub her knees, and he knelt to help. He kept a hand on her dressing gown, but he took his eyes off her. That was when she struck. The blow hit his shoulder, his coat collar taking much of the force. He fell sideways, trying to avoid a second strike, but he kept hold of her dressing gown. Then he saw what she had in her hands, the old axe he had used in the garden that morning. He had left it on the kitchen windowsill, and she had spotted it. One mistake, and everything was lost. For a moment, she had him at her mercy. It was a miracle she didn't kill him. She struck again, and he only half raised his arm. The axe gashed his temple, and blood poured down his face. He kicked out and twisted, and she fell sideways. He heard the axe clatter on the stone. He grabbed it, threw it onto the grass, and seized her before she could tear off the gag. They fought briefly, but she must have realized she had missed her chance. She stopped struggling, and he forced her back into her cell. He was rough, his head pounding and blood streaming down his face. He shoved her inside, and she gave him a strange look before he slammed the door and bolted it. He left her tied and gagged, hoping to teach her a lesson. Upstairs, he washed the wound. When he saw his face in the mirror, he nearly fainted. Blood everywhere, but the axe had not been very sharp, and it had only glanced off his skull, leaving a jagged but shallow cut. He sat for a long time with a cloth pressed to it, surprised at his own tolerance for blood. He felt bitter about the attack. If he hadn't been so faint, he might have done something he would regret. It was the final straw, and dark thoughts crossed his mind, but that was neither here nor there now. The next morning, his head still aching, he went down ready for trouble, but she surprised him. She stood up and asked how his head was, and he could tell she was trying to be kind. He said he was lucky not to be dead. She looked pale and serious, held out her hands. She had gotten the gag off but still wore the cords, and he untied them. She asked to see the wound. He backed away, still jumpy, but she insisted, fetching a bottle of Dettol and cotton wool. She removed the plaster and cleaned the cut gently, her touch soft. He thanked her, and she apologized for what she had done, thanking him for not retaliating. She said she didn't want to talk about it further, just to apologize. He accepted. She turned away to have breakfast, and he waited outside. When he went back to clear the tray, she was dressed and the bed was made. She told him to get TCP ointment for himself and handed him the tray with the faintest hint of a smile. It didn't seem like much, but it marked a real change, almost worth a head wound. He felt happy, like the sun was coming out again. For the next few days they were neither friendly nor hostile. She said little, but she wasn't bitter. Then she asked him to sit for a drawing, using it as an excuse to talk. She told him a story about a girl whose young man was so in love with her that he had kidnapped her. She wanted to be free without hurting him and didn't know what to do. He advised patience. She pressed him on what she had to do to be freed, and he couldn't answer if he said she had to stay forever. They would be back where they started. She said marriage was no good because he couldn't trust her. He admitted not yet. She asked if going to bed with him would change things. He said he didn't think she was that sort, and she replied that she was just trying to find his price. He told her she knew what he wanted, and she insisted she didn't. But he knew she did. She demanded a simple answer. Did he want to go to bed with her or not? He said not like this, not with the way things were between them. She pressed him, asking what he meant by the way things were now. He turned her cleverness back on her, suggesting she should know. She took a breath, and he felt a small satisfaction in putting her on the defensive. She accused him of thinking she was only looking for a way to escape, that anything she did would be just for that purpose. He admitted that was exactly what he thought. She asked if he would feel differently if she acted out of liking or just for fun. He replied that he could buy that kind of thing in London whenever he wanted. That silenced her for a moment. She started drawing again, then said he hadn't kept her there because he found her sexually attractive. He insisted he found her very attractive the most. She called him a Chinese box, and when he tried to speak again, she told him it would spoil her pose. He knew what others would think of his behavior. Most men would have taken advantage, used the pad, gotten whatever they wanted. There had been plenty of opportunities, but he wasn't that sort. Not at all. She was like a caterpillar trying to feed up in a few days. When it took months, nothing good would come of rushing. People these days were always in a hurry, grabbing at things as soon as they thought of them. He was different, old-fashioned. He liked to think about the future, let things develop in good time. Easy does it, as his uncle used to say. What she never understood was that for him, having her was enough. He just wanted to have her, safe at last. 2 or 3 days passed. She said little, but after lunch one day she observed that she was a prisoner for life. He could tell she was just talking, so he said nothing. She suggested they start being friends again, and he agreed. She wanted a bath that night, and he said yes. Then she asked to sit upstairs afterward. She was going mad in her room. He said he would see what he could do. He lit the fire, and made sure there was nothing she could pick up and use against him. He no longer pretended to trust her. The bath went as usual, and when she came out, he tied her hands but left the gag off. He followed her downstairs. She wore a purple and white housecoat he had bought, her hair done up elegantly, and she had applied a generous amount of French scent. She asked for the remaining sherry, and he poured it. She stood by the fire, warming her bare feet, watching the flames. They drank in silence, but she gave him strange looks that made him uneasy. She finished her second glass quickly and asked for another. She told him to sit on the sofa, then stood before him, shifting from foot to foot. Suddenly, she sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his head and kissing him on the mouth. He was stunned. She told him not to be so stiff and guided his arm around her waist. She was warm and perfumed, her housecoat hanging open to above the knees, but she didn't seem to care. He asked what was going on, and she told him to relax. When she asked why he didn't kiss her, he kissed the top of her head, but she scolded him. He said he didn't want to, and she asked why not. He said he might go too far, and she replied that so might she. He knew she was laughing at him. He admitted. He knew what he was not the sort she liked. She insisted every man was attractive sometimes. He said he didn't know that, and she told him to try. He protested that it could lead to things, and she said she didn't care what it led to. She kissed him again, her tongue pressing against his lips, and asked if it was nice. He admitted it was. She pulled his head toward her, and he kissed her. He knew he was weak. He should have told her to stop, but he was drawn in against his will. She laid her head on his shoulder and asked if she was the first girl he had ever kissed. He deflected the question. She told him to relax. not to be nervous or ashamed. She kissed him again, her eyes closed. She had drunk 3 glasses of sherry, and he began to feel worked up. He had always understood that a gentleman controls himself, and he didn't know what to do. When she pulled away, he tried to sit up straighter. She asked if she was hurting him, and he said yes. She moved off his lap but sat close, asking him to undo her hands. He stood up, shamed, and went to the window. She watched him from the sofa, kneeling. She asked what was wrong, told him there was nothing to be afraid of. He insisted he wasn't frightened. She coaxed him to come back and turn out the lights, just have the firelight. He did, but stayed by the window. She asked him to come sit with her, but he said it wasn't right. She was only pretending. She asked why he didn't come and see, then went to stand by the fire. He stayed where he was, feeling cold inside. She came to him, took his hand, and pulled him to the fire. She held out her hands, and he untied them. She kissed him again. Then she stepped back and unfastened her housecoat. She was completely naked. He barely glanced at her, but she stood there, smiling, waiting. She raised her arms to undo her hair, deliberately provoking him in the firelight and shadows. He felt sick and trembling, worse than with the prostitute. He couldn't stand the shame. She came to him and began undressing him, his coat, his tie, his shirt buttons. He was like putty in her hands. She pulled his shirt out, and soon he was naked too. She pressed against him, but he was tense, frozen. She did things he had never expected of her, and he was twisted inside. He knew what she was thinking, that this was why he had always been so respectful. He wanted to prove he could do it, to show her he was really respectful, then tell her it was beneath him. But he couldn't. They lay still, and he felt her despising him. She got up, knelt beside him, and stroked his head, saying it happened to lots of men. She put her housecoat back on and sat by the fire watching him dress. He made up a story, a lie, telling her he knew he could never do it, that a psychiatrist in the army had told him so. He wanted her pity. She asked if touching her pleased him at all, and he admitted the problem came when it went past kissing. She said she shouldn't have shocked him. He said it wasn't her fault, that he wasn't like other people. She claimed to understand. He said he dreamed about it, that it could never be real. She was quiet for a long time, and he considered using the pad, putting her back downstairs and being alone. Then she asked what kind of doctor had told him he could never do it. He said just a doctor, a psychiatrist in the army. She asked what sort of dreams he had about her. All sorts, no sexy ones. She wouldn't leave it alone. He said he dreamed of holding her, sleeping side by side. She offered to try that, but he refused. He wished she had never started. She asked why he thought she had done it. Not love, he said. She told him she had sacrificed her principles tonight, yes, to escape, but also to help him. She wanted to show him that sex was just an activity, not dirty like dancing or a game. She said she was doing something she had never done for any man, and she thought he owed her something. He saw her game, wrapping her meaning in words, making him feel indebted. She asked if he understood what she had said. He said he did. That was all? He didn't feel like talking. She pointed out that he could have stopped her at the beginning, and she was right. He tried to protest, to say he had tried to stop her at the beginning, but she knelt by the fire and stared into the flames, remarking that they were further apart than ever. He suggested that before she had hated him, but now she must despise him too. She corrected him, saying she pitied him for what he was and for not seeing what she was. He shot back that he could see exactly what she was. He sounded sharper than he intended, and she turned, bent her head, and covered her face with her hands. He suspected she was pretending to cry. Finally, in a quiet voice, she asked him to take her downstairs. He did. When he had removed her cords and was about to leave, she stopped him, saying that they had been naked in front of each other, and yet they could not be further apart. He left her, feeling something close to madness. He didn't sleep that night. The image of him standing there, lying there with no clothes on, kept replaying in his mind. He could see her laughing at him. His whole body burned with shame. He paced upstairs for hours, then drove to the sea, fast, reckless, not caring what happened. He could have done anything. He could have killed her. Everything he did later, he believed, was because of that night. She was stupid, he thought. Not really, but she didn't see how to love him the right way. There were many ways she could have pleased him, but she was like all women, one-track-minded. He never respected her again. The anger lingered for days. Because he could do it. The photographs from that night, he looked at them sometimes. They didn't talk back. That was what she never knew. The next morning, he went down as if nothing had happened. She said nothing about it either. He brought her breakfast. She said she didn't need anything from Lewis, and she walked in the cellar while he locked her back in and went upstairs. He slept. That evening, things were different. She wanted to talk. She told him she had tried everything, and now there was only one thing left. She would fast again until he let her go. There was unless, she hinted, she would accept that he wouldn't release her immediately, but she refused to stay in the cellar any longer. She wanted to be a prisoner upstairs with daylight, fresh air. He responded with sarcasm, asking if he should call in carpenters and decorators. She sighed, pleading with him not to be like that, saying she hadn't meant to hurt him. But she had killed all the romance. She had made herself like any other woman, and he no longer respected her. He knew her game. Once she was upstairs, she would be as good as gone. Still, he didn't want another hunger strike, so he played for time. He asked how soon, and she said he could keep her in one of the bedrooms, barred and boarded. He pointed out that people would notice boarded-up windows. She said she would rather starve than stay in the cellar. She would even wear chains, anything for fresh air and daylight. He said he would think about it. She demanded an answer now. He reminded her who was boss. She insisted on now. He said it needed thinking, and she gave him until the next morning. That night, he thought it all out. He would pretend to go along with her plan just to buy time, and when the moment came, he had something else in mind. The next morning, he told her he had considered her request and agreed to convert a room, but it would take a week. She accepted, but warned that if this was another delay, she would fast. He assured her he would start the next day, though the materials might take time to acquire. She gave him a hard look, but he took her bucket and left. After that, they got along, though he was pretending the whole time. She wasn't sharp, and they didn't talk much. One night, she wanted a bath and to see the room. He had prepared the back bedroom with wood to make it look like he was working on the window. She asked for an old Windsor chair, and he got one and showed it to her. She refused to keep it in the cellar. It had to go upstairs. After seeing the room and the screw holes, she seemed to believe he would actually let her move up. The plan was to bring her up for supper, let her spend the first night upstairs, and show her daylight in the morning. She grew almost cheerful sometimes, though he remained nervous as the day approached. When he went down at 6 on the appointed day, she announced she had caught his cold. She was bright and bossy, laughing at him, but the joke would be on her. She asked if the room was ready. He said yes. She asked if she had to be tied. He said there was just one condition. He had been thinking. He wanted to take photographs. She looked puzzled. He had already taken so many. Not the sort he meant. He wanted pictures of her as she had been the other evening. She would have to look as though she enjoyed posing, follow his instructions. She sat on the edge of the bed, silent, wiping her nose. If she did it, he would keep his side of the bargain. He needed protection. Photos she would be ashamed to show anyone. She realized what he meant, obscene photographs, so that if she escaped, she wouldn't dare go to the police. He called them art photographs. She refused. He pointed out that she had done it without asking the other day. She argued that what she had done then was wrong, born of despair, but this was vile. He didn't see the difference. She got up and walked to the wall, calling the situation a lunatic asylum. He gave her an ultimatum. Either she did it, or she stayed in the cellar. No baths, no walks, nothing. He reminded her that she had tried to trick him with soft soap, that she was no better than a street woman, willing to do anything to escape. She screamed at him to stop, calling him a filthy, mean-minded bastard. He said that was just her language. She accused him of breaking every decent human law and relationship. He told her she had taken her clothes off and asked for it. She screamed at him to get out. He demanded yes or no, and she threw an ink bottle at him. He left, bolting the door, and didn't bring her supper. He ate the chicken himself and poured the champagne down the sink. He felt happy. He had been weak before, but now he was paying her back for all the things she had said and thought about him. She was the one who would stay below, and even if it wasn't what she deserved at the beginning, she had made it so now. He had real reasons to teach her a lesson. He eventually slept, after looking at the earlier photographs and a book called Shoes, which had artistic images of girls in different footwear, some wearing only shoes and belts. He got ideas. In the morning, he knocked and waited. She was still in bed, asleep in her clothes under a thin blanket. For a moment, she didn't seem to know where she was. She sat up, coughing, looking terrible. He decided not to push her and brought breakfast. She drank the coffee and ate cereal, then returned to her position, head in her hands. He knew her game, trying to get his pity. He offered Coldrex, and she nodded. He brought it, and she stayed in the same pose. He asked if she wanted anything, and she shook her head. At lunch, she was still in bed, asking only for soup and tea. At supper, she wanted aspirin, and ate almost nothing. She had played this game before. They barely spoke. The next day, she remained in bed, watching him. He said if she thought she was fooling him with the lying in bed act, she was mistaken. That made her speak. She told him he wasn't a human being, just a dirty little masturbating worm. He pretended not to hear her words, carrying on with breakfast as if nothing had been said. When he brought the coffee, she warned him not to come near her, her voice dripping with poison. He teased her, asking what she would do if he just left her there. She said if she had the strength, she would kill him like a scorpion, and when she was better, she would come for him. Prison was too good for him. She said she would kill him herself. He knew she was angry because her game wasn't working. He had a cold too, and he knew it wasn't serious. He told her she talked too much and reminded her who was boss. He could just forget about her, and no one would know. She closed her eyes at that. He left and went into Lewis for food. At lunchtime, she seemed to sleep, but she stirred when he announced the meal, so he left. At supper, she was still in bed but sitting up, reading a Shakespeare he had bought. He asked if she was feeling better, his tone sarcastic, and she ignored him. He nearly snatched the book away but controlled himself. After his own supper, he went back to find she hadn't eaten. When he commented on it, she said she felt sick and thought she had the flu. She then asked what he would do if she needed a doctor. He said he would wait and see. She complained that coughing hurt, and he dismissed it as just a cold. She shouted that it wasn't. He accused her of acting, reminding her he knew her game. She insisted she wasn't acting. He mocked her, and she cried out that he wasn't a man, if only he were a man. He challenged her to say it again. He had been drinking champagne with his supper and wasn't in the mood for her nonsense. She repeated it. He was not a man. That was enough. He told her to get out of bed, that from now on he gave the orders. He had had enough, more than most men would have tolerated. He pulled the bedclothes off and grabbed her arm, and she fought back, scratching at his face. He said he would teach her a lesson. The cords were in his pocket, and after a struggle he got them on her. Then the gag. It was her fault if they were tight. He tied her to the bed with a short rope and fetched the camera and flash. She struggled, shook her head, glared at him. She even tried to soften, but he pressed on. He removed her clothes, and at first she refused to pose, but eventually she did as he ordered. He refused to take photos unless she cooperated. He kept going until he ran out of bulbs. It wasn't his fault. How could he have known she was sicker than she looked? She seemed to just have a cold. He developed and printed the photos that night. The best ones were with her face cut off with the gag. She didn't look like much anyway. The best images were from the back in high heels. The tied hands made an interesting motif. He was pleased with the results. The next day, she was up when he came in her housecoat, waiting for him. She surprised him by stepping forward and dropping to her knees at his feet, flushed and crying. She said she was terribly ill, pneumonia, or pleurisy, and he had to get a doctor. He told her to get up and go back to bed, then went for coffee. When he returned, he said she couldn't be ill if it were pneumonia. She couldn't even stand. She insisted she couldn't breathe at night, had a pain on her left side, and asked him to take her temperature. It was 102, but he knew temperatures could be faked. She complained the air was stifling. He said there was plenty of air. It was her fault for using that game before. He went to the chemist in Lewis and got something for congestion, along with anti-flu pills and an inhaler. She took them when offered. She tried to eat at supper but was sick. For the first time, he thought there might be something to her claims. Her face was red, hair stuck to her skin with sweat, but that could have been deliberate. He cleaned up and was about to leave when she asked him to sit on the bed so she wouldn't have to speak loudly. She asked if he thought she would speak to him if she wasn't really ill after what he had done. He reminded her that she had asked for it. She insisted she was really ill. He dismissed it as flu, common in Lewis. She said it wasn't flu, that she had pneumonia, something terrible, that she couldn't breathe. He said she would be all right. The yellow pills would do the trick. She said not fetching a doctor was murder, that he was going to kill her. He said she was fine. It was just fever. He was suspicious whenever she mentioned a doctor. She asked him to wipe her face with her flannel, and he did. For the first time in days, he felt sorry for her. It was a woman's job, really one of those times when women need other women. She thanked him. He said he would go now, and she begged him not to, saying she would. He told her not to be silly, but she insisted he must listen, and suddenly she was crying again. He sat on the bed, gave her a handkerchief, and told her he would get a doctor if she was really ill. He even said he still loved her, and was sorry. But the tears kept coming, and she hardly seemed to listen, not even when he said she looked better, which wasn't strictly true. Eventually, she calmed down, lying with her eyes shut. When he moved to leave, she asked if he would stay with her and leave the door open for air. He agreed. They turned off the lights, and he sat by her for a while with only the outer light and the fan. Her breathing quickened, and she said she felt stifled. She spoke a few times, once asking him not to do something, another time saying his name, but it was all blurred. She seemed to fall asleep, and after saying her name without a response, he left and locked up. He set the alarm for early the next morning. She had gone to sleep so easily, he thought. He believed it was for the best, that the pills would work and she would be better in the morning. He even saw her illness as a good thing. It meant there would be less trouble of the old kind. What he was trying to say was that it all came unexpectedly. He knew what he did next day was a mistake, but up until then, he had believed he was acting for the best and within his rights. She was writing on the 7th night, trying to put her thoughts down on the pad he had given her that morning, an act of his strange, misplaced kindness. On the surface, she was calm, but beneath it, fear was deepening. His eyes troubled her, most gray, with a lost gray light in them. She had watched him constantly at first, certain that sex was the motive, always positioning herself where he couldn't spring at her, always listening, tracking his movements in the room. Power had become a tangible, crushing reality. She knew the H-bomb was wrong, yet now, feeling so weak, the world's power balances seemed to mock her own helplessness. She wished she knew judo, wished she could force him to beg for mercy. The crypt-like room was stifling. The walls pressing in as she wrote her thoughts came fragmented, like bad drawings that should be torn up, consumed her entirely. That was all she could think about. A strange thing, despite her contempt and loathing, he fascinated her. She could sense everyone at home frantic with worry, yet he wanted desperately to please her. That, she realized, was what madmen must be like, not deliberately insane but shocked by their own actions when the moment came. It had taken her days to even begin understanding him. The journey in the van had been a nightmare. Sick with chloroform and terror, she had fought the gag, certain she would be dragged into some thicket and raped and murdered. When the van stopped, she was sure that was it, the reason for her sickness. She remembered Penny Lester's dormitory stories about the Japanese, and the dreadful Ladymont saying that it took 2 men to rape you, that a woman who let herself be raped by 1 man must want it. But now she knew that wasn't his way. He would use chloroform again, or something else. That first night, all she told herself was don't resist, don't resist. She was grateful to be alive. A coward at heart, she didn't want to die. She loved life passionately, and in the van she had discovered how fiercely she wanted to live. If she escaped this, she knew she would never be the same. She didn't care what he did, as long as she lived. It was all the unspeakable things he could do that terrified her. She had searched everywhere for a weapon, but found nothing useful. Even if she had the strength or skill, there was nothing to wield. Every night, she propped a chair against the iron door, so she would know if he tried to enter without her hearing. The washstand was primitive, the door blank and featureless, no keyhole, no weakness. The silence was terrible. She was growing used to it, but it made her feel like she was always waiting. Alive, but alive in the way death is alive. Then the art books, nearly £50 worth. The first night she had realized they were there for her. She wasn't a random victim. Drawers were filled with clothes, shirts, skirts, dresses, colored stockings, elaborate underwear, nightdresses. They were roughly her size. Though slightly large, he claimed he'd seen her wear those colors. Everything in her life had seemed fine before this. There was GP, but even that relationship had been strange, exciting. Then this. She had slept with the light on, lying on top of the bed. She would have loved a drink, but feared it might be drugged. She still half expected the food to be doped. 7 days felt like 7 weeks. He had looked so innocent and worried when he stopped her, claiming he'd run over a dog. She thought it might be Misty. He was exactly the sort of man you would never suspect the most unwolf-like. It was like falling off the edge of the world, discovering that the edge existed. Every night, she did something she hadn't done for years. She prayed, not kneeling because she knew God despised kneelers. She lay and asked him to comfort her family, M.D., Minnie, Caroline, and everyone else, even those who might benefit from suffering for her, like Piers and Antoinette. She asked him to help the miserable creature who held her captive, and to help her not be raped, abused, or murdered. She asked for light, literal daylight. She couldn't stand the absolute darkness he had bought her nightlights, and she slept with one glowing beside her. Before that, she had left the main light on. Waking was the worst. That moment of thinking she was at home were Caroline's, then the crushing realization. She didn't know if she believed in God. She had prayed furiously in the van when she thought she was dying, and that felt like proof against belief. But praying made things easier, gave an illusion of calm, like counting money spent and what remained. She wrote on the second morning, still piecing together the fragments of her captor's life. He had never known his parents. Raised instead by an aunt, she could picture vividly a thin woman with a white face, tight lips, mean gray eyes, and dowdy hats. A woman obsessed with dirt and dust, seeing everything outside her narrow back street world as filth. Miranda had told him he was looking for the mother he never had, but he wouldn't listen. He didn't believe in God, which made her want to believe. She had talked about her own family, her father, her mother, in a bright, matter-of-fact voice. He already knew about her mother. The whole town seemed to know. Her theory now was that she had to unmartyr him. The time stretched ahead, endless. That first morning, he had knocked and waited 10 minutes, as always. Those 10 minutes were agonizing. All the consoling thoughts she had scraped together during the night evaporated, leaving her alone. She stood there telling herself, if he does anything, don't resist. Don't resist. She would have said, do what you like, but don't kill me. You can do it again, as if she were washable, hard-wearing. But when he came in, everything was different. He stood there awkwardly, and seeing him without a hat, she recognized him instantly. He was the clerk from the town hall annex, the one who had won the football pools. His photo had been in the paper. He tried to deny it, but his blush betrayed him. He blushed at everything. It was easy to put him on the defensive. His face had a natural hurt expression, sheepish, no, giraffish, like a lanky, gawky giraffe. She fired questions at him, and he wouldn't answer, looking as if she had no right to ask, as if this whole situation was not what he had bargained for. He had never been with girls. At least, not girls like her, a lily-white boy. He was 6 feet tall, gangly, with hands too big and a fleshy pinkish whiteness to them, not a man's hands. His Adam's apple, wrists and chin were too large. His underlip was bitten in, the edges of his nostrils red, adenoids. He had one of those in-between voices, uneducated, trying to be educated, always faltering. His face was too long, his hair dull and black, coarse and stiff, always in place. He wore a sports coat, flannels, a pin tie, even cufflinks. He was what people called a nice young man, absolutely sexless in appearance. He stood with his hands at his sides or behind his back, as if he didn't know what to do with them, respectfully waiting for her to give orders. His eyes were fish-like, watchful but expressionless. He made her feel capricious, like a dissatisfied rich customer, and he was the male assistant in a draper's shop. It was his line, mock humble, ever so sorry. She would eat her meals and read a book, and he would watch her. If she told him to go, he went. He had been secretly watching her for nearly 2 years. He loved her desperately. He was lonely. He knew she would always be above him. It was awful. The way he spoke so awkwardly, always in roundabout terms, always justifying himself. She had sat and listened, unable to look at him. It was his heart, sicked up all over the hideous tangerine carpet. When he finished, she tried to tell him she understood, that she wouldn't say anything if he took her home, but he backed away. Her sympathetic expression seemed to frighten him. The next morning she tried again. She learned his name, what a vile coincidence, and was reasonable, appealing to him, but again it frightened him. At lunch, she told him she could see he was ashamed of what he was doing, and that it wasn't too late. She hit his conscience, and it gave, but it didn't seem to hurt him. He admitted he was ashamed, that he knew he ought to be. She told him he didn't look like a wicked person. He said this was the first wicked thing he had ever done. It probably was, but he had been saving up. Sometimes she thought he was being clever, enlisting her sympathy by pretending to be in the grip of some third force. That night, she tried being sharp and bitchy instead. He just looked more hurt than ever. He was very clever at looking hurt, putting the tentacles of his hurt around her, his not being her class. She knew what she was to him, a butterfly he had always wanted to catch. She remembered G.P. saying, the very first time she met him, that collectors were the worst animals of all, art collectors, of course. She hadn't really understood then, thought he was just trying to shock Caroline and her, but he was right. They were anti-life, anti-everything. She wrote in that terrible mite-like silence, trying to feel normal, but she was sick, frightened, alone. The solitude was unbearable. Every time the door opened she wanted to rush at it and out, but she knew now she had to save her escape attempts, outwit him, plan ahead, survive. She wrote on the afternoon of the 3rd day, thinking of the life class she should have been attending. Did the world still turn? Did the sun still shine? The night before, she had felt certain she was dead. This was death. This was hell. There would be no other people in hell, or just one like him. The devil would not be devilish and attractive, but ordinary like him. She had drawn him that morning, trying to capture his face to understand him. But the drawing hadn't worked, and he had offered her 200 guineas for it. He was mad, and she was his madness. For years, he had been looking for something to pour his madness into, and he had found her. She couldn't write in a vacuum, to no one. When she drew, she always felt someone like G.P. at her shoulder. She thought of her family. If only all parents could be like hers, then sisters would truly become sisters, as she and Minnie were. She missed Minnie, missed fresh air, and the faces of strangers she had once hated on the tube, missed the freshness of everyday moments. Most of all, she missed fresh light. She couldn't live without it. Artificial light made the lines light. It almost made her long for darkness. She hadn't yet told Minnie about her escape attempt. She had pretended something was wrong with the bed, then turned and ran. But she couldn't shut the door to lock him in, and he caught her in the outer cellar. Through a keyhole she had seen daylight, one keyholeful of light in 7 days. He had foreseen she would try to lock him in. He thought of everything. She had then treated him to 3 days of her back and her sulky face. She fasted, slept, and when she was sure he wouldn't come in, she got up and danced, read art books, drank water. But she didn't touch his food. She had brought him to terms. His condition was 6 weeks a week ago. 6 hours would have been too much. She cried and brought him down to 4 weeks. She was no less horrified, but the 4 weeks seemed less important now. She had grown to know every inch of the foul crypt, and it was beginning to grow on her like the coats of stones on river worms. She felt drained of energy and will, constipated in all ways. The night before, she had gone upstairs with him. The outside air, the larger space, being under the stars wonderful, even though it was damp and misty. She thought she might be able to run, but he gripped her arm, and she was gagged and bound. It was so dark and lonely. No lights, just darkness. She didn't even know which way to run. The house was an old cottage, likely timbered outside. Inside, there were beams, sagging floors, low ceilings, a lovely old house, but done up in the most excruciating women's magazine good taste. Ghastly color clashes, a mix of furniture styles, suburban fuss, phony antiques, awful brass ornaments. The pictures were beyond description. He told her some firm had done the decorating. They must have emptied their storerooms of junk. The bath had been delicious. She knew he might burst in no lock, and the door couldn't even be shut properly, but somehow she knew he wouldn't. A bathful of hot water was so lovely that she almost didn't care. She made him wait hours outside, and he didn't seem to mind. He was good. Nothing made him mind. But she had seen a way to get a message out, a little bottle down the place with a bright ribbon. Perhaps someone would see it someday. She listened for traffic, but heard none. Just an owl, then an aeroplane. If only people knew what they flew over. The bathroom window was boarded up with great screws. She searched everywhere for a weapon under the bath, behind the pipes, but found nothing. Even if she found one, she didn't know how to use it. He didn't look strong, but he was stronger than her. It would have to be by surprise. Everything was locked and double-locked. There was even a burglar alarm on her cell door. He had thought of everything. She had thought of putting a note in laundry, but he didn't send any. When she asked about sheets, he said he bought them new. She just had to tell him when she wanted more. The only chance was down the place. She came out of the bathroom wearing the least horrid of the shirts he had bought her, and he stood up. She felt like the girl at the ball coming down the grand staircase. She had knocked him over. Perhaps it was seeing her in his shirt with her hair down, or perhaps just shock at seeing her without the gag. She smiled and wheedled, and he let her go without the gag and let her look around, though he kept close. One false step, and she knew he would leap at her. Upstairs, the bedrooms were lovely in themselves, but fusty, unlived in, with a strange dead air. Downstairs, what he called the lounge, was a beautiful room, larger than the others, with a huge crossbeam supported on 3 uprights in the center, delicious angles an architect wouldn't think of in 1,000 years. Massacred by the furniture. Shine a wild duck on a lovely old fireplace. She couldn't stand it. She had him retie her hands in front, then unhook the monsters and smash them on the hearth. That hurt him, almost as much as when she slapped his face for not letting her escape. He made her change, made her want to dance around him, bewilder him, dazzle him, dumbfound him. He was so slow, so unimaginative, so lifeless like zinc white. She saw it as a tyranny he had over her. He forced her to be changeable, to act, to show off. The hateful tyranny of weak people, GP had once said. The ordinary man was the curse of civilization, but he was so ordinary that he was extraordinary. He took photographs. He wanted to take a portrait of her. Then there were his butterflies, which were rather beautiful, arranged with their wings all at the same angle. She felt for them, her fellow victims. The ones he was proudest of were what he called aberrations, Downstairs, he let her watch him make tea, and something ridiculous he said made her laugh or want to laugh. Terrible. She suddenly realized she was going mad too, that he was wickedly cunning. He didn't mind what she said about him, that she broke his miserable china duck, because he had her laughing at him and pouring out his tea as if she were his best girlfriend. She swore at him. She was her mother's daughter, a bitch. She wished Minnie were there, so they could talk in the dark. If she could just talk to someone she loved for a few minutes. She made it sound brighter than it was. She was going to cry again. It was so unfair. The 7th night of her captivity found her deeply unsettled, grappling with the person she felt herself becoming. She hated the change, the way she'd started to accept her situation and even cooperate with her captor's wishes. It felt like a trap he had engineered, a means of making her falsely grateful and dependent on him because of her crushing loneliness. She knew she was nowhere near as calm as she might have appeared. She was on edge, living in a sea of endless, unbearable time. She found a strange irony in her diary compared to her drawing. A line on paper was immediately true or false, but writing felt like a conversation with two people, its truth shifting with each reread. Her journal was a lifeline, but it felt unnatural, a second-hand way of existing. The previous evening he had taken photographs of her. She had allowed it, partly because it seemed a harmless activity, and also with a faint hope that the film might surface. Perhaps he would be careless, though she suspected he lived entirely alone and developed them himself in secret. The flashlight had stung her eyes, the results likely preserved on glossy paper. Beyond that, nothing of note had occurred that day. They had come to a small agreement, allowing her exercise in the outer cellar, but she had remained sullen. She'd asked him to leave after both lunch and supper, and he had complied without question. His obedience in small things didn't make him less of a jailer. It was a constant reminder that while he would buy her anything, he would never grant her freedom. Her shopping list had been filled a record player, records, even an expensive Swiss watch she insisted was only for her time as a guest. The garish orange carpet had been replaced with a Turkish rug, and she had already smashed the ugly ashtrays and ornaments, believing that ugliness had no right to exist. The room was a little more bearable now, the floor soft underfoot. She was acutely aware of her own superiority to him, a feeling that stemmed not from snobbery, but from a sense of duty. She felt compelled to show him how decent human beings lived. He was ugliness itself, but unlike his china ornaments, you couldn't simply smash human ugliness. The memory of a strange night 3 days before still haunted her. After leaving her cell, she'd felt almost in complete control, as if she'd somehow won a chess game with death. She'd felt a surge of excitement, a foolish hope that everything would be all right, and that he might even let her go. It seemed insane now. She had decided to give him a name, Caliban. It fit. She spent the entire day absorbed in the art of Piero della Francesca, reading about him and staring at the images in a book. She was overwhelmed by her own ignorance of geometry and mathematics, fearing it would prevent her from ever becoming a good painter. She resolved to make Caliban buy her more books. The deeper she went into Piero's work, the more she felt her own age was a hoax. All the talk about movements and isms, great smeary clots of words, seemed to her a mask for a simple truth. Either you could paint, or you couldn't. She felt a yearning to paint like Bertha Morisot, not in style or form, but with her simplicity and light. She didn't want to be clever or significant. She wanted to paint the essences of things, the swimmings of light on a child's face, or a flower in a hedge. She wondered if this desire was merely sentimental, and the thought brought her to a depressed halt. She felt so far from everything, from normality, from light, from the artist she wanted to be. The next morning, she woke with a new resolve, repeating a phrase that had become a touchstone: that painting is done with the whole being, and the rest is luck. She must not be fey. Determined to engage with her art, she drew a series of quick sketches of a bowl of fruit, wasting as much paper as she pleased since Caliban was willing to supply it. She pinned them up and asked him to choose the best. As she expected, he picked the ones that looked most like the bowl. She tried to explain the magic of art to him, the importance of the sketch she felt was best, but he was blind to it. His response, his polite indifference, made it clear he saw her as nothing more than a child amusing herself. She blamed her own vanity for showing off. How could he understand the significance of art when she approached it with such conceit? Later, after lunch, an argument flared over nuclear disarmament. She had harbored doubts before, but not anymore. He had asked if he could stay, and she had agreed, not because she wanted his company, but because her loneliness and the prison-like desperation for any human contact outweighed her disgust. The debate was a clash of world views. When she questioned him, he offered only a shrug and fatalistic dismissal, insisting that human beings had no say in global matters. She countered passionately, arguing for the power of collective belief and action, citing the origins of Christianity and the necessity of fighting for what is right. He parried with a cynical question about the Russians, and she stated her belief in pacifism. He remained unmoved, and her frustration boiled over, accusing him of being part of the brutality and callousness that was locking away everything free and decent in the world. He accused her of being self-righteous, but she saw it as the truth. The argument became a microcosm of their struggle. She talked about her friends who felt deeply and believed, about the C&D marches, about the importance of genuine feeling over material comfort. She spoke of a friend who had found common ground with an American sergeant guarding an air station because both men felt strongly and honestly. She insisted that the only thing that mattered was feeling and living what you believe. He sat and listened, taking it all in but not absorbing it. He knew it was evil, he agreed, but he saw no point in action. To him, she was just a voice arguing with the void. Exhausted, she dismissed him, telling him he was like a sea of cotton wool that wrapped up her words and made them disappear forever. He rose to leave, pausing to say he did like to hear her talk, that he did think about what she said, but she knew the truth. He never really listened. He put her ideas in a corner of his mind where they suffocated and died. His last question, asking for the address of the campaign so he could send a check, was an attempt to buy her approval. She refused, telling him that they needed feeling, not money. He couldn't win the fight by filling in a football coupon. He left, and she was alone again. That evening, however, she made a calculated retreat from her moral high ground. Coaxing and bullying, she convinced him to write out a check for £100. It was a triumph of pragmatism over principle. A year ago she would have stuck to the strict moral point, but now the essential thing was the money, not where it came from. That evening she finally escaped her room. After spending the afternoon copying Piero, she felt the familiar restless need to be somewhere else, a cinema, a cafe, anywhere, and she turned it on him. She offered herself like a slave, demanding to be bound and gagged but taken outside, and he complied, leading her through the dark garden. She could barely make out the path and the trees, but she felt the vast loneliness of the place, confirming it was deep in the countryside. Then, in the darkness, a shift in his presence. She couldn't see him, but she sensed something wrong. A current of tension, a choked attempt to speak, and she knew he was struggling with a desire to kiss her, or worse. He managed to say something about being happy, but his voice was strained and tight. It was terrifying to be gagged. Her tongue and her sharp looks were her only defenses, and they were useless now. All the while, she breathed in the living, beautiful air, rich with plant and damp night smells. A car passed nearby. His grip tightened instantly. She prayed it would stop, but the headlights only swept past the house. She knew she couldn't try to escape. He would kill her rather than let her go, and a failed attempt would mean she would never see the outside again. It was a crushing realization that other people were so close and knew nothing of her plight. When he asked if she wanted to go around again, she shook her head, too frightened. Back in her cell, she forced the issue of sex. She told him that if he wanted to rape her, she would not resist, but she would never speak to him again. She knew he would be ashamed of himself, and he looked a miserable creature, his moment of weakness already past. She made him shake hands on it, and she was certain he breathed a sigh of relief when he left. The situation was unbelievable. He kept her absolutely prisoner, but she was mistress of everything else. She understood it was a tactic. He encouraged her control to prevent her from becoming even more discontented. The isolation was his key weapon. No newspapers, no radio, no television. She missed the news desperately, a need she had never felt before, and she asked for a newspaper every day, but he was immovable. She might as well ask to be driven to the nearest station, but she would keep asking anyway. The day was filled with small, maddening absurdities. At lunch, she wanted Worcestershire sauce, and he had forgotten it. He got up, undid the padlock on the open door, locked it from the outside, went to the outer cellar, unlocked the door, repadlocked it, and returned. He looked surprised when she laughed. He never missed a step in his routine. Even if she got out into the outer cellar unbound, she couldn't lock him in or get out. Her only hope was when he came in with the tray, if he didn't padlock the door back first, she might be able to bolt him in, but he was too careful. The day before, she had refused to take the tray, just leaning against the wall and staring at him. He had simply put the tray down in the doorway, watching her every move, and she had been hungry. He had won. She couldn't sleep that night. He had taken more photographs of her that morning, and he clearly enjoyed it, asking her to smile. She pulled faces, but he wasn't amused. He seriously told her she ought to be a model, not realizing she was mocking the whole idea. He thought the photography made him appear artistic, but he had no imagination. He just got her in focus. It was weird, the relationship that was forming between them. She made fun of him and attacked him, but he sensed when she was soft and could push back without angering her. They slipped into teasing states that were almost friendly. It was partly loneliness, partly strategy to make him relax, and partly charity. But there was a mysterious fourth part she couldn't define. It wasn't friendship. She loathed him. Perhaps it was just knowledge. Knowing someone so well made you feel close to him, even when you wished he was on another planet. In the first days, she couldn't do anything when he was in the room, pretending to read but unable to concentrate. Now, she sometimes forgot he was there. They sat together, like two people married for years. It wasn't that she had forgotten what other people were like. They just seemed to have lost reality. The only real person in her world was Caliban. The next morning, she made her move. She waited for him to unbolt the door and, as it swung outward, pushed it back with all her strength. She thought the heavy door might knock him unconscious. It knocked him back, but he wasn't stunned. He took the force on his shoulder. He caught her jumper, and she saw the other side of him, the violence, the hatred, the absolute determination not to let her go. She said it was all right, and pulled herself away, retreating. He accused her of hurting him. She countered that every second he kept her prisoner, he hurt her. He reminded her that pacifists didn't believe in hurting people. She shrugged, lit a cigarette, and trembled. He did the morning routine in silence, rubbing his shoulder in an obvious way, and that was that. Now she was going to look properly for loose stones, to try the tunnel idea again. She had looked before, but not literally stone by stone. He would not be caught by the door trick again. She searched meticulously through the evening. He had brought her food, but he was silent and disapproving. When he left with the supper things, she laughed out loud. He acted as if she ought to be ashamed. She found nothing. All the walls were solidly concreted in. Of course he had thought of that, as he had thought of everything. She spent most of the day thinking about herself, about what would happen to her. The mystery of the future was overwhelming. When she got away, what would she do? She wanted to marry and have children, to prove that all marriages didn't have to be like her parents. She wanted someone with GP's mind but younger, and with a look she liked, without his one horrid weakness. But she also wanted to use her feelings about life to make beauty, and marriage terrified her for that reason. She feared being sucked down into the house and the baby world and the cooking world, becoming a great female cabbage, or having to do miserable commercial work, or turning into a bitter drunk like her mother, or worst of all, becoming like her Aunt Caroline, running pathetically after modern ideas and never catching up. She thought about two things deeply. First, Her mother. She had never considered her objectively before, as another person. She had always hated or been ashamed of her, yet she was the lamest of all the lame ducks she had ever met. She hadn't given her mother one half of the consideration she had given Caliban in the last week. She felt she could overwhelm her with love now. She realized she had always excused herself, thinking she could be tolerant with everyone except her mother, but she was the last person who should be an exception. The other thing she thought about was GP. He had changed her more than anything or anyone, more than London, more than the Slade. He said exactly what he thought, and always made her think. He had chipped away her silliness, her fussy ideas about life and art. She listed the ways he had altered her, giving your whole being to art, not gushing, being politically left, acting on your beliefs, showing your feelings, accepting your nationality, cutting away your past self, hating everything not genuine. She had always wanted to believe these things, but he had made her believe them. The thought of him made her feel guilty when she broke the rules. If he had made her believe them, he had made a large part of the new her. She wished she could make him 20 years younger and physically attractive to her. It was strange, but she had been feeling happier today than at any time since she arrived. A feeling that all would turn out for the best, partly because she had tried to escape, and he had accepted it. If he was going to attack her, he would have done it when he was angry. He had tremendous self-control. She also felt happy because she had spent most of the day not here, thinking about GP, gorging on memories. The world outside seemed so real, so living, so beautiful, and she indulged in a wicked vanity, remembering things GP had said to her, knowing she was intelligent and special. She knew she should be grateful to be alive, to be Miranda and unique. She would never let anyone see this, even if it was the truth, just as she never let other girls see that she knew she was pretty. That day, she asserted a new control over her captivity, issuing an absolute ban on frozen food and demanding fresh fruit, green vegetables, steak, and salmon. She had even ordered him to get caviar, and it irritated her that she couldn't think of more rare foods to demand. He complied, and she relished the small victory. The caviar was wonderful. She had another bath, and he didn't dare refuse. She believed he thought women would simply collapse if they didn't bathe when they wanted. This time, she launched a message in a small plastic bottle with a red ribbon, hoping it would someday unroll and be found. She had to stress that it was not a hoax and offered a reward to anyone who called her father. He had been foolish to tell her about the date over the door, which would help anyone identify the house. She planned to send a bottle every time she bathed. He had removed all the brass gewgaws from the landing and the hideous paintings of Majorcan fishing villages, and she imagined the old house sighing with relief. She liked being upstairs. It felt nearer to freedom, though everything was locked and the windows secured. 2 cars had passed that night, but it must be a very unimportant road. She had also started educating him. That evening, with her hands tied, they went through a book of paintings. He had no mind of his own. He accepted everything she said with a vacant, "I see," as if she had told him Michelangelo's David was a frying pan. She had stood next to such people on the tube and passed them in the street, but she had never really believed they existed. They were so totally blind. She asked him about his reading. The house had no books except for the ones he had bought for her, and some detective novels. He admitted light novels were more his line, and she told him he would read The Catcher in the Rye. He agreed, but she knew he had looked at it and hadn't liked it. She made him sick. There was a long silence. She felt unreal, as if she were in a play and had forgotten her part. Earlier, she had asked him why he collected butterflies. He said it was because you met a nicer class of people. A teacher had shown him, and his uncle had been interested and helpful. He spoke of the bug section, the entomological section of the Natural History Society back home, where they treated you for what you were, and didn't look down their noses at you. She pressed him about his friends, and he admitted he didn't have any. They were just people he worked with, and they had their silly jokes. She didn't push further. She had an irresistible desire to get to the bottom of him, to drag things out he wouldn't talk about. But it was bad. It sounded as if she cared about him. She reflected on the crudeness of words compared to drawing. She could draw his face and his expressions, but words were overused and primitive. Writing. I sat on my bed, and he sat by the door and we talked. Felt like a messy daub. She needed to see GP. He would know 10 books where it was all said better. She hated ignorance. His, hers, the world's. She wanted to learn so much, but she was gagged and bound. She put her diary under the mattress and prayed to God for learning. A fortnight had passed. She had marked the days on the side of the screen like Robinson Crusoe. She felt depressed, sleepless, and desperate. She was getting pale and weak from the terrible silence. He was so without mercy, so incomprehensible. She had told him that evening that she must have daylight, but he only said, "Tomorrow, tomorrow." She thought he could keep her there forever, and it wouldn't be long because she would die. She had tried to find loose stones again. She could dig a tunnel around the door, but she needed at least 6 hours, 3 for the tunnel, 2 to break through the outer door. It was her best chance, and she mustn't waste it through lack of preparation. She spent the night writing about the first time she met GP. Her Aunt Caroline had introduced them, gushing about her in a way that made her want to sink into the floor. She had wanted to meet him, and she liked the cool way he treated Caroline, not hiding his boredom. He didn't give way to her like everyone else. Caroline was shocked by him, though she wouldn't admit it, and she wanted to defend him. Then she met him again walking on the heath. He was wearing a pilot coat, and walked with a self-contained, not loose gait. He said hardly anything, and she knew he didn't want to be with them. But he must have been going the same way. There was a moment, when Caroline was being silly, when a look passed between them. He was irritated, and she was ashamed. He walked around Kenwood with them while Caroline showed off. Then Caroline said something foolish in front of the Rembrandt, and she saw his face go minutely stiff. He gave Caroline an almost amused look, but his voice was icy cold. He said goodbye and left, the goodbye clearly directed at her. It wrote her off, or it said, "So you can put up with this." He was teaching her a lesson. She had to choose. Caroline was furious, sneering at him all the way home, calling him a second-rate Paul Nash. She felt angry with Caroline and sorry for her at the same time. She couldn't speak, but she couldn't tell Caroline she was right. A week later, she ran into GP in the tube lift. She said hello too brightly and went red again. He nodded, as if he didn't want to speak, and at the bottom, she apologized for her aunt. He said she always irritated him. As they walked, she said Caroline was frightened of seeming behind the times. "Aren't you?" he asked, with a dry little smile. He didn't like her playing at us against her. He pointed out a film poster and said it was good. On the platform, he told her to come round one day, but leave her aunt at home. He smiled, a mischievous smile, and walked off, so indifferent. So she did go round one Saturday morning. He was surprised. She had to sit in silence for 20 minutes while he listened to weird Indian music with his eyes shut. She felt she shouldn't have come, and she couldn't relax. When he finally spoke, he was curt, and she tried to impress him by showing off. He cut her short and took her around the room, making her look at things. His studio was the most beautiful room. Everything was in harmony, expressing only him. She felt happy there. Then some friends arrived, Barbara and Francis Cruikshank. He introduced her bluntly, and they laughed. They wanted him to go for a walk, and they wanted her to come too. Barbara Cruikshank had special seduction eyes for her. GP made a dry joke about Caroline seeing them together, warning that the Cruikshank man had a terrible reputation, but she dismissed it, insisting her aunt was not her chaperone. They all went to the pub, and then on to Kenwood. She felt for the first time, among people of an older generation, she truly understood real people. Yet she could see Barbara was a bit of a sham with his malicious stories, while GP was the one who led them into serious matters, though he could be gay too. He had a strange ability to plunge straight into what mattered. When he was away getting drinks, Barbara admitted he wished he had met someone like GP when he was a student, and Francis said quietly that he was one of the few, and she knew what she meant. At Kenwood, GP separated them and took her straight to the Rembrandt. He talked about it without lowering his voice, and she had the smallness to be embarrassed by the stares of others, thinking they must look like father and daughter. He told her the background of the picture, what Rembrandt had felt, what he was trying to say. He treated her as if she knew nothing about art, as if he were trying to rid her of a cloud of false ideas. When they went out to wait for the others, he said the picture moved him very much, and he gave her a shy look, as if afraid she might laugh. She said it moved her too, but he grinned and said it couldn't possibly, not for years. She questioned him, and he explained that while people could be moved by great art, a painter could not feel it the same way. All he saw was the supreme mastery he had spent his life trying to attain, and never would. She was young. She could understand, but she couldn't feel it yet. She insisted she did, but he said that was bad. She should be blind to failure at her age. He told her not to try to be their age. He would despise her if she did. She was like a kid trying to see over a 6-foot wall. That was the first time she sensed he hated her for attracting him, the Professor Higgins side of him. When the Cruikshanks came out, he warned her, smiling at them, that Barber was a womanizer, and she should refuse to meet him if he asked. He was watching out for her, or perhaps for Frances. Back in Hampstead, she left them and went home, realizing that GP had been making sure she and Barber weren't left alone. Barber had invited her to Cornwall, but GP only said, "See you one day," as if he didn't care. She lied to Caroline, saying she had met him by chance and he had apologized, and she manipulated her aunt into the decent thing by saying she needed to meet such stimulating people. Caroline warned her about his reputation, but she said she could look after herself. It was Caroline's own fault for insisting on being treated like a girl. She couldn't respect her as an aunt. Everything was changing. She kept thinking of GP, of things they had said, and how neither of them really understood the other. He understood, she thought. He counted possibilities faster than she could. She was growing up so quickly down here, like a mushroom. Or perhaps she had lost her sense of balance. Perhaps it was all a dream. She jabbed herself with a pencil, but perhaps that was a dream too. If he came to the door now, she would run into his arms and want him to hold her hand for weeks. She believed she could love him in the other way now. The next day, she was a bitch to Caliban, offering no mercy. It was the lack of privacy on top of everything else. She made him let her walk in the cellar that morning, and she thought she could hear a tractor and sparrows. There was daylight, sparrows, an aeroplane. She was crying. Her emotions were topsy-turvy, like frightened monkeys in a cage. She had felt like she was going mad the night before, so she wrote and wrote to escape in spirit, to prove the other world still existed. She had been making sketches for a painting she would do when she was free of view of a garden through a door. It sounded silly in words, but she saw it as something very special. All black, umber, dark gray, mysterious forms in shadow leading to the distant soft honey whitish square of light, a horizontal shaft. After supper she sent him away and finished Emma. She felt she was Emma Woodhouse. She understood her snobism and her priggishness, and she admired it. Emma did wrong things and tried to organize other people's lives, but she was basically intelligent, alive, and creative. Her faults were Miranda's faults. Her virtues she must make her own. All day, she thought about writing more about GP. There was the time she took her work round for him to look at. She had taken the things she thought he would like, not just the clever ones. He didn't say a thing as he looked through them, even at the ones she thought were her best. At the end, he said they weren't much good, but a bit better than he expected. It was as if he had hit her, and she couldn't hide her reaction. He went on, saying it was useless to think of her feelings. She was a draftsman. She had a fair sense of color and sensitivity, but she wouldn't be at the Slade if she hadn't. She had obviously seen good painting and tried not to plagiarize too flagrantly, but one painting was Kokoschka from a mile off. He asked if it was disillusioning. It was meant to be. It nearly killed her. She knew he was right, but it hurt like a series of slaps. She had made up her mind he would like her work. What made it worse was his coldness, his clinical seriousness, suddenly much older than her. He said one had to learn that painting well, in the academic sense, came right at the bottom of the list. She had that ability. So did thousands. But the thing he looked for wasn't there. He knew it hurt. He had nearly asked her not to bring the work round, but she had an eagerness about her, and she would survive. She challenged him to tell her in detail what was wrong with one of the street scenes. He said it was graphic and well composed, but it wasn't living art. It wasn't a limb of her body. She either had it one day or she didn't. They were teaching her to express personality, but if her personality wasn't worth translating, it was no good. It was all luck, pure hazard. She said she had so much to learn. He said she had something in her, but women rarely did. Most women just wanted to be good at something, with deftness and flair, and they couldn't understand that if your desire was to go to the furthest limits of yourself, the form your art took didn't matter. It was like your voice, you spoke with it, because you had no choice, but it was what you said that counted. Critics talked about technical accomplishment, but that was meaningless. A picture was a window to your inmost heart, and all she had done was build windows onto a heart full of other fashionable artists' paintings. She was photographing, just as trompe-l'oeil was mischanneled photography. She said she would never learn, but he said it was to unlearn. The rest was luck, courage, patience. They talked for hours. He talked, and she listened. It was like wind and sunlight blowing all the cobwebs away. He was the only person she knew who always seemed to mean what he said about art, and the fact that he was a good painter and would be famous influenced her more than it should. Later he said, in his Professor Higgins way, that she didn't stand a dog's chance. She was too pretty. The art of love was her line, not the love of art. She said she would go drown herself, and he told her not to marry, to have a tragic love affair, to have her ovaries cut out. He gave her a wicked look, and she saw something else behind it, a little boy fright, as if he had said something he shouldn't. Suddenly, he seemed much younger than her. He so often seemed young in a way she couldn't explain. Perhaps it was because he had made her look at herself and see that what she believed was old and stuffy. People who taught you crammed old ideas into you like layers of old earth. It was no wonder the poor thing so rarely came up fresh. But GP had. It had taken her a long time to recognize it. Another bad day, and she made sure it was bad for Caliban too. His very presence infuriated her, not just his looks, though they were bad enough, but his relentless respectability. His trousers were always creased, his shirts always clean, and she suspected he would be happier in starched collars. He was utterly out of touch, and he stood around constantly, with that expression of apology on his face, which she now recognized as contentment. It was the sheer joy of having her under his power, of being able to spend every day staring at her. He didn't care what she said, or how she felt. Her emotions were meaningless to him. It was her outside he wanted, her look, not her mind or soul or even her body. He was a collector, and that was the great dead thing in him. His way of speaking irritated her, most cliché after cliché, all old-fashioned, as if he'd spent his life with people over 50. At lunch, he said something about having called in with regard to the records they'd placed on order, and she asked why he couldn't just say he'd asked about the records. He admitted his English wasn't correct, but said he tried to make it correct. That summed him up. He had to be correct, to do whatever was right and nice before either of them was born. She knew it was pathetic, that he was a victim of a miserable nonconformist suburban world and a horrible, timid, copycatting in-between class. She used to think her parents' class was the worst, all golf and gin and bridge in the right accent, but Caliban's England was fouler. It made her sick, the blindness, deadness, out-of-dateness, stodginess, and jealous malice of the great bulk of England. GP talked about the Paris rat not being able to face England anymore, and she understood that feeling. England stifled and crushed everything fresh and original. That was what caused tragic failures like Matthew Smith and Augustus John. They did the Paris rat and lived in the shadow of Gauguin or Matisse, GP said. He had once lived under the shadow of Brecht until he woke up one morning to realize his work was a lie. It was all because there was so little hope in England that you had to turn to Paris, but you had to face up to England and its apathy. The The real saints were people like Moore and Sutherland, who fought to be English artists in England. Earlier, she had asked Caliban if he dug the jazz they were listening to, and he said, "In the garden." She told him he was so square he was hardly credible, and he just said, "Oh, that. Like rain, endless dreary rain, color-killing." She had forgotten to write down a bad dream she had the night before. She often got them at dawn, due to the stuffiness of the room after being locked in all night. The relief when he opened the door was immense. In the dream she had done a painting she was very pleased with, but when she got home, her mother was at the table, the canvas in shreds, and she was stabbing the table with secateurs, white with rage. Minnie stood by the wall looking frightened, and GP and others were there for some reason. She woke up feeling wild rage and hatred. She had never felt such rage for her mother, not even when she was drunk and hit her in front of that hateful boy Peter Catesby. She remembered standing there with a slap on her cheek, feeling ashamed and outraged, but ultimately sorry for her. She had sat by her bed, held her hand, and forgave her. But the dream felt so real, so natural. She had accepted that her mother tried to stop her from becoming an artist, and she had forgiven her. But the hatred in that dream was real, and she didn't know how to exercise it. Nobody who hadn't lived in a dungeon could understand the absolute silence. No noise unless she made it. She felt near death, buried. Often she put on a record not to hear music, but to hear something. She had a strange illusion that she had become deaf, so she cleared her throat to prove she wasn't. It was like the little Japanese girl found in the ruins of Hiroshima, singing to her doll in a world of death. The next day, she was consumed by the need to escape. She spent hours thinking about it, wild ideas flooding her mind. He was so cunning. His arrangements seemed foolproof. She couldn't try every day. She had to space out attempts, and each day here felt like a week outside. Violence was no good. It had to be cunning. She couldn't be violent face to face. The idea made her weak. She remembered walking with Donald in the East End and seeing a group of teddies bullying two middle-aged Indians. They crossed the street, feeling sick, and pretended to shrug it off. But the violence and their fear of it haunted her. If Caliban knelt and handed her a poker, she couldn't hit him. She couldn't sleep. Writing here was a drug, the only thing she looked forward to. She had read what she wrote about GP, and it seemed vivid because her imagination filled in the gaps. It was a kind of magic to call her past back. She couldn't live in the present. She thought about the time she took Piers and Antoinette to meet GP. It had been vanity on her part. She had talked too much about him, and they hinted she couldn't be so friendly if she was afraid to take them round. She fell for it. He wasn't pleased at the door, but he asked them up. It was terrible. Piers was at his slickest and cheapest, and Antoinette was parodying herself, sex kittenish. GP was in a weird mood, going out of his way to be rude. They tried to get him to discuss his work, but he wouldn't. He was outrageous, using four-letter words and saying bitter, cynical things about the Slade and artist things she knew he didn't believe. Antoinette just went one better, simpering and saying something fouler. He cut them all short. Then she did something even more stupid. There was a pause, and he obviously thought they would go, but she wanted to prove she could manage him. She asked if they could have a record. He put one on without giving them a choice. He lay on the divan with his eyes closed, and Piers and Antoinette thought it was a pose. The music was strange and quavering, and the tension was unbearable. Piers smirked and cleaned out his ear. Antoinette choked, and she smiled despite herself. He saw them and jumped up, turning off the player. He asked if they didn't like it, and Piers said something flippant. She told Piers it wasn't funny, but he defended himself. GP told them to get out. Antoinette made a crude joke, and GP exploded, calling them out, his face devilish. He was terrible and wonderful, raw with passion, trembling with rage. Piers tried to deflect by saying they weren't as old as him, but it was pathetic. GP raged at them for being art students. They left, and the studio door slammed behind them. She hissed at Piers at the bottom of the stairs and pushed them out. Antoinette said he would murder her. She shut the door and waited, then went back up. When the music finished, GP asked what she wanted. She said she was sorry, and wanted to hear him say he was sorry. He said nothing, staring out the window. She said she was stupid but not a bitch. He said she tried. She said he could have told him to go away. He turned and said she should go home. They couldn't go to bed together. Then he said he was glad she came back. It was decent of her, and she would. She went down the stairs, and he came out behind her, saying he didn't want to go to bed with her. He was speaking about the situation, not them. She said she understood. Being female, she wanted to make him feel she was hurt. As she opened the door, he said he'd been hitting it, and then added, drinking. He said he would telephone her. He did, and he took her to a concert, and he was sweet, even though he never apologized. She didn't trust him. He had bought this house, and if he let her go, he would have to trust her, or sell the house and disappear before she could reach the police. Either way, it seemed unlike him. It was too depressing, but she had to believe he would keep his word. He spent money on her constantly: books, records, clothes, and he had all her sizes. She sketched what she wanted and mixed the colors as a guide. He even bought her underwear. When she told him to get something sensible at Marks and Spencer, he asked if he could buy a lot together, and she supposed it must be agony for him to shop for her. What could they think of him? Ordering a dozen pants and 3 slips and vests and bras? When she asked what they said, he went red and admitted they probably thought she was a bit peculiar. It was the first time she had really laughed since she arrived. Every time he bought her something, she took it as proof that he wasn't going to kill her or do anything unpleasant. She shouldn't, but she liked it when he came in at lunchtime with parcels. It was like a perpetual Christmas day, and she didn't even have to thank Santa Claus. Sometimes he brought things she hadn't asked for, and he always brought flowers. He asked her what she would like him to buy. She knew he was the devil showing her the world that could be hers, so she didn't sell herself to him. She cost him a lot in little things, but she knew he wanted her to ask for something big. He was dying to make her grateful, but he wouldn't. An awful thought came to her. The police would have suspected G.P. Caroline was bound to give them his name. Poor man. He would be sarcastic, and they wouldn't like it. She tried to draw him that day, but it was hopeless. He was short, only an inch or two taller than her. She had always dreamed of tall men, silly. He was going bald, with a nose like a Jew's, though he wasn't, and his face was too broad, battered and worn into a mask. She glimpsed things behind it but was never sure. He put on a dry face for her. Sometimes it seemed honest, just his way. Life was a joke. You had to be serious about art, but joke about everything else. He talked about the day of the great fry-up, meaning the day the bombs would fall sick, but it was his way of being healthy. He looked short and broad-faced with a hook nose, almost Turkish, not English at all. She had a silly notion about English good looks, the advertisement men she used to see at Lady Mont. The tunnel around the door was her best bet. She felt she must try it soon, and thought she had a way to get him away. She examined the door carefully, wood-faced with iron, terribly solid. She could never break it down or lever it open. He had made sure there was nothing to break or lever with. She began collecting tools. A tumbler she could break for something sharp, a fork and 2 teaspoons. They were aluminium, but they might be useful. What she needed most was something strong and sharp to pick out the cement between the stones. Once she could make a hole, it shouldn't be too difficult to get into the outer cellar. She felt practical and businesslike. She hadn't done anything yet, but she felt more hopeful, though she didn't know why. She thought about G.P. as an artist. Caroline's second-rate Paul Nash was horrid, but there was something in it. Nothing like what he would call photography, but not absolutely individual. She thought he had arrived at the same conclusions as others, and either he saw it or he didn't. Either way, it was a criticism that he neither saw it nor said it. She was being objective about his faults. His hatred of abstract painting, even of people like Jackson Pollock and Nicholson, seemed rooted in jealousy. He condemned too much. She was trying to be honest about him and herself. He hated people who didn't think things through, and he did that too much. But he had principles, except over women, and he made most people with principles look like empty tin cans. She remembered him saying about a Mondrian that it wasn't whether you liked it, but Whether you ought to like it, he disliked abstract art on principle, ignoring what he felt. She left the worse for last women. It must have been the 4th or 5th time she went to see him. There was the Nielsen woman. She supposed they had been to bed together. She had been so naive. They didn't seem to mind her coming. They needn't have answered the bell. The woman was rather nice to her in a glittery way. Must be 40. What could he see in her? Then much later, in May, she had been the night before, but he was out, and that evening, he was in alone. They talked for a while. Then he put on an Indian record, and they were quiet. He didn't shut his eyes that time. He was looking at her, and she was embarrassed. When the raga ended, there was a silence, and he asked if she would like to come to bed. She said no, caught by surprise, sounding foolish and frightened. He said 10 years ago he would have married her. She would have been his second disastrous marriage. It wasn't really a surprise. It had been waiting for weeks. He came and stood by her, and when she insisted she hadn't come for that, he said she was misleading. She told him he didn't attract her that way, and he asked what she meant by promiscuity. She said going to bed for pleasure, without love. He said he was very promiscuous, then he never went to bed with people he loved. He had done it once. He warned her against himself, then talked about an Ocello painting, saying she had the great inner secret, like Sheraton joinery that wouldn't fall apart. She felt he was drawing a net around her. He told her about his life with women. He had to have them, and they mostly brought him unhappiness. The pure and noble relationships had brought the most pain. He showed her a photo of his 2 sons, the fruit of a noble relationship. He talked about lust being simple, but love was complicated. The women he loved always told him he was selfish, which made them love him, but then they were disgusted. He liked bed, and the female body, but innocence was almost extinct in women the moment a woman takes her clothes off and cannot look you in the eyes. That first Botticelli moment soon shrivels. She thought she shouldn't let him talk like this, but she didn't run away. It was one of those evenings when one grows up. She had to behave like an adult, not a shocked girl. He called her a weird kid, old-fashioned, said she would be a bloody bore if she wasn't so pretty. He didn't really expect her to go to bed with him, and she knew. They played chess, and he let her beat him. They communicated through the chessmen. There was something symbolic about her winning, as if sometimes losing is winning. The next time he gave her a drawing of the Vricky in 2 cups, beautifully simple. On the back he wrote, Prise, and the date, and pour une princesse lointaine with une heavily underlined. She wanted to write about Toinette, but she was too tired. The morning found her alone. He had gone into Louis, and her thoughts turned to Toinette. It had been a month after the disastrous evening with the record, and she should have guessed. Toinette had been purring over her for days, giving her arch looks, and she had thought it was something to do with Piers. Then one evening she rang the bell, noticed the lock was up, pushed the door open, and looked up the stairs. At the same moment, Toinette looked down around the door. Their eyes met. After a moment, Toinette came out on the landing, still dressing. She didn't speak, just gestured for her to come up into the studio. The worst part was that she was blushing, and Toinette was not. She was just amused. Toinette told her not to look so shocked, and said he would be back in a minute, but she left before she heard the rest. She had never really analyzed why she was so angry, shocked, and hurt. It wasn't just jealousy. It was that someone like GP could be so close to someone so shallow, so phony, so loose. But why should he have considered her at all? There was no reason. He was 21 years older than she was, 9 years younger than her father. For days afterward, she wasn't disgusted with GP, but with herself and her narrow-mindedness. She forced herself to meet and listen to Toinette, who didn't crow at all. She suspected that was GP's doing, that he had ordered her not to. Toinette went back the next day to say she was sorry it had just happened. She was so jealous. They made her feel older than they were, like naughty children happy with a secret. She couldn't bear to see GP. A week later he called at Caroline's. He didn't sound guilty. She said she was too busy. But when he seemed about to ring off, she agreed to go round the next day. She wanted him to know she was hurt. Caroline warned her she was seeing too much of him, but she defended him, though she accused him to herself for hours in bed. The next day, The first thing he said was to ask if Toinette had been a bitch to her, and she said no. Why should she be? He smiled, and she wanted to slap his face. She couldn't look as if she didn't care, which made it worse. He said men were vile, and she said the vilest thing about them was that they could say that with a smile. He admitted it was true. She wished she hadn't come and looked at the bedroom door ajar, seeing the end of the bed. She said she wasn't able to put life in compartments yet. He told her about the 20 years between them, his greater knowledge of life and betrayal, and how she thought his artistic insight should make him more virtuous. But he didn't want to be virtuous. His charm was frankness and experience, not goodness. He was not a good man. Perhaps, morally, he was younger than she was. He was only saying what she felt. She was stiff, and he was supple, and it ought to be the other way round. She kept thinking he took her to the concert and came back here to her. It was all sexual jealousy. But then it seemed a betrayal of principles. She asked to hear Ravi Shankar instead of forgiving him. They listened, played chess, and he beat her. At the end, on the stairs, he said it was all over now, that Toinette had only done it for fun. She said nothing. But it was never the same. It was a sort of truce. She saw him a few times more, but never alone. She wrote him 2 letters from Spain, and he sent a postcard back. She saw him once at the beginning of this month, but she would write about that another time, and about the strange talk with the Nielsen woman. Something Toinette had said he talked about his boys, and she felt sorry for him. How they used to ask him not to go to their posh prep school, ashamed to have him seen. How his son Robert patronized him now. He never talked to her about them. Perhaps he secretly thought she belonged to the same world, a little middle-class boarding school prig. That evening, she tried to draw GP from memory again, but it was hopeless. Caliban sat reading The Catcher in the Rye after supper, and several times she saw him check how many pages he had left. He was only reading it to show her how hard he was trying. When she was passing the front door, she jokingly thanked him for a lovely evening and made as if to open the door. It was locked. She said it seemed stuck, and he didn't smile, just stood watching her. She said it was only a joke, and he said he knew. He made her feel a fool just by not smiling. She saw now that GP had always been trying to get her into bed, shocking and bullying her obliquely, never forcing or touching her. He had respected her in a queer way. He didn't really know himself. He wanted to shock her, to him or away from him, and left it to chance. More photos today, though not many. She said they hurt her eyes too much, and she didn't like him ordering her about. He was terribly obsequious. When he was winding up the film, he said she ought to go in for beauty contests, and she thanked him. He then suggested she would look smashing in a bikini. She stared coldly at him, asking if that was what he meant, and he went red, clarifying he meant to photograph. The weird thing was, she knew he meant exactly that. He wasn't hinting at anything, just being clumsy. He literally meant she would be interesting to photograph in a bikini. She used to think there must be something suppressed in him, but she no longer did. There was nothing to suppress. That night, they walked in the garden. Great reaches of clear sky. No moon, sprinkles of warm white stars like milky diamonds, and a beautiful west wind. She made him take her round 10 or 12 times. She could smell the sea, and later, when she asked if they were near the sea, he said 10 miles. She said near Lewis, and he said he couldn't say, as if someone else had forbidden him to speak. She often felt that with him a horrid little cringing good nature dominated by a mean bad one. Indoors, they talked about his family again. She had been drinking scrumpy to try to get him drunk and careless, but so far he wouldn't touch it. He wasn't a teetotaler, he said, so it was part of his warderishness. She asked about his family, and he said there was nothing more to tell. She corrected his grammar, and he admitted he used to be told he was good at English before he knew her. He had O-levels in maths and biology, and a prize for hobbies. She asked about his father, a commercial traveler who was killed in a car crash before the war, and his mother, who went off with another man. He said she was no good like him. His aunt took him in and kept him out of the orphanage. She asked about his cousin Mabel, who was older and deformed, spastic, always wanting to know everything. You had to be careful about what he said around her. She asked why he didn't run away, and he said he used to think about it. His aunt and cousin were now in Australia, making his other relations miserable. He had a letter from his aunt that morning. She made him read it aloud. It was full of worry about his money, about a woman to clean, about his not coming to Australia, about Mabel getting brown in the sun and the dust and the dirt. His aunt was afraid he would lose his head with all that money, that there were clever, dishonest people about. She had brought him up as well as she could, and if he did wrong, it was the same as if she did. She signed it with love. She asked if he thought it was a nice letter. He said she always wrote like that. She said it made her want to be sick, not the English, but her nasty mind. He defended his aunt, but she insisted she had made a fool of him. He said she never bossed him about half as much as she did. She said she tried to teach him, but he accused her of teaching him to despise his aunt and think like her, and soon she would leave him, and he would have no one. He started pitying himself, and she told him he was ugly enough without starting to whine. She put away her knitting and looked at him, standing there with his mouth open, trying to say something. She knew she had hurt him, and she felt mean, remembering he had let her go out in the garden. She approached him, apologized, and held out her hand, but he refused to take it. There was something strange about him, a real dignity in his hurt, and he was showing it. So she took his arm and made him sit down, then offered to tell him a fairy story. She told him about a very ugly monster who captured a princess and put her in a dungeon. Every evening he made her sit with him and ordered her to say he was handsome, but she always told him he was ugly. The monster would look hurt and stare at the floor. One evening, the princess said he might become handsome if he did certain things, but the monster kept saying he couldn't. The princess began to think he enjoyed being ugly. Then one day she saw him crying when she'd told him he was ugly for the 50th time. She said he could become handsome if he did just one thing: set her free. He agreed, and suddenly he wasn't ugly anymore but a bewitched prince. He followed her out of the castle, and they lived happily ever after. She knew it was silly as she said it. Faye? He didn't speak, just stared down. She asked him to tell a fairy story, and he simply said, "I love you." He had more dignity than she did in that moment, and she felt small and mean, always sneering at him, jabbing him, hating him, and showing it. They sat in silence, facing each other, and she felt a peculiar closeness to him, not love or attraction or sympathy, but a linked destiny, like being shipwrecked together on a raft, not wanting to be together, but together nonetheless. She felt the sadness of his life, and of his aunt and cousin and their relatives in Australia, the great dull hopeless weight of it, like the people in Henry Moore's drawings of the Tube during the Blitz. People who would never see, feel, dance, draw, cry at music, feel the world. Just those 3 words, said and meant "I love you." They were quite hopeless. He said it, as he might have said he had cancer. That was his fairy story. A few days later, she found herself psychoanalyzing him in the evening as they looked at Goya's etchings. He sat stiffly beside her, and she could tell he wasn't really looking at the pictures, just thinking about being so close to her. His inhibition was absurd. She talked at him, as if he could easily be normal, as if he wasn't a maniac keeping her prisoner, but a nice young man who needed a bit of chivying. It was because she never saw anyone else he became the norm, and she forgot to compare. Her thoughts drifted to another time with G.P., soon after the icy criticism of her work. Restless one evening, she went to his flat around 10. He was in his dressing gown, saying he was just going to bed, but she said she wanted to hear some music and would leave, though she didn't. He let her up, made her sit on the divan, and put on music in the moonlight. The Goldberg variations. One towards the end was very slow, simple, sad, and beautiful beyond words, moon music, silvery and noble. The 2 of them in that room, no past, no future, only that intense moment, a feeling that everything must end in music, themselves, the moon, and that at the heart of things was a beautiful silver sadness. Accepting the sadness, knowing it was treachery to pretend otherwise. In the fuss of London life, suddenly this silent silver room full of that music. She cried in silence. At the end, He gently asked if he could go to bed now, bringing her back to earth with his little dry smile, his perfect tact. She would have gone to bed with him that night if he had asked, if he had come and kissed her not for his sake, but for being alive's. A new month brought new luck. The tunnel idea kept nagging at her, but the difficulty was finding something to dig with. Then, during her prison exercise in the outer cellar, she spotted a big old nail against the wall in the far corner. She dropped her handkerchief to get a closer look but couldn't pick it up with his close watch and her bound hands. The next day, she deliberately asked him to get her a cigarette from the chair by the door. He was suspicious, but she assured him she would stay put, and he decided there was nothing she could do. He went through the door for only a second, and she stooped like lightning, got the nail into her skirt pocket, and was standing exactly as he left her when he jumped back. She had her nail, and made him think he could trust her 2 birds with 1 stone. It felt like a tremendous victory. She put her plan into effect. For days, she had been telling him she didn't see why her parents and everyone else should be left in the dark about whether she still existed. Tonight, after supper, she told him he could buy paper from Woolworth's and use gloves. He tried to wriggle out of it, but she squashed every objection. In the end, she felt he was beginning to think he might do it. She told him he could post the letter in London to put the police off the track, and that she wanted all sorts of things from London. She needed to get him away for at least 3 or 4 hours because of the burglar alarms. Then she would try her tunnel. If the walls were made of stones, not solid stone, then behind them there must be earth. All she had to do was get through the skin of stones and into the soft earth. It was perhaps wild, but she was in a fever to try it. She thought about the Nielsen woman. She had met her twice more at GP's, and one day she met her coming out of the hairdresser's. The woman had that queasy bright look, treating her like a grown-up while clearly not really thinking she was one, and probably being jealous of her. She took her for coffee, talking about herself, her daughter, and art, trying to dazzle her with names. She kept clinging to her words, hinting about what had gone on between her and GP, wanting to be asked. She talked about Charlotte Street and Dylan Thomas, and said GP liked her. It was a shock that she knew, and that she wanted to discuss it. The woman said GP had always fallen for the really pretty ones. Then she complained about her 16-year-old daughter, feeling like an animal in a zoo. She knew the woman had said it before, or read it somewhere. They were all the same. It wasn't the young people who had changed, but the silly middle-aged trying desperately to stay young, imitating them so badly that they couldn't be respected. But the meeting made her feel that GP did love her, that there was a deep bond between them, his loving her in his way, her liking him very much in hers, a fog of unsolved desire and sadness that others couldn't understand. 2 people in a desert, trying to find both themselves and an oasis. She began to think of the 20 years between them not as a wall that put love out of the question, but as a cruel wall fate had built to keep them apart. After supper, he produced the paper and dictated an absurd letter for her to write. Then the trouble started. She had prepared a tiny note in her smallest writing and slipped it into the envelope, when he wasn't looking the kind of thing that would go unnoticed in the best spy stories. But he noticed. It upset him, making him see things in the cold light of reality. Yet he was genuinely shocked that she should be frightened. He couldn't imagine himself killing or raping her, and that was something. She let him have his fit of pique, then tried to be nice to him because she knew she must get him to send that letter. It was a job she had never known him in such a huff. She asked if he would call it a day and let her go home, but he said no. When she asked what he wanted to do with her, take her to bed, he gave her a look as if she was being disgusting. Then she had an inspiration. She acted a little charade, his oriental slave. He liked her to play the fool, and the stupidest thing she did he called witty. He even joined in, stumbling after her like a giraffe. She got him to let her write another letter, and he looked in the envelope again. Then she talked him into going to London, as her plan required. She gave him a ridiculous list of things to buy, most of which she didn't want but would keep him busy. She told him it was impossible to trace a letter posted in London, and he finally agreed. One request? No, she didn't ask for things, she ordered them. She commanded him to try to buy a George Paston, giving him a list of galleries. She even tried to get him to go to the studio, but as soon as he heard it was in Hampstead, he smelled a rat. He wanted to know if she knew this George Paston, and she said no, just by name, but it didn't sound convincing. She told him GP was a casual friend who was quite old, a very good painter who badly needed money, and she would like some of his pictures. If he bought straight from him, they wouldn't be paying galleries, but she could see he was frightened to go. He didn't fall for that. He wanted to know if GP was one of those paint-pot-at-the-wall chaps, and she gave him a look. He said he was only joking, and she told him not to. After a bit he said GP would want to know where she came from, but she told him what he could say. He said he'd think about it, which was Calabanese for no. It was too much to expect, and there probably wouldn't be anything in any of the galleries. She didn't worry, because she wasn't going to be there this time tomorrow. She was going to escape. He would go off after breakfast, leaving her lunch, so she would have 4 or 5 hours. She felt sorry for Caliban that evening. He would suffer when she was gone. There would be nothing left. He would be alone with all his sex neurosis, class neurosis, uselessness, and emptiness. He had asked for it. She wasn't really sorry, but she wasn't absolutely unsorry. She couldn't write yesterday. Too fed up. She had been so stupid. She got him away all yesterday and had hours to escape, but she never really thought of the problems. She had imagined scooping out handfuls of soft, loamy earth, but the nail was useless. It wouldn't dig the cement properly. It was terribly hard. She took hours to get one stone out, and there wasn't earth behind it, but another stone, a bigger one made of chalk, and she couldn't even find where its edge was. She got another stone out, but it didn't help there was the same huge stone behind. She began to get desperate, seeing the tunnel was no good. She hit violently at the door, trying to force it with the nail, and managed to hurt her hand. All she had at the end was a sore hand and broken fingernails. She just wasn't strong enough without tools, even with tools. In the end, she put the stones back, and powdered the cement as best she could, mixing it with water and talcum powder to camouflage the hole. She suddenly told herself that the digging would have to be done over a number of days. The only stupid thing was to expect to do it all in one. She spent a long time trying to hide the place, but it was no good. Little bits fell out, and she had started in the most obvious place, where he was bound to spot it. So she gave up. She decided it was all petty, stupid, useless, like a bad drawing, unrescuable. When he came at last, he saw it at once. He always sniffed around as soon as he entered. He started to see how far she had gone. She sat on the bed and watched him. In the end, she threw the nail at him. He cemented the stones back. He said it was solid chalk behind all the way round. She wouldn't speak to him all evening or look at the things he'd bought, even though she could see one of them was a picture frame. She took a sleeping pill and went to bed straight after supper. This morning, before he came down, she decided to pass it off as something unimportant, to be normal, not to give in. She unpacked all the things he'd bought. First of all, there was GP's picture, a drawing of a young woman, a nude, not like anything else she had seen, probably something he did a long time ago. It had his simplicity of lying, his hatred of fussiness. The woman was half turned away, hanging up or taking down a dress. It wasn't worth dozens of things he had done since, but it was real. She kissed it when she unwrapped it. She looked at some of the lines, not as lines, but as things he had touched, not love but humanity. Caliban was surprised that she seemed so gay when he came in. She thanked him for all he had bought. She said you couldn't be a proper prisoner if you didn't try to escape, and now let's not talk about it. He said he had telephoned every gallery she gave him, and there was only the one thing. She thanked him, and asked if she could keep it down here, saying she would give it to him when she went, though she wouldn't. He said he would rather have a drawing of hers anyway. She asked if he had posted the letter. He said he had, but she saw he was going red. She told him she believed him, and that it would be such a dirty trick not to post it, that she was sure he must have. She felt almost certain he had funked it, as he funked the check. It would be just like him, but nothing she said would make him post it. So she decided she would suppose he had posted it. That evening they played the records he bought. Bartok's music for percussion and Celesta the loveliest. It made her think of Collier last summer, the day they went through the ilexes to the tower. Seeing the amazing chestnut color where the cork had been cut away, the cicadas, the wild azure sea through the stems, the heat and smell of everything burnt. She and Piers and everyone except Minnie got a bit tipsy. She slept in the shade and woke up staring through the leaves at the cobalt blue sky, thinking how impossible things were to paint, how some blue pigment could never mean the living blue light. She suddenly felt she didn't want to paint. Painting was just showing off. The thing was to experience and experience forevermore. Coming back, she had a long talk with a nice shy boy, Jean-Louis. His bad English and her bad French, yet they understood each other. He was terribly timid, frightened of Piers, jealous of him. When she discovered he was going to be a priest, Piers was crude afterwards. That stupid, clumsy English male cruelty to the truth. He couldn't see that Jean-Louis liked her and was sexually attracted. But there was this other thing, a determination to be a priest, a colossal effort of coming to terms with oneself that he had to do every day. All Piers could say was that he bet Jean-Louis was having dirty dreams about her. The arrogance and insensitivity of boys who had been to public schools. Piers was always going on about how he hated Stowe, as if that solved everything. When she told GP about it later, he just said the poor frog was probably on his knees praying to forget her. She watched Piers throw stones out to sea near Valencia. He was so beautiful, like a young god, golden brown, and Minnie said it would be wonderful if Piers was dumb. Then she asked if she could go to bed with him. She said no then. She didn't know. Piers came up and wanted to know what Minnie was smiling about. Minnie said she had just told a secret about him. After he went off, she asked what the secret was. Minnie said bodies beat minds. She said Piers was so good-looking, one could forget he was so stupid. You might think you could marry him and teach him, but you couldn't. Or you could go to bed with him for fun, and one day find you were in love with his body and stuck with his rotten mind forever. She asked if that didn't terrify her. It didn't, not more than many other things. Minnie was serious, saying she would never speak to her again if she married him. She got up and kissed her on the way to meet the boys. They were both terrible lookers through. Minnie always said it had to be someone you felt was your equal, someone who could look through as well as you, and the body thing always had to be second. She had secretly thought Carmen would be another spinster, but now she compared GP to Piers, and Piers had nothing on his side, just a golden body throwing stones aimlessly into the sea. That evening, her frustration boiled over into a rampage. She began hurling things, first cushions, then plates, anything she could get her hands on, driven by a longing she'd suppressed for days to shatter something, anything. He absorbed it all without retaliation, which only infuriated her more. His passivity felt like a weakness, and she thought he should have struck her instead of enduring it so meekly. He did grab her once, his hand closing around her arm to stop her from destroying another plate, but the contact was so rare and so unwelcome that it chilled her, repulsive as ice water. She unleashed a torrent of criticism at him then, dissecting his life and telling him exactly what he needed to change, but she knew it was pointless. Her words washed over him. He seemed to derive a perverse satisfaction simply from being the subject of her attention, regardless of the content. Exhausted by her own outburst, she retreated to her book, finding in its characters a reflection of her divided self, the passionate, foolish Marianne and the sensible Eleanor she aspired to be. A chilling thought surfaced. What if he had a breakdown, an accident? She would be trapped, left to die. Her failed escape attempt the day before had proven the impossibility of breaking free. The next day, she launched another desperate bid for freedom. She'd been planning this particular ruse for weeks, holding it in reserve for a moment of last resort, and had kept it out of her diary for fear he might find it. She prepared herself meticulously, dusting her face with talcum powder to appear pale and ill. When she heard his knock, she swallowed a mixture of salt and water and pressed her tongue to induce vomiting, timing it perfectly so he walked in as she was retching. She collapsed onto the bed, writhing and clutching her stomach, still in her pajamas, letting out weak groans, as if she were bravely enduring terrible pain. He stood there, bewildered, asking what was wrong, and they engaged in a frantic, broken exchange where he tried to avoid taking her to a doctor, and she insisted. Then abruptly, he seemed to capitulate, muttered something about it being the end, and rushed out. She heard the iron door swing. She was still facing the wall, but not the sound of the bolts being shot. Then the outer door. Silence. It was so sudden, so complete, that she almost didn't believe it. She pulled on socks and shoes and ran to the iron door. It was open a crack. Cautious, she kept up the act, calling his name weakly and hobbling across the cellar and up the steps. She could see light from the outer door. He hadn't locked that either. For a fleeting moment she wondered if this was his escape, a complete breakdown. But he would have taken the van, and she heard no engine. She waited, her suspense unbearable, and finally pulled the door open and burst out into the daylight. He was there, waiting. She'd ruined her own deception by putting on shoes. He held something in his hand, a hammer, and his eyes looked wild. She was certain he meant to attack her. They faced each other, frozen for an instant, and then, without thinking, she turned and ran back down. He pursued her, but stopped at the threshold of her cell, and she heard the bolt slide home. Her instinct to retreat had saved her. She knew that if she'd screamed or tried to flee, he would have beaten her to death. There were moments when some other force seemed to take possession of him. That night, he brought her supper in silence. She'd spent the afternoon drawing a strip cartoon of him, the awful tale of a harmless boy. A desperate attempt to diffuse the horror by turning it into something absurd, showing his transformation from a meek clerk into a drooling monster. When he left, she showed it to him. He studied it carefully without laughing, interpreting it as merely a natural expression of her contempt. She realized then that she was just one of his specimens, part of a collection meant to be pinned and displayed. He hated when she tried to break the pattern to flutter free. He wanted her alive but dead, beautiful, static, unchanging. Her liveliness, her shifting moods, her separate existence had become an annoyance to him. He was immovable, solid, iron-willed. She remembered his killing bottle. She was trapped inside one now, fluttering against the glass, believing she could escape because she could see out. But it was an illusion, a thick, round wall of glass. The days ground on with unbearable slowness. Her one comfort was the drawing of GP's, the only living thing in that place, unique and created. She studied it obsessively, first and last thing each day, knowing every line, noting the subtle imbalance in the composition, a tiny something missing, but it lived. When Caliban returned the Catcher in the Rye that evening, she knew from his tone that he'd dismissed it. She challenged him on it, trying to make him see its brilliance, its honest portrayal of adolescent turmoil. He saw only a messy boy, who talked in a way he didn't like. She grew frustrated, insisting that he was a Holden Caulfield himself, disconnected from the world, and he should feel a kinship with the protagonist. But he refused to see it, blaming the boy for his own failures. She compared him to the old man of the sea. The burden Sinbad carried an encumbrance that weighed down everything vital and free. Her fury crystallized against the immense deadweight of ordinary, petty people like him. She saw herself as one of the few, a representative of all creative, striving individuals, martyred by the masses, who envied and resented them. She hated the ignorant, the phony, the jealous and mean, the new people with their money and vulgarity and soullessness. She believed the few had to carry the world, that they had to stand against the great stodge of the ordinary, and in this room she was their martyr, their representative imprisoned, unable to grow at the mercy of his resentment. It frightened her sometimes, the struggle, but she knew she couldn't choose the ivory tower. To give up on life was the worst betrayal. She might, one day, marry and fall into domesticity, becoming one of the enemy. But this was what she felt now, a fierce, desperate allegiance to the band of those who dared to be different. A wave of self-doubt washed over her. She accused herself of vanity, of wanting to belong to the select few without actually being one of them. She then considered her captor, noting how he wasn't even a typical member of the new people he so resembled. He was outdated, lacking their confident bravado, but the core was the same, a hatred for the unusual, a desire for uniformity. His misuse of money disgusted her, a symptom of a deeper sickness. She recalled a saying from her mentor about the honest poor becoming the vulgar rich, losing their virtues when they acquired money, and mistaking spending for meaning. She admitted, with a pang of guilt, that she still desired money herself, but she believed in the example of her mentor and his circle artists who lived for their work, not their wealth. She saw Caliban as a blind man behind the wheel of a powerful car, unable to handle his fortune. He had been decent only when he was poor and trapped in routine. A new Bach record arrived, and she played it twice. He sat through it, with a forced expression of appreciation, though he claimed not to be musical. She lay in the dark that night with the music, imagining her mentor beside her, alive and present, and felt a pathetic loneliness when she later snapped at Caliban for being late. She realized she had wanted him to come, a truth that shamed her. The following evening they argued about his money. She told him he should give most of it away, trying to shame him into generosity, but he refused to trust anyone. He was like the stingy man she'd encountered collecting for charity, suspicious of all causes. She insisted she knew the money would be used properly, but he demanded proof she couldn't give, and his smug smile made her feel naive. She accused him of lying about sending a donation, but he claimed it was anonymous, and she bit back the threat to check on it once she was free, knowing it would only make him less likely to release her. His spending on her was a paradox. He'd lavish hundreds on chocolates, flowers, and perfume. She'd mentioned a whim for French scent, and he'd return with 14 bottles, 40 pounds worth of a luxury she couldn't use to buy what she really wanted. She understood his psychology. He would give to a starving child he could see, but everything beyond his immediate perception was suspect. He was the one imprisoned, trapped in his own narrow world. 2 days before the promised release date, she was consumed by dread. She'd been reminding him, but she felt she should have sprung the demand on him more suddenly. She resolved to arrange a party for the final night, to tell him she felt differently, and wanted to be his friend, to help him even. It wasn't entirely a lie. She felt a confusing responsibility for him, a pity that often overrode her hatred. She thought of introducing him to people who could help, even fantasized about arranging a marriage for him to someone suitable. She knew she had to steel herself for the likelihood that he wouldn't free her, telling herself the odds were 100 to 1, but she clung to the desperate hope that he would keep his word. Her thoughts turned to her mentor. She hadn't seen him in over 2 months. She'd been in France and Spain, and he'd been away for most of September, only a postcard in reply to her letters. She'd telephoned him as soon as she was back, and he'd asked her to come round. She tried to appear, as if she hadn't made an effort to look pretty, though she had, and told him about her travels, about Piers and the Goyas. He listened, then showed her the work he'd done in the Hebrides, making her feel ashamed of her own laziness. She apologized for talking too much, but he didn't mind. He was cleaning an old iron wheel he'd found in Edinburgh, a beautiful, intricate piece of an old clock. They were silent for a while, watching him work. Then he said he'd missed her, that she'd disturbed him. She deflected, asking about another woman he'd been involved with, and he said it was over. He admitted that he'd thought about her constantly in the Hebrides, that he wanted to marry her. He then, in the same calm tone, said he'd decided he had to stop seeing her. He was too old, unreliable, and she didn't love him. She couldn't find words to explain what she felt. He was clinical, cleaning his hands with petrol, asking her to leave him in peace. She was shocked. He spoke of love as something that happens to men again and again, making them suffer like 20-year-olds, and he was an old man in love, a stale joke. He argued that she'd never been deeply in love, and she challenged him, pointing out she was only 20. He conceded an ash tree. A foot high was still an ash tree. Their ages weren't the issue, he said, and then smiled, asking her to leave him a loophole. They made coffee, and she felt a cowardly wave of relief at the thought of not having to live with him. He spoke with his back to her, explaining that until she'd gone away, he'd tried to convince himself his feelings were just the usual thing, that his brief fling with the Swedish woman had been an attempt to exorcise her. But she'd come back in his mind constantly, and he'd gone out at night in the north and looked south, thinking of her. It was her he wanted, not the other thing. He mentioned a sudden look she had, a glimpse of the woman she would become much more than a nice woman. Their eyes met, and something passed between them, a physical feeling that changed things. He stared at her until she was embarrassed, then put his arm around her shoulders and led her to the door, praising her beauty, her sensitivity, her eagerness to be honest, her blend of youth and old-fashioned priggishness. She was the daughter he'd like to have, and that was why he'd wanted her so much. He pushed her through the door, kissed the back of her head, and told her to go. She looked back at his sad smile and asked him not to make it too long. He shook his head, ambiguously, and she walked home, singing, enjoying the romance and mystery of it, thinking she'd won the game. But since then she'd changed. She first dismissed his decision as a whim, then a weakness, then accepted it was for the best, focusing on her work. But she kept asking herself if she loved him. Now, she knew she'd changed again. She realized how shallow her attraction to Piers's looks was, how she could now imagine her mentor's touch without disgust, though it felt like a perverse curiosity. She sensed his weakness and probable betrayal, but she'd always imagined marriage as a shared adventure with someone her own age, discovering together. She would have nothing to teach him, all the learning would be on her side. Yet he represented an ideal. His sense of what counted, his independence, his refusal to conform. She needed that in a partner, and no one else she'd met. Had it the people at the Slade were too young, and it was easy for them to be rebellious. She briefly wondered if it had all been a trap, if she'd responded wrongly on the stairs. But she wouldn't believe that of him. She no longer felt the need for a man her own age. She needed someone older because she always saw through the boys she met. He wasn't a father-husband. She compared him to characters in her novel Caliban, was the bumbling suitor, Piers the charming philanderer, and she wondered if her mentor could be the true, principled hero, a hater of pretense and selfishness, despite his unconventional life. She hated that his name was the same as hers, finding a strange moral in the coincidence. 5 days had passed since she had last eaten, surviving only on water. He brought food daily, but she refused every crumb. She had felt fine, just some stomach pains and weakness, until half an hour ago when she stood and nearly fainted, a warning she couldn't ignore. Tomorrow, she resolved, she would eat again. She refused to die for him. Her hatred had been sustaining her, a fierce rage against his cowardice, his selfishness, the very essence of his being. She had broken her silence not to write, but now she felt she had to record the outrage, to acknowledge that whatever friendship or humanity had existed between them was dead. They were enemies now, and she sensed his resentment of her existence, a hatred he was still trying to hide beneath a veneer of kindness. She remembered waking from the chloroform that first night, stripped to her underwear, a violation she'd initially met with fury and disgust. Then she'd considered what he hadn't done, and had chosen silence over confrontation. She'd rationalized it as a bizarre notion of propriety, or even a twisted form of chivalry. But the fact that he hadn't done anything now seemed as frightening as if he had. The rift between them was absolute and unbridgeable. His promise of release in another 4 weeks was just words. She didn't believe him. She'd warned him she would try to kill him, and she meant it. She realized how wrong she'd been to let him spend money on her, to be nice to him, to even tease or break things in his presence. All of it was attention, a form of engagement. From now on, she would be ice, freezing him out. His only power over her was physical. In every other way she was superior. She would have to use force to escape. She'd been thinking about God, coming to the conclusion that he didn't intervene in human suffering. He might have created the world, but he was remote and indifferent, incapable of caring about individuals. She felt cleaner, less blind, believing they had to live as if there was no God. Principles had to be broken to survive. The sky was empty, pure, a vast emptiness that seemed to confirm her new conviction. That evening she was cold and dismissive, telling him their relationship was strictly prisoner and warder. The next day she deliberately provoked him. He brought baked beans for lunch, which she hated, and he knew it. She hurled the plate at him, pretending rage, watching the orange sauce splatter his clean clothes. He stood there sheepishly as she snapped that she didn't want lunch and turned her back. She spent the afternoon eating chocolates, and at supper, he arrived with a lavish spread of caviar, salmon, and chicken, all things she liked. She recognized his cunning not in the purchases themselves, but in the humble, self-sacrificing way he presented them, as if he deserved her gratitude. She felt an absurd urge to giggle, to collapse into hysterical laughter, but she forced herself to remain cold. Her moods were erratic, swinging from determination to despair within hours. She wasn't a natural hater. It felt like she had a finite store of goodwill that had to be released. She struggled not to be ordinary with him, to say something as simple as, "That was nice," but she managed to say nothing. He asked if that was all, like a butler, and she dismissed him. When he left, she found herself smiling, then laughing uncontrollably hysteria. Lately, she'd spent time staring at her reflection, feeling unreal, as if she was watching someone else. Loneliness had made her a stranger to herself. That night, she couldn't sleep. She hated herself. She'd nearly become a murderer. It all started at lunch when she felt the pull to be nice to him, just to talk to someone. Even him. He was human after all. She'd realized she could never attack him down here. He never turned his back, and there were no weapons. Her plan had been to get upstairs and find something. So she'd asked for a bath, and on the way in she saw the axe on the kitchen windowsill. In the bath, she resolved to use it, to knock him out. As they left the kitchen, she dropped her things and pretended to look for them. He bent to pick them up, and she grabbed the axe, the blunt end ready. But then she froze, caught between the necessity to act and the inability to do so. He started to straighten up, and she swung in a panic, missing, hitting him sideways. He fell but kept hold of her, and she swung again, but he blocked it and kicked her feet out from under her. They struggled, panting and straining like animals, and then she felt the absurdity of it, the undignified ugliness of the fight. He pushed her roughly back, and she sensed his disgust mirrored her own. She lay in the dark thinking, crying, then stopping. She woke to a deep sense of shame, feeling she had let herself down in the most vile way. She arrived at a series of resolutions, recognizing that violence and force were wrong. Using them would only bring her down to his level. She questioned her own motives for lame-ducking people, realizing it had often been about her own ego, not genuine sympathy. She thought of past cases, a girl she'd helped to prove her own cleverness, and attractive young men she'd mothered, while ignoring countless others who needed help more. She decided she'd given up on her captor too soon. The prisoner-warder stance was foolish. She resolved to change her approach. No more spitting or sharpness, only silence when he irritated her, and a genuine attempt to treat him as someone needing understanding. She would continue trying to teach him about art. There was only one right way, not the right way of her old school, but her own moral compass. She was a moral person, and she wouldn't let him make her immoral. Later that day, she acted on her new resolve. She made him let her look at his head, dabbing Dettol on the wound from her attack. He was nervous, jumpy, and she saw that she'd broken his trust, a state she needed to repair. It was a tightrope. Though when she was cruel, his self-pity made her hate herself when she was kind. His discreet self-satisfaction made her want to goad him again. Still, the air had cleared. That evening, she tried to teach him about abstract art, but it was hopeless. He was fixed in his belief that art was merely about achieving photographic accuracy, and that abstract designs were somehow immoral. He could admit something made a nice pattern but refused to call it art. The very word triggered a cascade of shocked, guilty associations in him. She wondered if the vast majority of people were like him, not just indifferent to art, but secretly shocked and dismayed by it. The next day, she finished a novel that shocked her deeply, both for its content and because of her situation. She admired the writer's skill but found the protagonist, a selfish and brutal young man, utterly disgusting. Worse, she felt the author didn't show any disgust for his creation, instead seeming to admire the character's cheek and vitality. She hated the protagonist's narrow, inward-looking selfishness. his complete disinterest in the wider world. She suspected the author had fallen in love with his subject's ugliness, trying to prettify what he should have condemned. The book shocked her anew, because she saw a version of her captor in that character, the same selfishness, the same hatred of anything outside his own type, though inverted and hidden. It felt like a battle between the few like her and the mass of such people. She was besieged, and she had to fight with her weapons: reason, sympathy, and humanity not his. By the next day she was desperate to escape. Art, music, reading nothing gave relief. The only thing she needed, and every prisoner must, was other people. She wanted to see dozens of strange faces. One couldn't imagine the reality of prison from outside. Time moved at a glacial pace. She'd lost all sense of the outside world, cut off from news and information. The following afternoon, she had a talk with him, getting him to sit as a model. She asked him bluntly what he really wanted should she become his mistress. The suggestion shocked him. He went red and said he could buy that in London. She called him a Chinese box, and she was right. The innermost box contained his impossible desire for her to love him completely, with body, mind, and respect. It was utterly impossible, even if she could get past the physical revulsion. How could she ever look up to him? She felt a fierce will to survive. She contemplated the unusual nature of his love. Ordinary people of his class couldn't love like that blindly, absolutely, like a medieval poet. He seemed to enjoy the hopelessness of it, drawing pleasure from his own devotion, though he could never create anything from it. People who didn't create, she hated. She was terrified of dying because she was so intensely curious about the future, how she'd grow, who she'd marry, what she'd become. It was a wonderful time to be alive, despite the danger. She formulated thoughts that uncreative men with opportunity became evil, and that killing him would be a drop of evil that, like all drops, would join the ocean. She daydreamed about living with her mentor, sometimes in romantic landscapes, imagining his betrayal and her despair. It was all silly magazine stuff, but the closeness of spirit felt real. She knew she was capable of throwing herself away on some man who would betray her, that passion and violence would sour everything. If he had really loved her, he couldn't have sent her away. But if he had really loved her, he would have had to. At midnight, despair overwhelmed her. She felt she would never escape, the weight of the earth pressing in on her tiny cell, contracting around her. She wanted to scream until her voice was raw, but words failed her. A slow-motion panic had gripped her all day. She wondered what he'd thought when he first brought her here, how she wasn't acting like the dream girl he'd imagined. Perhaps he was waiting for that dream Miranda to appear. She considered becoming that girl, putting her arms around him, kissing him, praising him, and the thought led to a more radical idea. She should really kiss him, love him, make him feel she'd been touched by his chivalry. He was scrupulously clean, at least. She decided to sleep on it. The next day, she'd reached a tremendous decision. She'd imagined being in bed with him, and realized kissing wasn't enough. She needed to give him such a shock that he'd have to release her. You couldn't imprison someone who'd given herself to you. She'd be in his power, and couldn't go to the police. It was obvious, like a good chess sacrifice. She planned to do all the seducing, letting him engage in what was euphemistically called Scotch love, but not the final act, claiming it was her time of the month if necessary. She was willing to take the risk, even if he didn't stop. There were two reasons: the need to make him free her, and her own need to stop sitting and watching. She'd always despised the idea of saving herself for the right man, yet she'd always held back. She was mean with her body. She had to act. She'd fight with generosity and gentleness, not with his weapons of selfishness and brutality. The more she thought about it, the more certain she felt. He must want her physically, and whatever his secret was, it would come out. She thought about her mentor constantly. The first and last thing she saw every day was his drawing. She'd ask him about the model, about his life. She realized she'd been like a character in a novel, with clever theories about love, and love was something that came in different clothes, requiring time to recognize. She would risk his coldness, his possible involvement with someone else. She'd tell him She'd been naked with a man she loathed, that she'd been at bottom. She still couldn't bear the thought of him reducing it all to sex. She needed to walk up those stairs and see him at his bench again. She'd already started her plan, calling him by his chosen name and complimenting him, though he hadn't noticed. She couldn't sleep, playing his favorite music, imagining they were listening together. She decided a simple kiss wouldn't be enough. It had to be a shock. She'd always tried to happen to life, now she needed to let life happen to her. 2 days later, she wrote in anguish. She'd done something terrible, and she had to record it. She'd decided that morning to do something extraordinary, to shock herself as much as him. She'd been nice all day, arranged a bath, and after it, she'd drenched herself in perfume, stood before the fire showing her bare feet, and drunk 3 glasses of sherry quickly. She made him sit down, and sat on his lap. He was stiff, shocked, and she had to push on. She let her robe fall open, but he just sat there like a stranger at a party who didn't much like her. In a perverse way, it was exciting a woman in her reaching to a man in him. She had to force him to kiss her. He made a feeble excuse about losing his head, but she didn't care. He kissed her back then, pressing his mouth to hers, and his mouth was sweet. He smelled clean. It wasn't so bad, but then he retreated to the window and wouldn't come back. She knelt by the fire, half naked, letting her hair down, but still he stayed away. She had to go to him, bring him back. He was in a trance, and she undressed him and herself. She told him not to be nervous, to be natural, but he couldn't. He held her once, but it was a desperate imitation, pathetically unconvincing. He couldn't do it. There was no man in him. She mothered him, telling him not to worry, and they dressed again. Gradually, the truth came out. A psychiatrist had told him he would never be able to do it. He'd imagined them lying in bed together, just lying. She offered to do that, but he didn't want to. Deep down, alongside his beastliness, there was a tremendous innocence he had to protect. He said he loved her, but she told him he loved his own love, his own feelings, not her. When she tried to make him appreciate what she'd done, his true self emerged. He became beastly, wouldn't answer, flew at her when she pitied him. It made her cry. The coldness, the inhumanity, the realization that this was what he was. What did he want? Why was she here if he couldn't do it? She'd lit a fire to warm them, and only seen his real face by its light. She told him they couldn't be further apart, though they'd been naked in front of each other. But they were. She felt better now, glad nothing worse had happened. She'd been mad to take the risk. It was enough to have survived. It was now plain to her he was angry. Not a petty irritation, but a deep suppressed rage she'd never seen before. She was furious in turn. No one could understand the effort she'd put into the previous day's surrender, the giving, the risking, the understanding, the pushing back of every natural instinct. This was his issue, a weird male illogic. They sulked when you withheld, and hated you when you gave. She'd discovered his secret, and he hated her for it. He must have always known he couldn't have her, yet he spoke of love. His real pleasure, she concluded, was simply keeping her prisoner, imagining the envy of other men. Her being nice was pointless. She would be so unpleasant. He'd get no pleasure from her. She would fast again. She'd done something original, something few others could have done. She'd steeled herself when they were naked. The last of her old self was dead. She remembered driving a car at high speed, against everyone's wishes, proving she could do it. That afternoon, she read a play, seeing her own situation in the relationship between the master and the slave, recognizing that kindness was useless. She'd threatened to fast, unless he let her upstairs for fresh air and daylight, giving him until morning to decide. He'd been sarcastic, telling her she was forgetting who was boss. He frightened her now. The next day, he agreed. She was to go upstairs. He'd convert a room, a process that would take a week. She accepted, warning him against delay. That night, she lay in bed thinking of her mentor, wanting to be in bed with him, craving his marvelous ordinariness. His promiscuity seemed creative and vital. He created love and life around him. She'd always felt a kind of promiscuity herself, imagining strangers in bed, and she now saw that even casual sex could be beautiful, Only the frozen lifelessness between her and her captor was ugly. She imagined him in court, and herself speaking for him, arguing his case was tragic, that he needed sympathy. She knew she could never cure him because she was his disease. She resolved to have an affair with her mentor, to marry him if he wanted. She craved the adventure and risk, tired of being young and inexperienced, clever at knowing but not at living. She wanted his children. Her body no longer counted, he could have it. She'd been cleverer than most men and girls she knew, but she didn't even know how to handle her captor. She saw her old self as a silly toy, an old gollywog in a cupboard. She would be hurt and battered, but it would be like being in a gale of light after this black hole. He had the secret of life in him, something spring-like, not immoral. She'd seen him at twilight before now she saw him at dawn. In the mirror, her eyes looked both older and older because she'd learned, younger, because she'd shed the stale ideas of others. She felt the mysterious power of women. They were physically weaker, but stronger, able to bear cruelty that men couldn't. She was full of urges, a new independence. She knew she would escape. He could never win. She thought of paintings she would do, a butter-yellow field rising to a white sky, the sun rising in a strange rose pink. She dreamed of walking in fields with someone she liked, seeing swallows low over green corn, filled with pure happiness. Later, she dreamed of a black horse that crashed through a window to attack her violence, everything she hated and feared. She decided she wouldn't keep a diary when she left it. Was unhealthy, vain, writing what she wanted to hear. She longed to paint other things, fields, southern houses, landscapes in vast light, the light of Spain, not the places themselves. She'd been playing music full of bursts and sparkles, like chandeliers of diamonds in the sky. The final days in the cellar unfolded through a haze of fever and fragile hope that kept collapsing into despair. She had spent one afternoon forcing her mind away from her captor, conjuring instead the sharp, unforgettable fragments of wisdom from the older artist whose words she treasured. His pronouncements on the world's brutishness and the mass of soulless people rang in her memory like a challenge, hard and permanent, meant to be wrestled with. To quiet her racing thoughts, she had turned to drawing dozens of skyscapes, each one composed of nothing but a single line for the earth, and an expanse of imagined weather above, from summer's glare to winter's gloom, from the tension of a thunderhead to the peace of dusk. It was a strange, calming exercise, emptying her mind of everything except the memory of open air and light. She had come to a startling conclusion, one that would have seemed impossible weeks earlier. She realized she could not wish this ordeal undone, because the person she had been before the girl who had walked freely through London was not the person she wanted to remain. If she escaped, she would emerge transformed into someone harder, more aware, and, she believed, better. If she did not survive, she would at least die knowing she had glimpsed the truth of her own limitations. It was like firing clay. She thought the risk of cracking and warping was necessary to produce something lasting. Clegg had been quiet lately, the tension between them settling into something resembling a truce. She decided she would ask him tomorrow to take her upstairs, to see if he had actually been making the promised preparations. That afternoon, she had made a request she knew was a concession to his control. She asked him to bind and gag her, to let her sit at the foot of the cellar steps with the outer door open. After some hesitation, he agreed. Perched on the cold stone, she tilted her head back and stared up at the narrow slice of sky visible beyond the threshold. It was pale gray, the color of winter, and she watched birds, pigeons, she thought, cross the opening, their dark shapes flickering against the clouds. She heard sounds from the world outside, distant and strange, that felt like a message from a realm she had almost forgotten. It was the first real daylight she had seen in 2 months, and the beauty of it, the simple fact of its existence, broke something inside her. She wept silently, the tears running down her cheeks as she stared upward. The next day brought a small measure of relief. He had allowed her upstairs for a bath, and afterwards they had inspected the room that was supposedly being prepared for her. He had made some visible progress on the alterations, and when she described a type of chair she wanted, an antique Windsor, he said he would try to find one. She even sketched it for him. For a fleeting, fragile moment, she felt something approaching happiness, an almost giddy anticipation that her confinement might finally be ending. She felt too restless to write, as if her spirit was already half escaped. Standing in that room, she had asked him a direct question, testing the limits of his promise. Why not simply let her live upstairs as his guest, on her word of honor? He had rejected the idea with absolute finality, his voice flat and without hesitation. Even if 50 trustworthy people swore on their lives that she wouldn't flee, he wouldn't believe them. He trusted no one, not the entire world. She challenged him. How could he go through life never trusting? But he had turned the question back on her, insisting she had no understanding of what true solitude was. Her response, sharp with frustration, pointed out that she had been alone for 2 months, but he dismissed her experience. He seemed convinced that people back home had long since forgotten her, that he himself might be dead for all anyone in his old life cared. When she mentioned his aunt, he dismissed her with a single bitter word. Then, with a sudden, raw honesty, he had confessed that she had no idea what she meant to him, that she was everything, his only reason for existence. The silence that followed was immense and unbroken. On the morning of the 7th, he had brought the chair down to show her. It was nice, exactly what she had asked for, but she refused to keep it in the cellar. She wanted nothing from this underground space in her new life upstairs. The complete change had to be absolute. He had agreed, finally, that she could move up the next day, sparing her the full week of waiting. He had gone into Lewis to buy more things for the room, and they planned a celebration supper. In the last 2 days, his manner had softened, become almost pleasant. She forced herself to remain cautious, not to rush for freedom at the first opportunity, knowing he would be watching. Even with the window boarded and the door locked, there would be ways to see daylight, and eventually, if he didn't release her willingly, there would be a chance to run. But she also knew there would likely be only one chance, and if she failed, he would send her straight back into the cellar. The next attempt had to be sure. Something in his recent behavior, however, made her feel this time he might actually keep his word. Despite the fragile hope, a chill was spreading through her. She had caught his cold, but she dismissed it as unimportant. Then the mood had shattered entirely. He had revealed that he had never intended to let her go. His secret desire, his true aim, was to photograph her, to force her to pose, to remove her clothes and submit to his control. The revelation sickened her to a degree she had not thought possible. The loathing that rose in her throat was absolute. He had accused her of being a street woman, of having asked for this degradation, and in response, her rage had exploded. She had hurled an ink bottle at him. He retaliated with threats, saying he would stop her baths, her exercise, everything if she refused. The hatred between them was seething and palpable, an almost physical presence in the room. Her fever was climbing. She could not think clearly, but she was too angry to consider self-destruction. He had abused her from the beginning, she realized, using her compassion and then trampling it. He wanted to break her, to make her hate herself into annihilation. The final cruelty came that night. He brought no supper. He was going to let her fast, to starve on top of the illness. Perhaps he intended to leave her to die. She would not give in. She lay on the bed, holding the framed drawing of the older artist beside her like a talisman, like a crucifix against a demon. She repeated to herself that she would survive, she would escape, she would not be beaten. In her fevered state, her thoughts turned to God. She hated whatever force had created a world where men like her captor were possible, and situations like this could exist. If there was a divinity, it must be a great loathsome spider in the darkness, incapable of goodness. The suffering she endured was pointless, wasted, giving birth to nothing. She saw the world's cruelty as a vast, darkening ocean, the bomb, the tortures, the starving children, all of it growing bigger and more unbearable. It felt as though the lights had fused, leaving her stranded in the black truth. God, if he existed, was powerless and cold, hating humanity because he could not love. People refused to see this truth. too busy with their grabbing and their small comforts to notice the spider's web beneath the surface of happiness. The darkness was absolute. She had lain in a feverish sleep when he came down to check on her. She felt too rotten to speak, too exhausted for the hatred that still burned in her chest. The air in the cellar was stifling, the bed damp, and there was a new, worrying pain in her chest that worsened with each breath. She had not said a word to him. Words were useless now. She wished she could draw, like the dark master of images she admired, to capture the pure, unadulterated hatred she felt. The fear was rising now, an urgent and terrifying question. What would happen if she was truly ill? He would have to get a doctor, surely. He might kill her, but he couldn't simply let her die, could he? By evening, he had brought a thermometer. Her temperature was 100, and then 101. She felt terrible. She spent the day in bed, consumed by a loneliness so profound it seemed to choke her. Morning brought no relief, only the shivering and aches of a bronchial infection. She had not slept properly, plagued by vivid, horrifying dreams. The older artist had appeared in one, and the memory of it made her cry. She could not eat. There was a new, deeper pain in her lung when she breathed. The thought of pneumonia was a constant gnawing fear, but she refused to believe it. She would not die for her captor, not for him. The strange dreams continued. That night, the last shred of her defiance had been crushed by her own physical weakness. She had shouted at him, and he had responded with a cold fury. Too weak to fight, she had been bound and gagged, and he had taken his vile photographs. She had endured the humiliation to get it over with. It was no longer about her own pain, but about the sheer beastliness of the entire world. She lay in the darkness crying, her desperate determination to survive reduced to a repeated, whispered chant. She was going mad, slipping into a fever state where she saw figures at the bedside, heard the voices of her family. It was pneumonia. It had to be. He must get a doctor. It was murder. She begged him, too weak to raise her voice, her temperature spiking. Nothing he did or said could reach her now. She just lay there, holding the picture, her final thoughts, a desperate, fading prayer not to die. The fever consumed her, and the world narrowed to a single point of unbearable fear. The end, when it came, took Clegg by surprise. He had woken early and gone down to her room at 7:30, only to find her collapsed by the overturned screen. She must have fainted during the night. Her hands were ice cold, but she was still breathing in quick, rasping gasps. When he lifted her back onto the bed, she came partially to, shivering violently and soaked with sweat. She was delirious, her voice a strange sing-song. She kept pleading for a doctor, sometimes repeating the initials of the older artist. Over and over, she grew silent, then started to hum a disjointed, childish tune before lapsing into a series of names and fragments. Twice, she called out for her sister, as if she were in the next room. She tried to get up, and he had to restrain her. She struggled against him, her body weak, but her will fierce. When he tried to give her tea, she coughed and turned away. He noticed yellow pimples at the corner of her lips. Her usual clean scent was gone, replaced by the sour smell of illness. In his growing panic, he gave her a double dose of the pills, reasoning that the stated limit was probably just a legal caution. He checked on her several times that morning, but she was awake only in brief, unresponsive moments. At lunch, she drank a little tea and fell into a restless sleep. He sat in the outer cellar, waiting, and when he looked in on her again around 5, she was awake and seemed more lucid. Her eyes followed him normally. He clung to the hope that she was past the worst. She had a little more tea, then asked him to help her behind the screen. She could barely walk. When she was back in bed, she lay with her eyes open, struggling to breathe. He was about to leave, but she called him back. Her voice was low and hoarse, but her mind was clear for the first time in hours. She told him she had pneumonia, and that he had to get a doctor, that she needed something like penicillin. He tried to reassure her, saying she was over the worst. She began to cough, and the sweating grew worse. She asked him what had happened the night before, and when he told her about the delirium, she confirmed she had been having terrible nightmares. He promised that if she wasn't better by the next day, he would carry her upstairs and get a doctor. She wanted to go up at once, asking what time it was. When he told her, she pointed out it was night, that no one would see. He made an excuse about the rooms not being aired. Then her voice changed again, filled with a quiet, absolute terror. She was going to die. She reminded him that she had tried to help him, that he had to help her now. He dabbed her face with a sponge and spoke soothingly, but she wouldn't settle. She called for her father, then began to cry, tears streaming down her face with no sound, as if she didn't realize she was weeping. She asked him what he would do if she died, and he told her not to be silly. She was not going to die. She insisted on knowing if he would tell anyone, and he deflected the question, telling her to rest. She asked again, her voice small and frightened. She asked what he would do with his money. He said he didn't know, just to humor her. She suggested he'd give it to children, the children she had once collected money for, the ones who ate earth. Then she mentioned they were all pigs, that they deserved to die. He recognized the guilt in her feverish rambling. She fell silent, and he thought she had finally gone to sleep. But after a moment, she spoke again, as if the conversation had not paused, asking if he was still there. She made a weak attempt to sit up, and he had to calm her. He finally gave in and promised to leave the money to the fund she mentioned, just to quiet her. She made him repeat the promise, then murmured, with a strange finality, that she forgave him. He told her he was sorry, but he knew she was delirious again. The words meant nothing in her state. Still they hung in the air. The feverish plea shifted into something quieter, more desperate. She told him she was afraid, that she was going to die. Her voice came in fragments, with long, breathless pauses between the words. She reminded him that she had tried to help him, and now he had to help her. He assured her he would, dabbing her face with a damp cloth, and for a moment she seemed to be drifting toward sleep, which was what he wanted. But then she called out again, louder this time, for her father. He told her to rest, that she would be better by morning. She began to cry, but it was a strange, silent weeping, tears welling in her eyes and spilling down her cheeks, as if she was unaware of them. Then she asked him what he would do if she died. He dismissed the question, telling her not to be silly. She pressed further, asking if he would tell anyone. He refused to discuss it. She repeated that she didn't want to die, 3 times in a row, each plea more desperate than the last. He told her to stop talking about it, but she seemed not to hear him. She asked if he would go away if she died. He called her daft. She asked what he would do with his money. He tried to change the subject, but she insisted, her voice faltering with strange gaps before returning. He told her he hadn't thought about it, just to placate her. She suggested he leave it to the children. When he asked which children, she mentioned a collection she had organized the previous term for children who ate earth. Then she said they were all pigs, that they deserved to die, and he wondered if perhaps the money she had collected had been misappropriated. She fell silent for about 10 minutes, and he thought she had finally gone to sleep, but she spoke again without warning, as if the conversation had never stopped, asking if he was still there. She tried to sit up to see him, and he had to calm her down. She returned to the subject of the fund, and he stopped arguing that she wasn't going to die. He simply agreed, saying yes, he would do it, but she wasn't going to die anyway. She made him promise. He said yes. She repeated the word promises to herself, then muttered again about the children eating earth, saying it 2 or 3 times while he tried to soothe her. It seemed to distress her deeply. Her last words were a quiet declaration of forgiveness. He knew she was delirious, but he said he was sorry anyway. In that moment, something shifted in him. He forgot all the conflict of the past weeks and felt only sorrow for her, a genuine regret for what he had done that other evening. He told himself he hadn't known she was really ill. It was spilt milk, done and finished with. The strange thing was that just when he thought he was completely fed up with her, all the old feelings came flooding back. He found himself remembering the good moments, the times they had gotten along, and all that she had meant to him back home, when he had nothing else. The period when she had taken off her clothes and he had lost respect for her seemed unreal now, as if they had both lost their minds. Her illness, and his nursing of her felt more real, more true. He stayed in the outer room again that night. She was quiet for about half an hour, but then she began talking to herself. He asked if she was all right, and she stopped, but later she started muttering again. She called his name loudly, saying she couldn't breathe, and then brought up a mass of dark brown phlegm. He didn't like the look of it, but he thought the pills might have colored it. She dozed off for an hour or so, but then she began to scream or try to scream, and when he rushed in she was half out of bed. She didn't seem to recognize him, and despite her weakness, she fought like a tiger. He had to struggle to get her back down. Her pajamas were soaked with sweat, and when he tried to change her top she fought him, rolling about as if she was mad. He gave her as many sleeping tablets as he dared, but they seemed to have no effect. She would doze for a little while and then wake in a state again, trying to get out of bed. Once, she managed it before he could reach her, falling to the floor. Sometimes she was delirious, calling for the older artist and talking to people she had known. He didn't mind that as long as she lay quiet. He took her temperature. It was over 104 degrees. He knew then that she was seriously ill. Just before 5 the next morning, he went upstairs for some fresh air. The world outside felt like another universe. He made up his mind that he would have to get her upstairs and call a doctor. He couldn't put it off any longer. He stood at the open door for about 10 minutes, but then he heard her calling again. She brought up more of the red-brown phlegm and was sick. He had to get her out of bed and remake it while she lay slumped in a chair. Her breathing was the worst part, so quick and gasping, as if she was panting all the time. That morning, she seemed quieter, and she was able to understand what he said. He told her he was going for the doctor, and she nodded. He believed she understood, though she didn't speak. The night seemed to have taken all her strength. She just lay there motionless. He knew he could have gone to the village to phone or fetch a doctor, but for obvious reasons, he had never had dealings there. Village gossip being what it was, he couldn't risk it. He was so sleep-deprived that he hardly knew what he was doing half the time. He was entirely alone as always, with no one to turn to. He went into Lewis, just after 9, and found the first open chemist. He asked for the nearest doctor, and the girl gave him an address from a list. He went to the house, on a street he'd never been to before. He saw on the door that surgery had started at 8:30, and he should have expected a waiting room full of people, but for some reason, he had imagined walking straight in. He must have looked odd standing there, with everyone staring at him. All the seats were taken, and a young man was standing. He couldn't bring himself to push through to the doctor, so he stood by the wall. He hadn't been in a room with so many people for a long time, only in and out of shops, and it felt strange. One old woman in particular kept her eyes fixed on him. He thought he must look peculiar. He picked up a magazine from the table, but he didn't read it. He started thinking about what would happen. It might be all right for a day or two. The doctor and the girl's mother might not talk, but he knew the doctor would insist on a hospital. He couldn't look after her properly. He thought about hiring a nurse, but she wouldn't take long to figure out what had happened. His aunt had always said nurses were the nosiest people. The doctor came out just then, a tall man with a mustache, and called for the next patient. He sounded irritated, as if he was sick of seeing all these people. He seemed like the officer type from the army, no sympathy, just orders, treating everyone as if they were dirt. On top of that, the old woman kept staring, and it made him uncomfortable. He hadn't slept all night, and he was overwrought. He'd had enough. He turned and walked out, going to sit in the van. Seeing all those people made him realize that the girl in the cellar was the only person in the world he wanted to live with. It made him sick of everyone else. He went to another chemist, one he hadn't visited before, and asked for something for a bad case of flu. He made up a story about a friend who was a peculiar person, someone who didn't believe in doctors, and who had a bad flu, possibly pneumonia. They needed to give him something secretly. The girl brought out the same stuff he'd bought before, but he asked for penicillin or something stronger. She said it required a doctor's prescription. The manager came out, and he repeated the story. The manager shook his head, saying it was against the law, and started asking questions about where his friend lived. He left before the man could pry further. He tried 2 other chemists, but they both said the same thing. He was scared to ask any more, so he bought some over-the-counter medicine and went back. He could barely drive, he was so tired. He went down to see her as soon as he got back. She was lying there, breathing. As soon as she saw him, she started talking, seeming to think he was someone else. She asked if he'd seen someone named Louise, someone he'd never heard her mention before. She didn't wait for an answer, launching into a disjointed comment about a modern painter before saying she was thirsty. He gave her a drink, and she lay still for a while. Then she seemed to come half back to normal, asking when her father would come, and if he had been. He lied, saying he'd be there soon. She asked him to wash her face, and when he did, she told him that her father needed to see the stuff she had brought up. She said all this in a whisper. She said she wished she could sleep. He told her it was the fever, and she nodded. For a moment, she seemed to understand everything he was saying. He decided to go back to Lewis for a doctor. He helped her behind the screen, knowing she was too weak to run. He planned to get 2 hours of sleep, then carry her upstairs and fetch a doctor. He didn't remember falling asleep. He must have reached out and turned off the alarm. When he woke, it was 4 in the afternoon, not 12:30. He rushed down to see what had happened. She had pulled the covers off her chest, but luckily it was warm enough. It probably didn't matter anyway. She was in a terrible fever and didn't recognize him. When he lifted her to carry her upstairs, she tried to struggle and scream, but she was too weak. Her coughing stopped her screaming and seemed to make her realize where she was. He managed to get her up the stairs and into the spare room, which he had already warmed. She seemed happier there. She didn't speak the cold air, had made her cough and bring up more phlegm. Her face had taken on a strange purplish color. He told her the doctor was coming, and she seemed to understand. He stayed for a while, afraid she might have just enough strength to get to the window and attract attention. He knew she couldn't really, but he kept finding reasons not to go. He went to her open door several times. She lay in the darkness, breathing and muttering. Once she called for him, and he went and stood beside her. All she could say was, "Doctor, doctor, he said he was coming, don't worry," and wiped her face. She couldn't stop sweating. He didn't know why he didn't go then. He tried. But he couldn't face the idea of not knowing how she was, of not being able to see her whenever he wanted. He was just like in love with her all over again. He thought that she would need him during a long recovery, that it would be nice when she turned the corner. He also thought the new room might help, that it would be a good change. It was like the old days with Mabel and her chair. He could always find a dozen reasons to put things off. It was in his character. He couldn't help it. Time passed. It must have been past midnight. He went up to check on her to see if she would drink some tea, but she wouldn't answer. Her breathing was faster than ever, terrifyingly rapid, as if she couldn't get air fast enough. He shook her, but she seemed to sleep, though her eyes were open. Her face was livid, and she seemed to be staring at something on the ceiling. He felt really frightened. He decided to give her half an hour, and then he would go. He sat by her, seeing that things were definitely worse by the way she was sweating and the terrible look on her face. She had started picking at the sheets, and pimples had spread across both corners of her mouth and lips. Finally, having locked her door just in case, he set off again for Lewis. He arrived just after 1:30 in the morning. Everything was shut. He drove to the street where the doctor lived and stopped a little way short of the house. He was sitting in the dark, readying himself to go and ring the bell, when there was a tapping on the window. It was a policeman. He was shocked. He lowered the window, and the officer asked what he was doing there. He tried to joke about parking, but the policeman was not amused. He asked for his license and wrote down his number. Then he asked if he lived there. He said no. The policeman pressed him further, asking what he was doing there. He said he hadn't done anything, and invited the officer to look in the back of the van, which he did. It gave him time to think of a story. He said he couldn't sleep and was just driving around, got lost, and stopped to look at a map. The policeman didn't seem to believe him, but he just told him to get on home. The encounter with the policeman had ended his resolve. He drove away. knowing he couldn't risk the officer watching him approach the doctor's door. His plan shifted to something desperate. He would return home, assess her condition, and if she was worse, he would drive her to the hospital himself, give a false name, and then flee, perhaps leave the country entirely. He couldn't think beyond that moment of surrender. When he got back, she was on the floor again, having tried to get out of bed. He lifted her back, her body limp and unresponsive. She seemed half in a coma, mumbling words he couldn't decipher, and she didn't recognize him or understand anything he said. He sat by her through most of the night, dozing fitfully. Twice she struggled to get up again, but she was as weak as a flea. He repeated the same reassurances, telling her the doctor was coming, and it seemed to calm her. Once she asked what day it was. He lied, saying it was Monday, though it was Wednesday. She repeated the word, but it was clear the meaning had evaporated. Her mind was failing alongside her body. He knew she was dying then. He knew it all through that night. He sat there, listening to her labored breathing and disjointed muttering, and thought about how everything had turned out. He thought about his own miserable life and hers. He was in genuine despair, trapped and helpless. He wanted her to live so badly, but he couldn't risk getting help. He felt beaten, and anyone would have seen it. He knew he would never love anyone else the same way. There was only her, forever. She was the only person who had ever known that he loved her, the only one who had seen what he really was not like anyone else could ever understand. Dawn came, the last day. It was a beautiful, cloudless winter morning, cold and still, with a deep blue sky that seemed specially arranged for her passing. Her last recognizable words came around 10 in the morning, when she said something about the sun. The light was coming through the window, and she tried to sit up but couldn't manage. She never spoke another intelligible word. She lingered through the morning and afternoon, her breathing growing fainter and fainter. He convinced himself she had finally fallen into a peaceful sleep. He didn't know exactly when she died. She was still breathing around 3:30 when he went downstairs to do some dusting, to distract himself. When he came back around 4, she was gone. Her head was lolled to one side, her mouth open, her eyes staring white, as if she had tried to look out the window one last time. He felt her skin cold, though her body was still warm. He fetched a mirror and held it over her mouth, but there was no mist. She was dead. He closed her mouth and pressed her eyelids down, then went and made himself a cup of tea, not knowing what else to do. When night fell, he carried her body down to the cellar. He knew the proper thing was to wash a dead body, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He laid her on the bed, combed out her hair, and cut a lock to keep. He tried to arrange her face into a smile, but he couldn't manage it. Still, she looked peaceful. He knelt and said a prayer, the only one he knew, the Lord's Prayer, and added a plea for her soul to rest, even though he didn't believe in religion. It just seemed right. It wasn't seeing her dead or carrying her down that broke him. It was a small, trivial thing. He saw her slippers in the room upstairs. He picked them up, and the realization struck him with full force she would never wear them again. He would never go down and draw the bolts again. Strangely, he had still bolted her in, even after she was gone. None of it would ever happen again, the good or the bad. She was dead, and dead meant gone forever, forever and ever. In those final days, he had genuinely felt sorry for her. Once he knew her illness wasn't an act. He had forgiven her for all the conflict between them, not while she was living, but when he knew she was dead, that was when he finally let it go. The good memories came flooding back, the early days at the annex, watching her come out of her front door, glimpsing her on the street. He couldn't understand how it had all led to this, her lying dead in the cellar. It was like a joke mousetrap he remembered seeing once the mouse just kept going, unable to turn back, moving on and on into ever more clever traps until the end. He thought about the happiness he had felt during those weeks, feelings he had never experienced before and would never feel again. The more he thought about it, the worse it seemed. By midnight, he couldn't sleep. He turned on all the lights. Even though he didn't believe in spirits, it just felt better. He kept thinking about her. wondering if it was his fault that she had done what she did and lost his respect, then shifting the blame to her, convincing himself she had asked for everything she got. His mind churned in circles, and he knew he couldn't stay at Foster's. He wanted to drive away and never come back. He considered selling up and going to Australia, but there was too much to cover up first. The police were a constant gnawing thought. He even decided he would go to them and confess everything, putting his coat on to drive down. He thought he was going mad, staring into mirrors, trying to see the madness in his own face. He remembered how people in Lewis looked at him sometimes, like the ones in the doctor's waiting room. They all knew he was mad. Around 2 a.m, a strange doubt crept in. Perhaps her death was a mistake. Perhaps she was just asleep. He had to go down to make sure. The descent was horrifying. He imagined her stepping out from a corner with a hatchet, or worse, that she wouldn't be there at all, vanished, despite the bolted door. She was there, lying in the silence. He touched her, and the cold shock of her skin made him recoil. He still couldn't accept it was true, that she had been alive only hours before, walking, drawing, doing her knitting just days ago. Then something moved in the shadows at the other end of the cellar. It was just a draft, but something inside him snapped. He lost his head, scrambled up the stairs, fell and burst out into the house, locking every door and bolt behind him. After the shaking stopped, he calmed down, but all he could think was that this was the end. He couldn't live with her down there like that. Then the idea came to him, persistent and seductive. She was lucky to be done with it all, and no more worries, no more hiding, no more unattainable desires. Finished. He could do the same. All he had to do was kill himself, and then the others could think what they liked. He would be out of it. He would go into Lewis when the shops opened, buy aspirin and flowers. Chrysanthemums were her favorite. Then take the pills and lie beside her. He would post a letter to the police first, so they would find them together. They would be buried together, like Romeo and Juliet. It would be a real tragedy, not sordid. He would finally get some respect. If he destroyed the photographs, people would see he had never done anything truly nasty to her. He gathered the photos and negatives, ready to burn them in the morning. He needed a definite plan, anything so long as it was clear. The money meant nothing now. His aunt and cousin would get it. The girl had talked about the Save the Children fund, but she was half off her rocker by then. All those charities were run by crooks. He had wanted what money couldn't buy. If he had really been a nasty person, he wouldn't have gone to all this trouble. He would have just visited the women advertised in Paddington and Soho. He had heard his aunt say 100 times that you can't buy happiness. He used to laugh at that, thinking he'd like to try. Well, he had tried, but it all came down to luck, like the pools, but worse, because there were no good or bad teams, no likely draws. You could never tell how it would turn out. That was why he didn't believe in God. They were just insects, living a bit, and then dying. There was no mercy in things, no great beyond. There was nothing. He dozed off around 3, and went up for a final sleep, imagining it all going into Lewis, coming back, having a bonfire, locking up, taking one last look at his collection, and then going down to join her. He would say they were in love, a suicide pact. It would be the end. But things turned out differently. He didn't wake until after 10 another fine day. He had breakfast, drove into Lewis, bought the aspirin and flowers, and came back. Before carrying out his plan, he decided to take one last look through her things. That was when he found her diary. It showed beyond doubt that she had never loved him. She had only thought of herself and the other man, the artist she was always talking about. As it happened, waking up had brought more sensible ideas anyway. It was just like him to see only the dark side late at night and wake up with a clearer head. Over breakfast, new ideas came to him about how he could dispose of the body, about proving it could be done without anyone finding out. It was a beautiful morning, and the countryside around Lewis was very pretty. He also reasoned that he was acting as if he had killed her, but she had died on her own. A doctor probably couldn't have done much good anyway. It was too far gone. That morning in Lewis, a strange coincidence caught his eye. He was driving to the flower shop when a girl in an overall crossed the street in front of his van. For a moment, he thought he was seeing a ghost. She had the same hair, though shorter, the same build, the same way of walking. He couldn't take his eyes off her. He parked the car and followed her into Woolworth's, where he discovered she worked behind the sweet counter. He came back with the flowers and went down to see the dead girl to arrange them properly, but he wasn't in the mood for the other plan anymore. He decided to think it over first, then he found the diary. The days passed. It was now 3 weeks since everything had happened. He would never have another guest, though it would not be difficult now that his aunt and cousin had decided to stay in Australia. Still, as a matter of interest, he had been looking into the possibility of the girl from Woolworth's. She lived in a village on the other side of Lewis, in a house a quarter of a mile from the bus stop down a country lane. It would be possible if he hadn't learned his lesson. She wasn't as pretty as the other one, just an ordinary common shop girl, but that had been his mistake before aiming too high. He should have seen that he could never get what he wanted from someone with all her la-di-da ideas and clever tricks. He should have found someone who would respect him more, someone ordinary he could teach. She was in the box he had made, buried under the apple trees. It had taken him 3 days to dig the hole. He thought he would go mad the night he did it, going down and getting her into the box and taking her outside. Not many could have done it. He did it scientifically, planning everything and ignoring his natural feelings. He couldn't stand the idea of looking at her again. He had heard they go green and purple in patches, so he went in with a cheap blanket held in front of him, threw it over the body, rolled it up with the bedclothes into the box, and screwed the lid on. He used a fumigator and the fan to control the smell. The room was cleaned out now, good as new. He would put her diary and the lock of hair in the deed box in the loft, not to be opened until his death, in 40 or 50 years. He hadn't made up his mind about Mary and another M. He had heard the supervisor call her name. This time, it wouldn't be about love. It would be for the interest of the thing, to compare them, and for the other aspect he wanted to explore in more detail. He could teach her how, and the clothes would fit. He would make it clear from the start who was boss, and what he expected. But it was still just an idea. He had only put the stove down there today because the room needed drying out anyway. The end. Thank you for staying until the very end. The Collector is the kind of story that refuses to leave quietly, lingering long after its final moment. John Fowles wrote the novel to explore the disturbing line between love and possession, drawing inspiration from psychology, existential philosophy, and the changing social landscape of post-war Britain. Rather than judging his characters, he invited readers to confront uncomfortable questions for themselves, an approach that also shaped novels like The Magus and The French Lieutenant's Woman. William Wyler's 1965 film adaptation captured that same unsettling atmosphere with remarkable restraint. Terence Stamp and Samantha Eggar delivered unforgettable performances, both earning acting awards at the 1965 Cannes Film Festival. While the film remains faithful to the novel's emotional core, it streamlines some of the book's deeper psychological perspective. Wyler also insisted on preserving the story's bleak ending, despite pressure to soften it for audiences. Behind the scenes, Wyler asked Stamp and Eggar to keep their distance between takes, hoping their emotional separation would feel genuine on screen, a decision that added to the film's quiet intensity. If this retelling drew you into the story, I highly recommend reading John Fowles' original novel. Its shifting perspectives and rich inner voices offer an experience only the book can fully provide. If you enjoyed spending this time with a story, I'd love to hear your thoughts and interpretations in the comments. And if you'd like to experience more cinematic retellings like this, your like, subscription, and sharing truly help. Until our next story, remember that the most powerful tales don't end with the final page, they continue in the questions they leave behind.